Hello again, everybody. Mike Flanagan here with you. We'll get started here in just a little while this morning. We're glad you're with us. Start giving us the likes, and we will start letting everybody know that we are up and live and streaming. Please comment in the chat and let me know if it's coming through okay. Thanks.
May I have your attention, please? If everyone will, please give these bowlers a round of applause for making the cut from round two. We've now trimmed our field to the top 40. At this time, we would like to take a moment to recognize the Hammer High qualifier from last night's round two, Mr. Kyle Mayberry, with a score of positive 87. Bowlers, this is round three. Your scores from round two have been carried over to this morning. You will be bowling 5 games across 10 lanes, skipping a pair to the right after each game. If you start on lane 21, you will skip lane 23, and your next game will be on lane 25, and so forth. Bowlers, go to the lanes indicated on your recap sheet, and please follow the arrows at the start of each game. Your score for this round and last night's round will determine your total score, with the top 8 bowlers advancing to the match play this afternoon. These matches will be bowled on lanes 15 through 30. Last year, it took a score of positive 7 to advance to match play. For those bowlers not advancing to match play, your checks will be ready no later than 1 p.m. this afternoon. Match play checks will be awarded immediately following each match to those failing to advance. Also at this time, if you have not completely filled out your entry, come to the front desk and do so. I want to remind you that we will award a new hammer ball for the high game each game this morning, and our champion will qualify for the 2018 USBC Masters. Please record the bowling balls you use on this squad on your round 3 recap sheet. Spectators, we remind you that the bowlers area is reserved for bowlers and tournament officials only, but please feel free to pick out your favorite bowlers and cheer them on. Bowlers, your lanes are coming on for practice.
Good morning. Good morning. Isn't that a McDonald's commercial? I think that was a McDonald's commercial. Good morning. Good morning. Chris G has got it going on. He says 123 watching. We only got 8 likes. I'll tell you what, we've started a trend with these likes around here because now I know when I tune into other bowling broadcasts, I know what's going to happen. All you bowling fans are going to start liking their streams. It's a new trend. This morning we're going to start out with these bowlers, and I'll try to get you some better bowlers on a feature pair. The guy that's won the last 2 years in a row on this pair, Brandon Novak. We've got arguably the greatest bowler of all time, most titles of all time in PBA history. Yeah, we'll just start out with him as well. Start out with this PBA Tour champion, whose dad is an icon, legend of the game. Yeah, that's not bad. Rounding out this pair this morning, also we'll have Jason Connor. How would you like that draw? You're Jason Connor. You come into this tournament, and this morning you're bowling with Walter Ray, Brandon Novak, a freak of nature in this building, and Kyle Troop. Yeah, there you go. I'm not alone today. I do have a friend in the booth today, Dave Watka. Hi, Dave.
Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Good. I'm just making sure everything works.
Yeah, that'd be good. I know everybody can't. They're tuning in just to listen to me, I'm sure.
Oh, that's the only reason why they would. Well, I guess I could get this ready. Zoom out a little bit. Get us both in there. Maybe.
I can move over a little bit.
Oh, we're good. Look at this. This is framed up perfectly. That's how we do it around here. All right, I guess we'll get this stream started here. I mean, we are started, but you know what I mean.
Of course.
All right, here we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mike Flanagan here with Dave Watka. We're at the 2017 Bradley Open, and Dave, we're down to the final 40 competitors out on the lanes.
Yeah, it was a tough competition last night, even with a roll-off at the end. You know, I do have to say, probably good karma. Shout out to Zach Filing, who they had his score wrong by a pin and had him in the finals, and he went up and told them it was wrong to put himself in a roll-off. And, you know, good sportsmanship. And he got rewarded.
He did. He bowled 260 in the final against Jimmy Cook, who bowled about 240.
Yeah. Both of those games are higher than I've ever bowled in this tournament. So.
Yeah, and you did compete this week, so we'll get some insight from you as we take everybody out to the lanes. We're on lanes 27 and 28 this morning. We've also got lanes 21 and 22 we'll have for you, but this lineup of bowlers is just too good to pass up and start out over here on 27 and 28. You're looking at Brandon Novak there in the orange shirt. He's won the last 2 years in a row, Dave.
Yeah, I heard you mention freak of nature in this building, and that's probably the best way to explain it. His ball just strikes here. It doesn't, you know, everybody else's ball doesn't hook, and his does, and it strikes a bunch. And he's looking for 3 in a row. Nobody's ever done that here at the Bradley.
All right, the only person to win 3 times, but not in a row, is Tony Lambert. And also up paired with Brandon this morning is Josh Connor. And I was talking about before we came on the air.
Jason Connor.
Jason Connor. That's intimidating coming in this morning bowling with Brandon Novak, Kyle Troop, and also Walter Ray Williams Jr. See him coming into your screen right there. Congratulations to Walter Ray on 100 professional bowling titles recently. Won his 100th title and still out competing not only on the tour, but we're blessed to have him in this field today.
Yeah, 100 titles is really unfathomable. You know, it's people dream of winning 1, you know, maybe 2, and then he's got 100. Just think about how many TV shows that is and how many events he's bowled, and he's won 100 times. It's just and he doesn't stop.
No, he doesn't. He just keeps going, and he's like the Energizer Bunny. Want to let everybody know that this stream would not be possible without our sponsors. Of course, Hammer Bowling. When you're considering your next bowling ball purchase, make sure you consider a Hammer product. Dave, you're a large reason why Hammer's involved with this tournament. And right now, top to bottom in the Hammer lineup of bowling balls, making some really good stuff right now.
Yeah, we got some new cover stocks that our R&D department's been working on, and some new formulations from Randy Teitloff. We got the new Hammer Phobia that we just introduced this last week, and that ball's been real popular so far. Going back to the Scandal line was real popular, and the Rebel and the Rebel Solid. So yeah, top to bottom, we're looking really good right now.
And New Center Consulting, you see them on your screen. New Center Consulting, part of this event as well. If you're looking to upgrade your bowling center, or maybe you bowl somewhere and maybe you just like your center to be a little bit better, head over to the management team and say, hey, why don't you guys give New Center Consulting a call? They'll be able to help you out with improving some affordable ways of upgrading your center in many, many different ways. Give them a call. Also, want to thank Logo Infusion this weekend. You can save 20%, folks. You can save 20%. Over at Logo Infusion, you can use the coupon code Bradley17. Bradley17. I'll throw it up on the screen for just a second.
I'm going to have to go over there and get some more. I got my Logo Infusion jersey on today, so.
As
Great
do
company.
I.
Thanks to Brandon and Ken and everybody there.
Yeah, they're located in Las Vegas, right here, United States of America. They sew and make everything right there in Las Vegas, and couldn't say enough good things about Logo Infusion. When you support them, you're supporting a good company and good guys that love bowling. So Ken, Kathy, Mike, Brandon, the rest of the team down there at Logo Infusion, make sure you check them out. And they're supporting bowling a lot. They're involved with Team USA now, TMBA, Junior Gold, and this is my second tournament I've streamed in about 3 weeks, and both events were both sponsored by Logo Infusion. So speaks volumes.
Yeah, they're stepping up and supporting the industry, supporting competitive bowling.
Also want to thank Ace Mitchell, Bowlers Mart, for being part of this event as well. They've donated some cash prizes to help with the prize fund. So thank you very much to Ace Mitchell. If you're a pro shop watching, make sure you consider Ace Mitchell when you order your products. Also, we've got some other sponsors here. We've got Brooks Electric. Brooks Electric here in the Lexington area. If you're looking for some electrical needs around your home or commercial, Brooks will take care of you. And they had several bowlers from their company actually shoe up and take to the lanes in the doubles and in this main event here, the Bradley Open. So thanks to those guys.
Yeah, got to bowl with a couple guys during the event from Brooks Electric. So very cool guys.
Also, United American Supply supplies the paper products to the Collins Bowling Centers. We're here in Lexington, Kentucky at the Collins Bowling Centers Eastland location. And those folks over there also supporting the tournament. And Fireball Whiskey. Plenty of alcoholic beverages served here this weekend. A lot of folks taking advantage of that, having a good time off work, out watching some bowling. So thanks to Fireball Whiskey. Thanks to all the sponsors and everyone that does support this 38th annual Bradley Open. There's one really good thing about 1979, Dave, besides this tournament.
What's that?
Being born. So you're I was born. I'm as old as the Bradley.
I was born a little bit before that.
Well, you're just totally putting that up on a tee right now for me.
Yeah, I know.
But I'm going to be nice this morning.
I've already been punched in the face by you once this week.
Yeah, that's
so.
true. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You and your scare tactics to get people to like the stream.
Speaking of which, we do have a whole slew of people here in the chat, and whenever we open up, we have responsibilities of getting some sponsors mentioned and setting up the broadcast somewhat professionally. And now that we've done that, it's time for me to turn myself into the chat. Hello, everybody, this morning. Brandon, Alan, Jeremy, Missy May, the Mr. Desert, Mary Mitchell. We've already got to hit the block button this morning as well to someone. Get rid of them. And Chris G. Hello, everybody. We just rolled 200 viewers. Thank you very much, everybody. Really appreciate that. And looks like we're up to 31 likes down below. You know that we like getting that number up as quick as we can so we can get improved in the search ranking on YouTube. Let's see where we're at this morning in the live streams on YouTube. I'm heading over to youtube.com. I'm going to go down and click the Browse Channels area.
DJ asked who's leading. DJ, I'll get you that information in just a second.
Let's see how we're looking this morning on our stream. Live now. We are not even in the top 4 right now. All day yesterday we were number 1 or number 2.
Well, let's get those likes up there, folks. We got a lot of you in the chat saying good morning now, so go over and hit that like button. Donnie, yes, 5-game total will add to their 5 games from yesterday. The top 8 will advance.
Want to give a shout out to Sammy and Benny watching in St. Louis. I know the weather's been a little frightful there, but hello to Brian, Benny, and Sammy this morning watching the broadcast. Brian Burkhardt, our webmaster, and I was telling this story yesterday. If it isn't for Brian, we wouldn't be streaming this event. So send him a shout out there in the chat. That's Bryhart. Yeah, Dave, you wanna go over some standings? You want to paint a little bit of a picture here?
Sure.
You want to bring it up over there or over here?
Yep, got it right here. Let's. So going into the 5 games this morning, your leader is Kyle Mayberry with plus 87, Graham Faw at plus 86, Ben Pallardy plus 82, Brian Robinson plus 69, Brian Wallachek plus 65. Steve Novak plus 63, Brandon Novak plus 53, and rounding out your top 8 right now is Brian Dennis at plus 40. So right now your cut score is plus 40, and obviously every up 70 pins, lots of great bowlers chasing that fair former champion of this event in 12 and 15. And you can find those standings updated after each game at InsideBowling.com as well. Looks like we just got another intent watcher in there. Good morning, Michelle Russell. Hope you're good this morning. And yeah, Gary, Walter Ray, looks like he started with the front 5. So we were just talking about him down there in the standings, but certainly time to make that up. Take a look at Kyle Troop there, shooting the 1-2-4-8. That was not an uncommon leave this week with as tight as the lanes were. Brandon Novak off to a little bit of a slow start. Saw that he had a Greek church in the 4th frame, but I'm sure he will still be there come the end of the day.
I don't know if on a Sunday I would wear a jersey that has arrows pointing down. I would think I'd want the arrows to be pointing up.
I don't think those are arrows. Those are tire tracks.
I'd want the tire tracks pointing up. Not pointing down. We're gonna have to have a talk, Brandon. You're trying to go upstream right now.
So I was informed that while I was reading out the standings for the top 8, the stream went down a little bit. So I'm going to just read the top 8 standings again for everybody that missed it. Starting today, your leader at plus 87 is Kyle Mayberry. Right behind him with plus 86 is Graham Faw. Ben Pallardy plus 82. Brian Robinson plus 69. Brian Wallachek plus 65. Steve Novak plus 63. Brandon Novak plus 53. And rounding out your top 8 right now at plus 40 is Brian Dennis. So sorry for all of you that lost that for a few minutes. Hope you're all back online now and enjoying the action.
Yeah, I tried to bump up our quality today to 720. I thought with maybe less people in the building, we might have a little bit of a better pipe today. I wanted to try it, but to no avail. It's going to be 480p while you're watching today, but when we archive everything early next week, it'll all be higher quality as we are recording here locally on our machine. So Walter Ray, front 5, huh?
Yeah, so we're gonna keep it right here and see what he can do.
As hard as the lanes are, you know, I really didn't get called out in the chat or anything about being a dark cloud or a black cloud or anything like that. So maybe this is my first opportunity. Maybe Walter will prove me wrong and we won't have any clouds this weekend. Here's Walter looking for 6 in a row.
Way to go, Mike.
Yeah, that's.
I see that black cloud hasn't gone away.
I didn't mean to do it. That's just kind of what happens for whatever reason. All right, Walter, let's pick this up, buddy. Let's pick this up. A little 2-4-10 action. What do you put the odds on this, Dave?
I put it on about 7 to 5.
7 to 5. Walter's gonna pick this.
Yeah.
All right, I like it. Brandon Novak just doesn't look too comfortable out there.
No, and I think he'll get it back. That Sunday morning, this Sunday morning squad's a little tough sometimes. Bowl all day yesterday. We didn't get done bowling until after 12:30 last night, and coming back this early in the morning. Sometimes it takes you a little bit of time to get going.
Are you saying Stevie Wonder is a liar, or is that Lionel Richie?
And what's that?
Easy like Sunday morning.
Yeah. Are we getting back on the music already? Did you ever finish your lyrics from the?
No, I didn't
Garth
get. I
Brooks
didn't get.
song yet?
I didn't get through it.
All right.
No.
Did you get any past that first line?
we were well. We got the first 3 lines. We were working on stanza 2.
All right.
4 through 6.
Good morning, Chad Roberts. Thanks for joining us this morning.
I want to bring in our other pair for just a minute. This is Steve Novak on the left side of your screen. No relation to Brandon, but I want you to look at the leave that he has up there.
The 14610.
Yeah, 14610.
You just don't see that every day.
No, you don't.
I'm going to say he makes it, though. Let's keep it there and watch him shoot it. I'm going to say he makes it.
That's why I brought it over here. Ben Pallardy also on this pair, along with Chris Priode, Jeremy King.
I think Steve's mulling over how to shoot
Yeah,
this
he's
one.
taking a little extra time here. He's lining up the putt. All right, here we go. Steve Novak is attempting the 14610 early this morning at the Bradley.
I called that. Look at
Covers
that.
it up.
Great job.
Let's
That's a
look
great
at
spare.
it one more time. Here's the replay. There you go.
Fantastic.
Who
spare.
was that?
That was Big Boss Man.
Oh boy.
I'll go ahead and give the shout out to our CEO at Ebonite International, Randy Schickert, watching this morning. Thanks for joining us, Big Boss.
Hey, last night we serenaded Harvey Johnson.
We did? I missed that.
Well, I did.
All right.
It was Barry Manilow last night.
Oh.
You know I can't smile without you.
I promise I won't sing, because everybody will turn the stream off if I sing.
Hey, Birkenbein, no problem. Says here in the chat, just want to say thanks for doing this, Mike. Makes a guy want to bowl.
Well, hopefully we make you all want to go out and bowl. Support your local events, support competitive bowling, support the PBA, and thanks to Jason Utchwall and everybody at Collins Bowling Center and everybody around the country that hosts events like this. It keeps us being able to do something that we love doing.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things, actually. After like one of my first streams or so, someone typed into the chat, Mike, I haven't bowled in years. Watching your broadcast makes me want to go out and drill up a ball. And I know that these streams actually get people out of retirement and out throwing the rock around a little bit again. So if for nothing more, that makes all this worth it.
Yeah, that's awesome to see something like that. That's great.
Oh, I got the same text. This was a group text. Randy, I'm surprised you included Dave in our usual daily text to each other.
Craig, yes, Chris Via is on 19 and 20, so he's just off to the left side of when we're on 21 and 22. And I'll keep you updated on his score.
Give a shout out to Katie Galley also joining us this morning as I'm catching up on a few text messages. There's Walter Ray trying to ask the ball to skate to the right. This lane pattern, Dave, every year they change it a little bit. There's a little less volume on the lanes this year. Normally they're really, really slick and everybody brings a bunch of sandpaper with them, very low Aberlon pads. This year they changed it up a little bit, but still extremely hard. And if you go look at the scoring pace over on InsideBowling.com, all the scores are there for you to see on the event information tab. Man, this has been quite a grind.
It has. And Chad just asked there about the pattern last night. They definitely took some volume out, but the way, and I have not seen the graph yet, but the way the lanes played, it actually looked like the taper went the opposite way, front to back. Like there was less oil in the front of the lane and more oil at the end of the pattern. So I think even with less volume, that made them play even harder, in my opinion. Overall, the scores were lower than they have been. There's only been one or two people shoot 100 over for a 5-game block so far, and usually there's a few that get lined up and whatever. You know, it was a 46-foot pattern that had no hold, which it just boggled my brain the whole time. Normally you think 46 feet, okay, you can shut your angles down and you'll have a little bit of hold, and it just didn't play that way. And last night with 6 on a pair, getting back to Chad's question, and people throwing surface, I think the front of the lane burned up even quicker last night and made them more difficult. As evident, it took 35 under to make it for the top 40. So, you know, and nobody shot 100 over. The leader's at 87 over.
And this tournament, up about 35, 40 entries, I believe, this year, ended up with 198.
Yeah, he's up 31 entries from last year. So the event's growing. I have no doubt in my mind he'll get to 200 entries for next year. You know, that was his goal this year, but just a couple entries short.
We had bowlers take to the lanes over 2 squads. There was the fresh squad that bowled at 9 a.m. yesterday, 5 games, and then there was a burn squad in the afternoon starting around 1 o'clock. After those 2 squads, anyone that didn't make it into the top 62 from each squad had the opportunity to bowl in a re-entry squad for $100 that took place last night, where there was almost 40 bowlers shoot up in that, and 8 bowlers made it from that particular round and made up our field of last night of 132 bowlers. And as Dave just said, we are now down to 40. The pins carried over from last night, but pins were dropped after the first 5 games of qualifying, of course, with being a fresh squad and a burn squad. That's the fair thing to do. And every pin will matter today as they take the pins from last night and today and combine them together, and we will get down to 8 bowlers. They will be seated into a match play bracket where it'll be best 2 out of 3.
That's always a fun format. That's exciting for fans to watch. Craig, I'm going to give you a quick update on Chris Vi. He has 141 in the 8th frame, and he just left the 2-8 in the 9th. So he's got a possible 191 with a spare and striking out in the 10th. I'll update you at the end of the game. And Walter Ray with a bad break there with a 4-9. So starting with the front 5, and if he does not make the 4-9 here, he's going to be on 2-0 pace going into the 10th.
We're up to 258 viewers this morning. Thank you so much.
How many likes are we up to there, Mike?
We have 63 likes. And
All right.
once again, we do ask for likes because it doesn't increase our sports ranking on YouTube's live sports action. All day yesterday, we were either number 1 or number 2. And this morning, we've not cracked the top 4 yet.
Catherine asked what happened in the roll-off last night. Zach Filing actually defeated Jimmy Cook 258 to 248 in the roll-off. Yeah, and yes, it did finish at about 1:30 in the morning. So it was a very exciting finish to the night.
Looks like a possible ball change now here for Brandon. Take a look at this shot one more time. That's pure right there.
Yeah, that was a great shot.
It's Vern Peterson off to the left side of your screen. I'll tell you what, Vern was at the first IB Open. And when you look back at, the history of this, for 6 years we've been streaming bowling tournaments, and you always remember those people that were at the first ones. I was talking to Brett Shepard and his wife Emily now. They were dating when we first started going on the air, and Brett Shepard showed up to like the first 3 events in a purple shirt, and I used to call him Barney and all these other things, and we were reminiscing about that yesterday. I can't imagine how good the product will be in about 4 years.
Yeah, obviously your technology keeps getting better. And I know you showed us about your fancy new cameras yesterday, so
yeah,
we've got all kinds of cool things coming down the line for inside bowling and live streaming.
Yeah, we're always at the mercy of the internet connection of the building. We'd love to go out and get some 4K cameras and things like that, but to be able to put that out, you gotta have really exceptional bandwidth. And about the only place we get amazing bandwidth where we can stream at 1080p, and it's just because of what's available in the area, is when we go to Las Vegas and we're in any of the casinos.
Yeah, well, they're certainly going to have the best connections possible.
Yeah. So, but. We're just happy to be able to have the stream for you. It's, as our technology gets better, we require more of the bowling centers when we come to town. So
looked like a good ball change for Brandon Novak in the 10th there. Although only 169, he did all 3 in the 10th look great. So I'm gonna say he's still gonna be fine. He'll rebound this next game and get it back.
He bowled 290 to start yesterday on the burn, so I would imagine the last game or 2 of this squad is when Brandon will bowl the highest scores.
Get a look at Walter Ray here. Can strike out for 217, which is still a good start. Scores overall not very high this morning, which very much expected.
Yeah, the folks in the chat were commenting how Walter Ray's game has just kind of gone down the tubes here after starting with the first 5. But as you said, this would be a very respectable score.
Yeah, this is one of those. Normally you have the front 5. You're 217. You're going to be really disappointed. But 217 is still 217 in this event, regardless of how you get there.
And Kyle Troop. Yesterday, the folks in the chat put me on the spot and said select the top 4, and I put Kyle Troop in my top 4 because even though he's a 2-hander, he's an up the back of the ball 2-hander. He keeps his angles pretty tight for being a 2-hander.
Right.
And that's what you have to do at this event. This event reminds me a little bit of the event that I run in St. Louis, the IB Open, and Kyle's won that event before. And there's something about these guys that come in and bowl on the live stream. There's like some karma going on, and Kyle's hasn't bowled on a lot of my live streams that we've put on, but he does have a W.
Yeah. Well, that IB Open event's a great event too. You put on a good show there. It was pretty cool to make the TV show there last year.
Yeah, that was really cool. And that 47 and 48 in that building every year.
Last final update for Game 1 on Chris Vi. He did finish with 168, so off to a little bit of a rough start for Chris this morning. And Walter Ray with a 4-pin, so still 207. Not, a little disappointing starting with the front 5, but again, 207 is still 207. After these 5? Yeah. No, it took +5 last year.
We've got questions coming into the booth from the bowlers in the field wanting us to give stats from last year of averages of what it took to make it to different rounds.
We're in Game 1.
Dave Wadka actually spit out the answer. I don't know if you were just trying to look like you knew what you were talking about and spitting that out.
I knew the answer because if he was listening, they announced it before the round started.
Okay, well, I wasn't listening.
Well, that's because you were busy producing.
Yes, I was.
As the color commentary guy, I'll know those things because I listened.
That'll give us a chance to go over and check out 21 and 22 now. Ben Pallardy can bowl 183. We got a 157 on the board. Steve Novak after that nifty little conversion a little while ago.
Still in the 220s with a conversion there. That's a great start. There was a 256 on 19 and 20. I'm not sure who that was. We'll try to figure out who that was.
Well, I can tell you, probably.
19A.
19A.
I was just told that was
Kyle Mayberry, and he's your leader.
That was our leader off to a 256 start, so that's a pretty solid start there.
Cruising along.
Cruising along. I think she's talking about vacation. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Michelle Russell's going to answer to that one. J-Dub, Ricky Fuller, I will try to get you a update on that one. Can you tell me where Ricky Fuller is? 16C.
Sorry.
16C. Looks like 190 for Ricky Fuller the first game.
Wow, that was bizarre what happened with that 10-pin. Check this out. Watch this 10-pin. Novak. I have no idea what hit
What
that.
hit that? Something hit that from the back.
Just one more time. Let's look at it one more time. Let's see. Wow. That was interesting. Steve Novak. We probably should have watched him the whole game.
I guess so.
I'll show you that 1-4-6-10 conversion that he did as well. Look at this. This was earlier in the game.
Pretty wild game for Steve there. Who knows what we missed? Since the only 2 shots we watched him were those.
I'm starting to get the hang of this. Without Turek 2 events in a row, now I can do replays.
Well, at least you know how to work your own equipment.
Yeah, we've got basically 10 seconds. So if something happens, you hit the button and it takes you back. I got it set up for 10 seconds. Pretty cool.
And then obviously you can save the ones from earlier.
Yeah, sure can. I'm Mike. This is Dave.
Hi.
bringing you the tournament this morning. We're glad you're with us. We love broadcasting bowling. I'll tell you what, these mornings are tough. 3.5 hours of sleep per night by the time I run the Steak and Shake. I did get Steak and Shake last night, everybody.
You did. Well, I got nothing.
No, I did. It was important
I
to
got
me.
nothing. I was exhausted last night. I got a whole probably about 5 hours, so I got a little bit more than you did. I didn't do the Steak and Shake run.
I do got to tell you too, Dave. Being here alone, and then we spent some time doing the cut for the doubles. It seems like a year ago. It was 2 days ago, but
Right.
and then working with you this morning. I hope that you continue to do more with broadcasting moving forward. Whenever you have the opportunity, because you do just a fantastic job of it with keeping up with the chat and answering questions and your knowledge and your delivery. I wanted to say that I think you do exceptional. I love working with you.
Well, thanks. I enjoy being in the booth with you. I've done some work on Extra Frame a little bit with those guys also. I enjoy it, and I even appreciate you teaching me a little bit about the producing part of it this week too. I got really good until somebody asked me to put the split screen up there. Then it was a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, it's.
But, I got it now. You showed me how to do it now.
Well, the crazy thing is, as I said yesterday too, talking a little bit about all this is, we're bowlers first. We want to do the very best job we can, and we want to cover this as best as we can. But we're bowlers. We're not technology people. Bowling is our passion, not technology. But the more you work with it, and the more familiar you get with it, the more cool it kind of is, because you almost can't believe that you're doing, like, you got an ESPN truck right here that you can put in the trunk of my car.
Right.
So we just try to keep everything working and running, and we enjoy it. I enjoy the living you-know-what out of this. So we've got our man here. What's our guy's name here?
John, is that a little bit better? John said I was a little harder to hear.
Yeah, it's probably just Mike got away from you a little bit.
Yep. Somebody's asking what Steve Taylor.
Steve Taylor just came off a holiday doubles win.
We'll try to get you an update on that. They've moved on to game 2, so the scores are not up there on the telescores again. So we'll get you an update on that.
And they've been doing really good with the scores this year, getting them out pretty quick. I got to give them props.
Yeah,
here
they
at the
have.
center.
The scores have been updated very quickly.
And that's Brian Robinson. That's our guy. Last year, Brian Robinson, he was bowling a long time in this tournament. I think he finished in top 4, right?
He did. I believe he lost to Novak in the round of 4, if I remember right.
And he won some sort of like match that went on and on. I can't remember. It's on the archives, but my memory's escaping me. All these games of bowling.
Yeah, that was that the round of 8 match that they tied. And
Yeah,
just kept going.
it just kept going.
Yeah.
And then here's Ari Wilson. Ari's one of our favorite guys that we see out on the road all the time. And he's got his Chicago jerseys. Yesterday was Blackhawks. Today is
looks like the Bulls.
the Bulls, yeah. And he's wearing his Logo Infusion jersey. Don't forget, you can head over to Logo Infusion, save 20% off. Coupon code Bradley17. That's good through the end of the weekend, folks. I also have Brian Dennis.
Brian Dennis is a former champion of this event, I believe.
And Charles Dunn. Brian Dennis won in 2008.
See, I did my homework.
Yeah, I know you did. I know you did. And let's see who we have over on 21 and 22. We got Steve Taylor, Brian Himmler, Ronnie Russell, and Graham Faw.
That's a good pair there, too.
So,
A couple of PBA national champions on that pair with Graham and Ronnie.
Just a good opportunity
and
to
Brian Himmler, actually, all 3.
bring in the split screen.
I like the split screen. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, we just don't have the scoreboards up. I'm going to make a slight camera adjustment here. Level that out a little. Ronnie just coming on board with Ebonite International, a new signing. And no matter what anybody says, this is my opinion, whenever you make a switch and you've got a whole new lineup of products, there's a little bit of a transition period.
There's no doubt about that.
It just takes a little bit of time. where, you know, one batch of cover stocks, you're not used to it responding in a certain spot or holding line, and it's going to take Ronnie a little bit of time to figure this out. And I think actually when you move to Ebonite International, it's even a little trickier at first. And what I mean by that is there's such an array of product.
Right.
There are so many options when you're able to throw 4 brands of bowling balls.
Yeah, Ronnie told me when he drilled all the balls the first time, he said, all I am is confused. But he's been working real hard at it. He's been practicing every day at home. I've been on the phone with him every day, asking questions and trying to get his arsenal set up, and he'll be ready to go come first week of February when we get to the Players Championship.
Like, just thinking out loud, Ebonite International has so many different product offerings that are so good. I could build 2 8-ball arsenals without using the same ball in either arsenal.
Yeah, I believe you're
and
absolutely
still
right.
create a full product line, like
Right.
a full like with no holes.
Right.
And so that might look like something like this. I'm just going to try to have fun here and figure this out. All right, so
While you figure that out, I'm going to answer John Herman's question for him in the chat. Yes, there are a ton of ball cleaners on the market. Yes, we all do clean our stuff. I prefer the Ebonite Energizer cleaner or the Ebonite Power Wash to clean. You can pick those up at your local pro shop. Use them each night after league or after a tournament, and you will make your cover stocks definitely last longer. Hope that answers your question, John. And we're going to get back to Mike. Mike's over here writing away, building his 8-ball arsenal ×2. So I'm going to see what he comes up with. Good morning, Mike Cozine. Thanks for joining us this morning. Up to 311 people watching, 85 likes. Make sure if you're watching, get on over there and hit the like button for us. Sandman, they're just starting game 2. Most of them are in about the 3rd frame of game 2. Brandon Novak had 169 the first game. Walter Ray had 207. And we do have a 1-game update. As we said, the scoring update's been really good. Let me let's see. We got Kyle Mayberry still leading, now 143 over. Graham Fa plus 87, Steve Novak plus 85. Kyle Troop with 248 the first game jumps up to plus 81. Ben Pallardy plus 56, Brian Robinson plus 54. Brian Wallachek plus 53, and Vern Peterson plus 51 rounds out your top 8. Just 5 pins out of the top 8. Jeff Fair plus 46, and J.R. Raymond with 237 the first game jumps up to plus 41, rounding out your top 10. I do have the scores here. If anybody wants to know somebody specific, let me know. I will get that for you.
all right, so I've built a couple arsenals here, Dave, without using the same ball in each arsenal. So here's arsenal number 1.
All right.
You've got a Mako, you've got a Tyrant, you've got a Swerve FX, you've got an Impulse, you got a Rebel, you got a Heat, you got a GB2 Phenom Pearl, a Maxim, that's 8 balls, and then I'm going to give you a bonus ball in there. You're going to get a Dark Legend Solid.
Okay. I think that rounds out an arsenal very nicely.
All right, now here's my other one. You got a Scandal, you got a Maverick, you got a Phobia, you got a Rebel Solid, you got a Mission Unknown, a Hammer Urethane, a Heat Extreme, and a white dot.
You did a good job on those. You got every base covered.
And the bonus ball in that particular arsenal, your 9th that's out in the trunk of the car, is your Raw Urge.
Raw Urge. Brandon Novak won last year throwing a Raw Urge here, and then also shot 300 and led the Cheetah Championship out in Reno throwing a Raw Urge.
So imagine if you're Ronnie Russell getting back to this, and I just created 2 completely different top to bottom lineups of options that you could use that are all bowling balls that I see go down the lane when I go to the professional bowling stops and cover professional bowling. That's 18 bowling balls. Now, granted, there's a white dot and a Maxim in there,
Right.
but that's a lot.
It is a
That's
lot.
a lot of practice.
It is a lot.
That's a lot of laying down different patterns and just understanding what's available to you. So, Ronnie Russell, I'm looking forward to seeing you get everything all figured out. And it's going to be fun, and I'm excited with my relationship with Evan International, being able to, when I'm out in the field, spend some time getting some sound clips from Ronnie and covering Ronnie. I'm excited about that.
Spencer Watts, Greg Thomas had 226 the first game. He's at plus 37, so just 14 pins out of the top 8. And Lynn Kaufman, I'll get you an update on Steve Taylor. Maybe somewhere there he is. Looks like 191 the first game. He's at plus 21, so 30 pins out.
Can Steve Taylor win back-to-back tournaments on inside bowling?
Anybody ever done that?
I don't know if our people in the truck have tracked that over the years.
We're going to have to get them looking into that.
I don't think so. No, I don't think that's happened. Good morning, Dominic.
Good morning, DC. How are you? Thanks for joining us
We
this
got
morning.
over 300 people watching right now. We're at 96 likes. We only need 4 more to get to a C note.
You're not going to punch me when we get there, are you?
Nah, not today.
All right.
I'm feeling like my career is going downward. Ronda Rousey and I.
You can't be possibly as bad as she did in the last one.
I appreciate that, Dave.
She might have got knocked out with that little like button punch.
That's true. I'm surprised you're even here today, Dave.
Why's that?
I thought you'd still be crying.
Oh, yeah, well, I recover quickly.
Huge Seahawks fan here.
Yeah, I really did not expect them to win yesterday's game. Too many holes. The offensive line's too young. They got to get better, and not having Earl Thomas was a huge, huge loss. So good luck to Atlanta, and that NFC Championship game, regardless of who wins today between Green Bay and Dallas, should be a great game.
Well, let's see if we still have the same listener we had this morning. Yeah, Green Bay doesn't stand a chance today. Ding, group chat text.
There you go. Is that who you were looking for? Shut your mouth on the Packers. There it is.
Ding, ding, ding. That did not take long. That did not take long at all.
Kind of knew where that was going.
That's all right. +1, -1, I guess. Tell you what, if I was in charge of having Aaron Rodgers as my quarterback, I think he'd have 70 pass attempts a game, and I'd just tell everybody to run to the end zone. And we would just, every single time, once we got to at least our own 40, we would just heave it into that end zone, and I'd take my chances.
Good morning, Alicia. How are you today? JR bowled a good game. He actually moved up into I believe 10th place. Yeah, he had 237 the first game, so he's only 10 pins out now. I don't have the ability to block anybody, so Dean Jones is lucky.
I can set you up with that, Dave, pretty easily. I can make you a moderator. We call those mods.
Doug, let me let you know where Chris Vi is. He did have 168 the first game. He is in 31st place at minus 48, so he is 99 pins out of the cut with 4 to go. And good morning to you as well, Doug. Dylan, yes, we are in Lexington, Kentucky at Collins Bowling Center.
Tell you what, yesterday was really, really cool. Had a opportunity to interview Scott Downs, former Major League Baseball player.
He's an awesome guy.
That was very, very enjoyable for me yesterday. And Danny Collins also joined us in the booth twice. One of the times was when Scott was in the booth. He told this story. I asked him when he, and I'll have it all archived. I'll probably split it out on its own. But he loves bowling now, which is really cool. And I know you've been helping him out a little bit, Dave, which is awesome. He mentioned that on the broadcast. But the very first time he took to the mound, the major leagues, got the call, was in Cincinnati. And it was the first year Griffey came over from Seattle, and he came in and he had to go up against Pokey Reese, and threw the first pitch and right down the middle he thought, and they called it a ball. 4 straight balls, walks him, so now he's got speed on first base and he's got Barry Larkin coming up behind him. Barry Larkin comes up, thought he threw him a perfect strike, ball. Mark Grace walks over to the mound to him, puts his arm around him and says, some words of encouragement. Ends up getting a double play. Griffey's up next. Ground out. Grace walks over to him, puts his arm around him and says, "Welcome to the big leagues." It's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. He told me my favorite story that he told me was actually you asked him what was his one best memory of being on the mound. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
And he told the story, and it ended up, for me, it was really cool because it was my favorite player really of all time with the Yankees. I'm a big Yankee fan. And he got called in for his first save opportunity, and it was Bernie Williams' last at-bat of his career, and Bernie hit a double up the middle off him, and then Scott proceeded to get the next 3 outs and get his save, and just thought that was pretty cool. He said that was the loudest he's ever seen any stadium when Bernie got that hit off him.
Yeah, and
that was pretty cool.
Also, to add to that story is, at the end of the season there, they had already shut down their closer. They were out of the playoff contention, so they shut down the closer. So Scott had the opportunity to come in for a rare save opportunity, and it just so happened to be Bernie Williams' last game.
Right.
And Bernie was not playing in that game, and they brought him in to pinch hit.
Right.
In his final game, and he told us that he looked at Bernie and Bernie looked at him, and they both made eye contact, and that meant, and as a underlying rule in baseball, that the first one that he was going to throw was going to be right down the middle for him, and as long as he didn't hit him, that was his biggest worry. As long as the player don't
hit it back up the middle.
Yeah, don't hit it right back at me. I'm good. And Bernie got that double, and he ended up getting a save out of the deal. But, the whole place just erupted. And I thought that was cool, sportsmanship and gamesmanship in baseball.
Gary McIntyre asked how many previous Bradley winners are bowling today. I will get that answer for you in just a second. Let me read through this real quick. Let's see. Brian Wallachek, Brian Dennis, Jeff Fair, Brandon Novak. Looks like 4. So it looks like we've got 4 previous champions bowling today.
Dylan wants to know what time the finals will be over today. I was actually thinking about that myself, trying to figure out when I would hit the road here today. Pace is going pretty good. It's 10 a.m. right now. I would say we have about an hour and a half left. Hour and 45 minutes or so from now. So around noon.
Final should start around
12:30.
12:30, quarter to 1. Those matches go fairly quick. I would say it'll be done by 3:30ish, 4 o'clock maybe.
Probably 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Probably be. Yes, we do have a Ronnie Russell sighting.
Osmosis Jones liked it when Parker took Ronnie down in the Players' Championship. I don't think Michelle liked that. I know she's in the chat.
Now, that was, didn't that go to a tie roll-off?
It did. It went to a one-ball roll-off. Parker struck, and Ronnie left a 10-pin. Graham Fa, first game was 201. So he's at plus 87 in second place.
Talk about an ambassador of the game, Parker Bone III. What a great guy.
Yeah, can't really find a nicer guy. Probably a reason he's won the Steve Nagy Award so many times. He's won it 2 or 3 or 4 times.
Steve Taylor has 129 in the 7th up on your screen. Steve Taylor doesn't have a flashy game, and if you looked at a tournament roster of bowlers, he would get lost in the mix because he's just kind of a quiet guy, keeps to himself, does his thing, but he's a crafty veteran. I've watched this guy at the Fusion Realtors tournaments that we stream. He won the holiday doubles with Eddie Flanagan, as I alluded to. This guy can play. He's somebody you'd want on your team. Like if the World Team Challenges came back or I was building a Nationals team, Steve Taylor is the perfect 2-hole bowler on your team. You just kind of put him in there, kind of silent but deadly. Meanwhile, you got everybody maxed out in brackets, and at the end of the day, here comes old Steve Taylor, 234, 236, 248 in the money game. Gets in those brackets. Yeah, how much you get back? Oh, I made about 500. How about you? Oh, I made about 700. How about you? I broke even. Steve, how'd you do? Well, I got in 300 brackets. I made the finals in 270 and won them all.
All right, then. Mike Cozine, the Japan Cup will not be on ESPN television. It was on Extra Frame. They showed it live on Extra Frame. You can go back in the archives and watch it there. DC asked what was this weekend's most common leave. I would say anything with the one in front in it. So there was a lot of common leaves that involved the head pin. Dylan Novak is not on one of our camera pairs at the moment. We will certainly have him on.
Yeah, and if you've been watching the stream too, please classify S Novak.
Yeah, we do have 2 Novaks.
Or B Novak.
Matt McDaniel, what do I think of Brian Robinson throwing 2 hands? To be honest with you, I haven't had a chance to watch yet. I'll try to take a look at it here when he's around us again. So I don't really have an opinion on it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, because I think he bowled one-handed last year in this event.
He did.
And now he's bowling two-handed. Dave, here's a good one for you. I think I know the answer, but I want to put you on the spot. If you were 14 years old right now, and you were just about to take up bowling, would you throw it with 2 hands?
Personal opinion, I wouldn't, and I have nothing against it. My only thought process of why I wouldn't is we haven't had anybody doing it for long enough yet to know how that's going to affect the body down the road, the longevity of it.
Do you think they said the same thing about Mark Roth?
Possibly. Absolutely.
They said the same thing about Pete Weber?
Possibly. They absolutely could have. So I don't I don't discount it. I don't have a problem with it. I'm not one of the guys that doesn't like it. I think it's fun. I think it's fun for the game.
Well, I will tell you from personal experience, when I was a youngster starting out bowling at age 11, and the bowling alley allowed us, and that's what I called it back then, was a bowling alley.
It's a bowling center.
I called it a bowling alley at the time.
It's a bowling center.
We got to bowl unlimited free in the summertime if we were part of a league. And I bowled from the beginning of the day to the end of the day. And when my thumb was about to fall off, about 4 in the afternoon, and I still was going to bowl till 10, I usually took 2 to 3 hours of throwing it with just 2 fingers in the ball, similar to the way Tom Doherty bowls. And watching the ball hook so much more was so cool to me. And I got pretty decent at doing it. But because I was told by all my coaches that you don't bowl like that, you bowl with one hand, I was never able to generate the power that I wanted to generate as a bowler because my wrist just wasn't strong enough.
Right.
So I can only imagine that if Mike Flanagan was 11 years old right now and I was watching competitive bowling and seeing where the trends are, you got to invest your money in stocks that are rising. You got to invest your money in plays that you think are going to cover the spread. And in my opinion right now, the hottest stock going is two-handed bowling, and I think I would for sure give it a shot to try to bowl two-handed. Now, I tried doing it about 5 years ago. I was going to try to bowl two-handed for a while, and man, that was hard. I had to use a 12-pound reactive ball. It is brutally hard to be able to do it.
Yeah. I think that's one of those things. If I don't know that it's very easy to transition from one-handed to two-handed if you've been throwing it one-handed for many years. I think that transition's probably really hard.
Well, and I think that's the point in the chat of why they're asking about Brian here. You just said how hard that is, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
And here's a guy who made the top 8 last year, or top 4, can't remember offhand, and now he's bowling with 2 hands.
Right.
You know, that's why I'm talking about this, because I think the chat person pointing this out is absolutely right. I mean, this is, and he's up now, so I'll full screen this.
All right, take a look at it. I actually have not watched him throw a full shot here two-handed yet. And to be honest with you, he doesn't look a whole lot different than he looked one-handed.
No, he doesn't.
As far as like the mechanics and everything. So, you know, props to him for trying something different and obviously making it work. He's still bowling today.
Sure is. That's hard to do.
Good morning, Joe. Hope it's not too cold up there in the Detroit area.
One of my other favorite things and observation about these webcasts is, you know, we don't do a lot of resets in the booth, talking about, hi, I'm Mike, this is Dave, and it's great to see people that just arrive in and they know our voices.
That's very good.
You know, this morning, Joe Patino says, good morning, Dave and Mike.
Freezing. Yeah, he's up in the Detroit area.
And good morning to you.
Sandman, I don't know the answer to that question. I would actually have to ask Kyle what that does for him. Matt, Ronnie Russell is on Team USA, and also Aaron McCarthy is on Team USA. They're both competing this morning as well.
And we haven't talked much about Brian Himmler, but I can tell you that anytime I've seen Chief in an event, especially this one here, he supported this one for a long, long time and had himself quite a run on the professional tour there for a while. Always somebody I really enjoyed watching bowl, and it's always really, really cool to hang out and talk to at these events. He looks mean when you just look at him bowling. But he's just a big old teddy bear.
Yep. Doug Aston had 175 game one. Everybody's getting about to the end of game two here, so we'll get you a game two update as quickly as we can, as soon as those scores come through. Dominic choices. To be honest with you, I think part of what made the lanes even a little harder yesterday was that people used too much surface. Because of the volume being lower, I ended up using mostly out of the box, so most of mine were at 2,000. I'm obviously not bowling today, but it had nothing to do with ball reaction. It was simply just bad physical game. I would say 1,000 was probably the most common surface yesterday for the people that bowled well.
Looks like Brian Dennis here is going to be in the 220s.
And let's see what he started with. He had 187 the first game, but so he's still 27 over. He's only 24 pins out of the cut after that first game.
And that just so happens to be the same score that Ari Wilson just bowled, 187. Brian Robinson's got himself some strikes going into the 10th frame here. We don't know exactly how many. Charles Dunn here on lane 24 can get to 199. Hey Robert, if you're having an issue with the live stream, down on the bottom right hand side, if you click the little gear that says settings and you change your quality to 480p instead of auto, your screen should clear up and look a little bit better. Brian Robinson with another strike. See how many he's got up there. Oh, they turned off the
turned the graphics off
today.
We don't. That doesn't help us.
That's probably the other day. I was I was ripping on this scoring system from the '80s. Just talking about how they still put a turkey up after three strikes.
Matt, I'm not quite sure who the youngest on the lanes today is, but there is one. They were guaranteed to advance one youth bowler. So
almost a Greek church picked up over there on 29.
I'll figure out who that is for you. I believe Brian Robinson can shoot 227. I believe that's what he's got maxed out. And we'll find out now. Be 216 if that's the case. Yep.
Is Walter Ray the oldest in the field? Very well could be.
I'm gonna guess he probably is. A little bit of transition from people switching lanes this game, so we'll get you a score update as quickly as we can.
I'm hearing some bizarre feedback in my earpiece. I don't know about you, Dave, but I'm hearing a little bit of static. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if that's coming through for everybody else or not.
Yeah, I'm not getting any.
Okay. It's probably just my headset. Okay. Game number 3 underway here. Lanes 21 and 22 now. Tell you who we have. We got Jean Almaria, a backup bowler. She bowled the doubles the other night. And as was mentioned, I need to give female bowlers credit. And she threw the last ball on Friday night that night. If you were with us on Friday night, you'll get that inside joke there. Also, bowling on lane 13 is J.R. Raymond. He spent a healthy amount of time with me during A Squad in the booth. I really appreciated the time I spent with J.R.
He's usually got some pretty good insight for you.
That'll be a good one to listen back to.
Does a great job up at TurboTech, up in working for Turbo Grips.
It's been 1 year,
Yeah.
right at 1 year now, and,
Yep.
and he talked a lot about how his attitude's changed on bowling over the last couple of years, and how he's improved his mental game. And I really enjoyed talking to him about that. Talk about a young man who's turned his bowling career from a little bit on the negative side, a little bit on the opinionated side, not looking at the glass half full, more half empty, to totally flipping that around. He says he's been reading a lot of books, and he's been chatting it up with a lot of folks that are good mentors. I talked about having some time with Dr. Dean, some other people like that. So kudos to JR.
I'll give a shout out to one of those books because I've read it and from time to time read it again. It's called Mind Gym, and if you need a little help with your mental game, that is a fantastic book.
Manny Valencia says backup bowlers prefer you to say reverse hook. Okay, all right, we can do that.
We stand corrected.
And then Kenny Abner and Daniel Dino also on this pair. Dino delivers the ball off the wrong foot.
So, once again, we have just a wide variety of styles, and that's great. That's kind of what's great about our sport. There's a lot of different ways you can do it, and I know there's a lot of detractors that say that's not right. You can't do it that way, but you know what? It doesn't always have to be done one way.
And Kenny Abner here, let me tell you about Kenny. I believe he's won the Hoinky.
More than once, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's his claim to fame. He bowls with Jeff Fair and Spigner's and those guys when he goes out to nationals every year. I used to bowl around the same time, and I'd run into those guys all the time. And Kenny Abner, he's a player. He's got quite an established career and still out here doing it. And he's got the new glasses. He's sporting the glasses, and he says a lot of people don't even recognize him right now. He just makes him look that much different, he said. And I call him Clark Kent now. He's got the Clark Kent look going. Always enjoy seeing Kenny, and he always makes sure he takes a moment, and he doesn't just say hi and walk by. He stops me, shakes my hand, asks me how I'm doing. Thanks for all you do for bowling. How you been? What's going on? And he always wants me to deliver some sort of insight. He wants some inside knowledge about something every time I see him. I like that about Kenny.
Doug Moss gave us a little update there, too. Ken Abner's a two-time USBC Nationals champion as well. Doug, thanks for that update. All right, we're climbing on up. 365 people watching and 115 likes.
I've got a personal admiration for these guys that had to work full-time jobs and just realized they couldn't bowl the professional tour and grind it out over the years. I've got respect for yourself, Dave, someone that's chosen that path. But there's something about coming out and live streaming as an amateur live streaming service and highlighting some of these players that are kind of hidden under a rock. They're not hidden under a rock if you know bowling and you're in the know and you're in the upper 1 percentile. But if you're just a fan of bowling, people don't know who Ken Abner or Steve Taylor are. And those are the kind of guys that I kind of sort of pull for and really root for in these events.
Yeah, it's good to see, again, like you said, not everybody has chosen the path of bowling full-time. It's a hard thing right now, and I hope it gets better to where guys like a Ken Abner or a Jeff Fair or a Steve Taylor should be professional bowlers. They should be making a living at bowling. Unfortunately, our sport doesn't allow that at the moment, but there's a lot of things going on that could make that better for the younger crowd coming up, to where we don't have guys that kind of get lost or hidden under a rock, like you said. The influx of youth bowling with junior gold and high school bowling and collegiate bowling, there's so much good competitive bowling at a young age now. I think it's tremendous the way it's going. And if you look at the tour right now, the last 6 major winners are all under the age of 30.
That's a good point.
And it's been a long time since that's happened. That's really good for our sport.
We've got feet and a body on 27. But looks like we had a pin setter malfunction here. But I wanted to bring in the other pair, introduce you to the players over here on this pair. Looks like we have
Zeke Bate is on there.
Yep, we've got
Zeke Bate, Chris Vi. We're going to get a Chris Vi sighting on 27 and 8. I'm going to guess we're going to get a lot of requests to show 27 and 8 this game.
We got Kyle Mayberry, our leader, Justin Knowles, Zeke Bate, and Chris Vi. You want to take that one?
The Jeff Fair one?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff Fair is actually Steve Fair's son. Steve Fair still runs a very successful pro shop in the Cincinnati area. Yes, Masters champion Steve Fair. He won in 1994 in Mobile. So, yeah, I pulled that one right out of my
Yeah,
hat.
you did. That's why you're so good, Dave. I'm telling you.
Jeff has a full-time job with American Express. And, comes out and bowls these bigger events and always is a threat to win.
You know what's funny, too, is there was a big joke at the IB Open a couple years ago that Jeff Fair is going to be the best man in my wedding. That isn't scheduled to happen.
No wedding in the future?
That sounds really, really bad. But it's just how we roll.
Yeah, well, I'm in the same boat, man.
Yeah, Jeff Fair, if you look up his collegiate career, and I'm going to do that right now.
And Jeff Fair is also a 2-time USBC Nationals champion, I believe on the same team with Ken Abner.
Yes, they are on the same team. I think they might even bowl doubles together. I can't remember that one. So I'm going to go over to collegebowling.com really quick. Okay. And I want to talk about Jeff Fair's collegiate career here. I don't know what screen I landed on, but this is just a sample of Jeff Fair. He bowled 62 total games in 2000, 2001, and his average was 209.177. He bowled in 8 events. In 4 of them, he was in the top 25. 2 of them, he was in the top 10. And he was the overall leader at one of them with an average differential of 44 pins at the Bearcat Hoinky. He bowled for the University of Cincinnati, and this guy was a beast on the lanes. And I remember competing against Jeff. We're around the same age in collegiate competition. And, he didn't go to Wichita. He didn't go to Nebraska. He didn't go to any of these powerhouses from that era.
He stayed home.
And just a guy that gets forgotten in bowling. Guy's awesome. He's an incredible bowler. And a great guy. We are now the number 2 live sporting event on YouTube. Thanks to the viewers giving us the likes and all the comments in the chat and the interaction.
And we do have a Game 2 update, Mike, so I'll run through this real quick. Kyle Mayberry still your leader. He had 214 Game 2, so he is plus 157. Kyle Troop with 252. The second game has jumped all the way up to plus 113, and he is in second. Graham Faw plus 101. Ben Pallardy plus 80. Brian Robinson plus 70. Jeff Fair, we were just speaking of Jeff Fair, with 212 Game 2 plus 58. I'm sorry, plus 68. Steve Novak plus 66, and Brian Dennis rounding out the top 8 at plus 63. I know somebody asked about Chris Vi's second game, and I'll get you that update. Looks like he had 209. He is minus 39.
I'm looking at Brandon Novak in 11th, by the way. He bowled 211 after that. What was it the first game?
169 the first game.
So 211 came back. He's in 11th. If he's going to win 3 times in a row, he's got a little bit of work to do.
This one's a little clearer.
Yeah, I can see clearly now the rain is gone.
Please don't start singing. Drew wants to see the scoreboard on 21 and 22. Can you make that happen, producer?
There you go.
There you go, Drew. Ricky Fuller, game 2. Ricky Fuller had 180. Ricky Fuller is minus 13, so 66 pins out of the cut with 3 games to go.
Josh Berry says he's excited to bowl on Mike Flanagan's YouTube tour.
Hey, look at that.
I've never heard it put that way, but I do like that.
Fred McGee wants to know who the guy bowling off the wrong foot is. That's Daniel Dino. He's from the Owensboro, Kentucky area. Always very competitive in the events he bowls in.
Really good bowler. He and C.J. Anderson have something in common.
Yes, yes.
Denver Broncos running back. Bad injury this year. I hope he's able to bounce back.
Matt McDaniel, I myself am not a UK fan. I'm going to go way out on a limb and say that Mr. Flanagan's not a UK fan either.
Kentucky? I don't have anything against the University of Kentucky.
Aaron McCarthy and Daniel Farish after game 2. Aaron McCarthy is in 28th. She has 156 and 213, minus 50. And Daniel Farish has 210 and 191, so he's minus 20. Again, the cut is at plus 53.
Jody, hello from Australia. Mike, no, and I won't be throwing that ball. Most of us here are affiliated with Ebonite International, and those are the products that we choose to use. But maybe somebody else in the chat might be able to answer that for you.
Richard Allen, I will let her know. She might actually be on the chat right now at some point. I'll let her know that you want her autograph.
If you want to see how your favorite bowler is bowling, head over to InsideBowling.com. At the top of the screen is a live streaming in progress link, and it'll take you to a landing page. And down at the bottom, there's an event information tab, and you can see all the individual scores for every bowler. Oh, here you go. Here's one you should screenshot and have blown up and put like in your kitchen.
What's that, James Adams?
Yeah, watching bowling and drinking coffee live feed with the man vodka. What more could you ask for on a Sunday morning?
Kyle Troop's second game was 232. He's actually in second place right now. Romeo, yes, Ronnie Russell is on the lanes today. Ronnie Russell is currently in 22nd place with 200, 193 the first 2 games, so he's minus 9.
Good morning, Eddie Flanagan. You want to know, you're interested in how Steve Taylor's bowling?
Steve Taylor has 191 and 208 the first 2. He's plus 29, 24 pins out of the cut.
He's got 85 in the 5th right now with a strike working over on 25 and 26. And he just crossed over for a double, Eddie.
Osmosis, thank you. Yeah, and we'll actually be up there next week. We're bowling that same regional next weekend at Legend Lanes in Cuyahoga Falls. I'll be bowling with my partner Eddie Graham again.
Is that Borden's old place?
No, that is Stonehenge.
Is that still
Yeah.
open?
Yeah, he's still there too.
Is he?
Yeah.
I bowled Teen Masters one year in that building.
That was a long time ago.
Yes, it was. That was the year Brian Hatcher won over Chris Jones. The year before, Mike Fagan won.
Nice.
He was the inaugural champion of that event.
Mike Fagan.
Yeah, I bowled year 2.
Stephen Allen. Ronnie has not sang that song yet, as Mr. Flanagan has not finished the lyrics of it. So this may be a little while, but at some point, maybe we'll get a recorded version of it on the Ebonite Facebook page.
High five? No high five? See that three-bagger? That's the best three-bagger ever. Search is active and continue. Pay close attention.
Romeo, there is no ball speed sensors on these scoring units. Sorry about that. Get a look at our leader right now, Kyle Mayberry. On our split screen and no more split screen.
Yeah, we'll take a look at a score update here for everybody.
Kyle Mayberry struggling a little bit this game with 65 in the 5th. That was a better shot there.
I am not really familiar with Kyle's game.
I am not either, to be honest with you. Do we know where he's from? Anybody in the chat know where Kyle Mayberry's from?
I'll tell you what's interesting is not only do you have to call action, not only do you have to make sure your stream is going up, not only do you have to check the scores for updates and click the cameras and produce, but you also have to monitor the chat and hit the block button on occasion.
Yeah. Doug Moss, again, thank you for the update. Kyle Mayberry's from Mechanicsburg, Ohio. Bowls out of the Springfield area. So the Springfield area is represented by Chris Vi, Ricky Fuller, and Kyle Mayberry today.
Let's take a look at Vi. He's sporting the pink today.
And what's he got? Bowling a little better game. Front 4 and a spare. And another great shot there.
I'm going to look at it again. So here's Vi today. Okay, take a look at that. And I've got a replay of Chris Vi yesterday attacking the lanes. Let's go ahead and bring that up. Look at the difference. This is Chris Vi yesterday, much further outside.
Very different today. Fred asked, out of the 4 brands of EBI, which one do I like the best? To be honest with you, Fred, I use some from all of the 4 brands. They all have great products in their own way. They all have distinctions. You know, Columbia with the Hypershock technology, Hammer with the carbon fiber, Track with the multi-density cores. They all work. They're all good on different things. Again, if you were in the live stream earlier and Mike was talking about building an 8-ball arsenal over the 4 brands, you can build an 8-ball arsenal many different ways, and he built 2 that were great without using the same ball twice. So I don't know that really answers your question. I don't know that I have a favorite out of them because I do use some from all 4 of them. And apparently Dean Reynolds is from Springfield, Ohio also. So they must have just rented a bus and bussed everybody down from Springfield, all the good bowlers.
Yeah, Jody, two-handed bowling is very popular here in the States. And good day from Australia. I went to Outback the other day and had a Foster's.
That's a beer.
Australian for beer. Oh, yeah, cool. All right, Eddie Flanagan says, hey, Mike, will Hammer let you raffle a ball at the holiday doubles? If I donate one to the tournament and all proceeds can go towards equipment? Sure, absolutely. Thanks, Eddie.
Thanks for that, Eddie. Appreciate it. Good morning, TJ Schmidt. Thanks for joining us.
I got to tell you, I didn't know this Eddie Flanagan very well, and our names are spelled differently. And it's funny, there's like this inside joke because I like always saying, no relation, no relation. And I don't even know why. I just have that rattle off the tongue. But I sent him a message congratulating him on the holiday doubles win. It's the first message I ever sent him on Facebook or anything. I've seen him around at events and things like that, but just we never crossed paths, for whatever reason. And sent him a note. And the more I've interacted with Eddie Flanagan in the last couple of weeks, the more I like the guy. So if you're ever in Peoria, Illinois, stop by and check them out at Landmark Lanes. Landmark Lanes, you know the history behind Landmark Lanes, don't you? The historic match that happened in that building, Dave?
I absolutely do. I bowled that event. That was early on in my days of the tour. I actually had some success at Landmark Lanes. I enjoyed that place. Made a couple top 24s there. That title match between Brian Goebel and Norm Duke. Brian Goebel having the front nine and still needing the first hit in the 10th to win the match. And with it being the True Value Open, there was a $200,000 bonus for a 300 game during that event. And Brian Goebel with 296. But 296 to 280 in the title match there. Absolutely amazing.
And was he using a Gyro Pro?
He was. He was using a green Gyro Pro. Very good. I'm impressed.
And Norm Duke was using a Beast.
Yep.
And Norm Duke has the highest losing score to this date in PBA finals history at Landmark Lanes.
Correct. Has that ball been released or announced yet? The kinetic? Hasn't even been announced.
Well, to the pro shops it has, but not to the public. It's on.
Probably don't.
Good morning, Chase Rhodes.
Matt, what do you think about EJ throwing 300s? I think EJ is very hard to beat right now. I don't know how else to put it. The guy wins everything right now. He's probably going to win Player of the Year. I don't really see how he can't. But for those of you that may not know, Matt was mentioning EJ bowling 300s. He bowled 300s during the Japan Cup in a 32-game tournament. Qualified 5th for the stepladder and then went up the stepladder to win the tournament. So he starts 2017 right where he left off, winning the World Championship at the end of 2016.
If you've ever seen the movie Coming to America, the barbershop scene, that boy good.
He real good.
Chase, I don't know if we really need to go there.
Osmosis. EJ definitely has broken through. As with any young talent that comes into the tour, there's still a learning curve. And he had some early success, made some shows. Now he's learned how to win on TV, and, man, he's going to be hard to beat.
Yes, the InsideBowling.com Open will be April 28th through the 30th. I'll let you read that other comment, Dave.
We have a request for Mike to do all of his commentary in his Mitch Beasley voice for Game 4. So we'll see. I don't know if we can do it for the whole game, but maybe we'll try to get Mitch in the booth for a little bit of insight here during Game 4.
The problem is I turned into Elvis very quickly with that impersonation.
Yeah, you did last night. We had to shut you off when it became Elvis.
I don't spend enough time rehearsing my impersonations, but I will tell you that I did when Angelimar was in the chat, and she thought I was doing a good job with it. That was interesting. And then in between the blocks yesterday, I actually went down to Mitch Beasley and said, "Have you heard anything about me doing an impersonation of you?" And he goes, "Well, no, I haven't." And I said, "Well, Mitch, I do, and I don't want you to take any offense to this. It's all in good fun. I hope it's okay." And he's like, no, I don't mind. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I did it for him in front of him, and he laughed. And we have plans one day for him to be in the booth, and it's going to be two Mitch Beasleys talking to each other.
Good morning, Lisa Osborne. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Couple of
Eddie Flanagan with another Coming to America reference.
The key words you have to say with Mitch is, well, I made an adjustment. That's the first thing. That's your go-to. And moved left, shot 240, come back, shoot 250, and moved to another pair, and it was kind of tricky. Made a ball change. Took a little more time on the approach. Left 3 4-pins and a 4-6. Had 187. Bowling pretty good. There you go.
Thanks for that insight, Mitch. Glad to have you in the booth again this morning. Yes, Chris Vai is bowling a very good game this game. So making up for that 169 start. We're getting towards the end of Game 3 here. A couple pairs in the 7th frame, most in the 8th, 9th, 10th. We'll keep you updated the best we can at the end of the game, get you that third game update as quickly as we can. How's Chris Hester doing this morning? Let's get an update on Chris Hester. Chris Hester started at 19 under, bowled 217 and 202, so he is even. He's hanging in there. Game 3 will be an important game for him. He's 50 pins out. Dylan, I'm not sure if Brandon will be back on a TV pair or not. Mike, I'm getting a couple texts about how good Mitch is in the booth.
Nice. He is. I mean, he does deliver a lot of insight. J.R. Raymond here is going to have in the 240s.
246, and right now he's at plus 30. He's only 23 out, so I'm gonna guess. I think that's actually going to put him up into the top 8 with 2 games to go.
Zeke Bate here is quietly bowling a nice game himself. There's the black cloud on that, but let's get a score.
Good job, Mike.
234.
234, and Zeke Zeke's struggling a bit right now. He started with 167 and 135. So he was 71 under. That's going to definitely get him back in there with maybe a chance with a couple big games.
And yes, Chase, I know you can start trouble with anything. We just, all I want to say is we're respectful of every company that has employees and payroll and that are working hard on trying to improve bowling and to give back to bowling, and we just try to respect that in our chat.
Yeah, we're all working for the same goal, the bowling industry needs to work together. We're all trying to get to the same goal. We want bowling to succeed as a whole.
This is an interesting question from John Herman. Mike, you talked about how you admire that a lot of these guys have full-time jobs outside of bowling. Agree 100%. Do you have any idea if a lot of them are blue or white-collar careers?
I can tell you a couple of them. Like I mentioned earlier when we were talking about Jeff Fair. Jeff Fair is a account manager for American Express. Let me look around a little bit and see if I know any of the other ones that are outside of the bowling industry. You know, a lot of these guys also own a pro shop or work for a company in the bowling industry.
Chris Vi can bowl 259 here, huh?
Yes. Nice rebound. He's right now about 90 pins out of the cut, so 259 definitely be a good one. Take a guess at how many bowlers have backers these days. Man, that's a tough question. I'm gonna guess at least 50%. I would think.
It's probably a good guess.
I don't know the real answer to that. No, actually, you know what? Back to the question about what guys do for a living. Matt Ogle owns his own landscaping business.
Yes, he
So
does.
that's another one outside of bowling.
We have no action on any of the lanes, so you get to look at us for a moment.
All right.
Mike Flanagan,
Awesome.
Dave Wadka here with you in the booth, and we're off to a good start here this morning. I'm feeling really good about our broadcast, feeling really good about all the questions that are coming in as well.
Yeah, we've had a good chat this morning. The questions in the chat have been very good. Hopefully we've been able to answer everybody's questions, and if we haven't, if we missed your question, ask it again. These questions go by so fast, sometimes we miss them.
Don't forget to give us a like down below, everybody. We would appreciate a like. And
Keep
if you
that
want
away
to
from my
follow
face.
us over on Facebook, you can follow us on Facebook as well and give us a like over on Facebook at Inside Bowling. We certainly would appreciate that. And this weekend, Mike Wolf's doing a membership drive, trying to drive subscribers for us. If we get to 8,500 subscribers, which is a lofty goal, we're around 7,750 right now. He's going to give away a hammer bowling ball next week. So just go ahead and hit the subscribe button over on YouTube, everybody. We would appreciate a subscribe. It gives you instant notifications on when we're going to be live next. And since we do this part-time, it's not always easy to remember that we're going to be on. So make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. We would appreciate that.
I actually went and did that this morning. I didn't realize I hadn't subscribed to it.
There you go. I appreciate that, Dave. Once again, we have no action out on the lanes right now. I'm going to go ahead and get our Game 4 graphic ready to rock here, though. Dave, you're looking good in purple today.
Thanks. Edward, have there been any 300s in the tournament? No. We don't get very many 300s in this event. 2 years ago, Brian Himmler had one.
Last year, Brandon Novak.
Last year, Brandon Novak had one. So we have had one each of the last 2 years. We have not had one yet this weekend. Maybe we'll see some action and get one during the finals.
Good. I believe there's a $1,000 prize for that.
Yes. William, standings are posted at InsideBowling.com. You can find them there. They update every game. Jimmy Cook is not still bowling. He lost in a roll-off to Zach Filing last night for the 40th spot. Bring back the 8-ball. That was actually one of my favorite balls in the 98 season. Made a TV show with that one.
When I think of that ball, I think of one bowler.
Sean Swanson.
Yep,
Sean Swanson threw it on the show in Portland that same year.
Yeah, when he finished second,
Yep.
I think, to Norm Duke.
Yep.
Sean left us almost 2 years ago now.
Yeah, very sad.
Way early. Sean was a early adopter of Inside Bowling. He was involved with this from day one, coming over from Kansas City. Can't say enough great things about him. I was actually in Missouri for the Missouri Hall of Fame this year when he got inducted, and his family was there to accept the award. We actually streamed that. It's on our archives. You can go watch that. we put together a video tribute actually for Sean because he did so much for us. When you start a new organization and you're in Missouri and you've got your St. Louis cronies that you know you're involved with, but for Sean to lead the west side of Missouri and bring people like Casey Murphy and Kevin Williams and all these other sorts of people into it was pretty special. So still no action. Should be just
got a couple questions
here
we can get to. Is Dom Barrett living in the U.S. now? No, Dom still lives in England. He just comes over to bowl the events. That was another great signing for us at EBI. Made the show at the World Championship. Had a great run out at the World Series this year. And correction, Sean finished second to Danny Wiseman, not Norm Duke, in the Oregon Open.
Yeah, that's right.
So thanks for that correction, Justin.
Norm was on the show, though, I think, if I remember correctly.
Did Ricky Bush, did you get morning White Castles or Steak and Shake?
Actually, it's funny you mentioned that. Last night, I did go to Steak and Shake. It's about 7 or 8 minutes away, and yeah, I did.
All right. No White Castles this morning, though?
No, not this morning. I did have it for dinner 2 nights ago, though. We've got action right here.
All right, so that was Ricky Fuller we just got to look at on 27 and 8. We'll try to get you the rest of the lineup there.
Matt Ogle, Justin Billings, Ricky Fuller, Dean Reynolds.
All right.
And I can give you a sneak peek preview of who we will have it on 21 and 22 at some point. Daniel Farish, Jeff Fair, Greg Thomas, and Chris Hester.
Nice pair there. A couple people that people have been asking about this morning in the chat, so we'll get a look at them.
We've surpassed 400 viewers this morning. Appreciate it. Got 159 likes down below. Don't forget, the more you interact and subscribe to our channel and hit the like button and type in the chat, the more YouTube says, hey, this is a legit channel. We should increase it in the search rankings. And then what happens from there, Dave, is we have this little thing called trickle-down effect. So the more people that watch bowling, the more opportunity they have to potentially get the urge to go bowling themselves.
Exactly.
And then bowling centers have more bowlers in there, and they turn into league bowlers, which translates into ball sales. And then they get good.
It's all a trickle-down effect.
They join the PBA, and they... Bowler's Journal has more stories, so it's a thicker magazine. And anyway, so just do me a favor. Hit the like button and subscribe to our channel.
Dick Allen in there said he just watched that show that I was on with the 8-ball, the 98 Johnny Petraglia Open. Lost to Brian Voss and Amleto in a 3-man match. Actually, Brian Voss advanced out of that one and bowled Tim Chris for the title.
The Turtle. Turtle.
And Dick Allen, my mom did text me. She said she'll get you an autograph when we're out at the Masters. She's actually going to be working the Masters for USBC.
I'm feeling a bit turtley this morning. If you've ever seen Master of Disguise, it's a Dana Carvey movie. Dana Carvey's one of my favorite actors.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Turtle. It was a horrible movie, but there is a scene that's hilarious in that movie when he shows up to an event dressed as a turtle. I'll tell you what, there was a run there for a couple of years where track dominated the PBA tour.
With Tim Chris and Steve Hoskins, who, by the way, is getting inducted into the PBA Hall of Fame in February, and I'm very excited for that. I'm looking forward to my friend being there, my fellow Seahawk fan, and I'll always have a little bit of a soft spot for him because he left the most important ring 10 of my career.
True.
But definitely looking forward to that. And Butch Soper back then won with the track balls. They definitely had a little run there.
The Big D, Dave
D'Entremont, absolutely. Yeah.
Walter Ray Williams Jr. even used a code red on a show.
Yes. Yep. Matter of fact, did he win? He won something with I remember him winning. It might have been his first major that he won with the code red. I'd have to look that one up. I'm not 100% sure on that one.
And Butch Soper was using the Synergy.
Yep.
Then I remember the senior tour those couple of years as well. The flare. I remember. I think Butch Soper used a flare on TV also.
Bob Glass. Bob Glass won a bunch with the trackballs on the senior
I think Don
tour.
Helling won with a track flare on TV as well.
John Mazza. There's another one. Got another name in there with the track brand.
You know, that's one of those guys. I've got Mazza. I've got Palumbi. Those two come to mind right off the top. Two guys that are kind of like, where are they now?
Mm-hmm. Palumbi's still around. I talked to Jason Couch quite a bit, and he does still talk to Palumbi a little bit. Bob Benoit, there's another one. I
remember Bob Benoit using a nuke.
Yeah. That bright green one. Absolutely.
PDW threw a track 10 once on TV. I got a funny story about track. I ordered I got a ball. I got a blue Trackster recently, brand new in the box.
Nice. It's a good little find.
Yeah. I'm looking for a black Enforcer. I want a 15-pound black Enforcer. Just something. There's this thing about wanting something you can't have, and drives you nuts. That's what these relic bowling balls have done to people. It's human nature to want them.
Right. Brandon's got a question for me. I know you like practicing on house shots to see your ball go through the pins and strike. What do you do to prepare for shots like this? Brandon, to be honest with you, for me, and it works for me, and I don't, maybe it doesn't work for everybody, but for me, practicing on something that's not quite as hard gets me in a better rhythm. And it's all really about timing and rhythm for me. And if I have that, I generally can figure out the lanes, figure out the pattern. For the tour events, we always get a practice session on the pattern the day before, so I can use that to get my arsenal lined up. Events like this, you come in kind of knowing something similar to what the pattern's going to be. So you're prepared for it a little bit. And again, it's really just about timing and rhythm for me personally. And I know there's a lot of people that don't have that same outlook as I do. But again, it's all just about rhythm for me. And if I'm throwing it good and I feel good, I can generally figure out the pattern and get a ball matched up. So I hope that answered your question.
I got a text coming in from Kenny Corley, watching on his flat screen 60-inch TV today. Says, hey, buddy, it's Kenny Corley. The show looks great on my 60-inch TV. You and Dave are doing a great job. And we got 2 exclamation points after that, Dave.
Nice.
One for each of us, I guess.
Herb Lyons asked if I ever used a sumo back in the day. Herb, I've actually been with Ebonite International since 1993. So I did not ever get a chance to throw a sumo. That was a competitor's ball back then, and so I just never did.
The purple sumo was seemed to hook more than the black one, actually. The pearl one. There's something weird about that ball. You know what ball I think has been very underrated and people don't talk about it very much? That's actually from the 2000s, from the track line. The Rising.
Yeah.
That Rising.
That was a very good ball.
It just went through the pins differently. It was a weird, I really couldn't explain. It seemed like when the ball was going into the pocket that, oh boy, I'm gonna leave a 10 pin, but it just knocked all of them down. There was some different technology around that ball, wasn't there?
Yeah, again, that was I don't know a whole lot about what it was, but it was a really good ball, really good seller also.
And then that Uprising right behind it, that black one.
Yeah, the black one.
Yeah.
Hey, Dick Allen said he's got a maroon weapon undrilled.
Does he really?
Look at that. And we've got a 3-game update for you here. So we'll go through that real quick while you watch a little split screen action. Kyle Mayberry's still in the lead at plus 126. Ben Pallardy with a 220 game jumps up to plus 110 in second place. Graham Faw plus 106. Kyle Troop plus 87. J.R. Raymond up to 5th place with plus 75. Steve Novak plus 73. Brian Wallachek plus 71. And rounding out the top 8, Steve Taylor at plus 61. And now we're starting to get a little gap in the scores, as 9th place is only plus 35, Brian Robinson. Two-time defending champion Brandon Novak in 12th at plus 25, so still only 35 pins out of the cut. If you'd like a specific update on anybody, let me know. I've got the scores in front of me. We'll get to it as quick as we can.
I'm going to full screen Chris Hester wearing his purple and black track shirt today.
Daryl, yes, there was a trackball called the Critical Mass. That ball was very popular also and made a lot of TV shows.
And that code red was the follow-up to the Critical Mass.
George asked, since I've been with EBI since '93, are there any other bowling balls from other companies that you wish you could have gotten a chance to throw? George, to be honest with you, every company makes great equipment, and being with Hopkinsville since then, you know, it's what I had, and it's what I had success with. And I don't ever feel like a different brand was going to make me bowl better. For me, it was still about repetition, still about matching up the right ball to what the pattern was. So, no, I look back on it, and I'm very happy with where my career's gone and where I'm at in the industry with Ebonite International now. Jeff Fair update. Jeff Fair's in 15th place. Had a rough game, 159, game 3. He's plus 17, so 44 pins out of the cut.
And on our featured pair over here on lanes 21 and 22.
Lisa Osborne still has 2 uprisings, new in box. We might have to work out a little trade for that. I may need one of those. Matter of fact, I'll be up in the Akron area this coming week. Keep that in mind, Lisa.
You know what's funny too is, you know, I just talked about how many great offerings there are currently in the lineup, and yet here we are reminiscing about these older balls, and my personal, like, I guess the reason why I like to talk about these older balls is because it takes me back to a time in my life when there were good memories. Not to say there aren't now, but you always look back at things. Like, we'll look back at this event, Dave, just like we're looking back at last year's event, and we'll remember it, and we'll smile and say, hey, remember when the Seahawks, when you nudged me when they were playing the Vikings, and we laugh and we smile. Reminiscing back and reliving those moments and having things that are tied to that. Like, if you hear a song on the radio that you remember from a great moment, same thing can be said for bowling products sometimes. So just having that and being able to look at that ball or have it in your hand and say, last time I had this ball in my hand, I was 15 years old and I didn't have a worry in the world, and now here it is again. It just feels good.
Yeah, I have that with a lot of, you know, as you know, I have a pretty extensive collection of older bowling balls. Most of mine are much older, from, you know, 50s, 60s, 70s, undrilled stuff. But the one I got just about a year and a half ago, because I did not have one, was Mika Koivunemi was able to give me a black and silver matrix new in box.
Really?
And that's the ball I won my title with.
Yep.
So that kind of brought back some really cool memories, and that one obviously won't ever get drilled. That one's just for a collection. And that's the thing about all these old balls for me, that I would never drill them, because honestly, for the most part, those older technology balls, even from just 10 years ago, they don't hook on today's oil at all. So if you're thinking about getting one because you want to drill it, it's not going to be what you think it is, I promise.
Yeah, put it in a glass case and show it off to your friends. Put it in your office.
Dylan asked about an Excalibur. Dylan, I actually do have one undrilled Excalibur in its box still.
You do.
I do. That's one of my. That is part of my collection. That one I won't get rid of. And yes, Mark McDowell. That was the first Excalibur sighting on TV. I made the final. I made the top 24 in that tournament, and I remember distinctively throwing a firebolt. And here's Mark McDowell just absolutely hooking circles around me with this ball that it looked like a yellow dot. The looks of it, it looked like a yellow dot, but it looked like somebody kicked it down the lane. So, yeah, that brings back great memories also.
Matt Ogle.
I see you laughing at some of the stuff in there. We got so much chat going on, I can't keep up with it right now.
I know. It's pretty cool, though. I'm going to address this question. Mike, what's your opinion on Donald Trump? Really? Like, you really want to know my opinion on Donald Trump? Like, this is gonna.
That one should get banned. This is not a political.
What's my opinion? I wish him well, and I hope our country is great over the next 4 years under his leadership.
It's a great answer. Richie Wayne, the oil pattern is 46 feet. And Osmosis wants to know what we do with the balls that you drilled that you don't use anymore. Me personally, I have about 4 or 5 of the drilled ones that sit in my trophy case because they're special to me. The rest of them, I usually throw them in the dumpster, to be honest with you.
I'm going to go back to the Trump question. I'm not happy that he's in office because I was a big Celebrity Apprentice fan, and I just don't think Schwarzenegger's doing a good job on that show.
I'd have to defer that one to Missy because she's watching that show, and I haven't seen it yet. But she has left the chat because she had to go to her high school practice.
Chase Rhodes. Mike, did you ever buy any Visionary products from the Wonders van at Gateways? John Wonders and his family, when they were involved with Faball, to the youth bowlers in St. Louis, they would allow some youth bowlers to do a little direct buy from the manufacturer in an effort to help the youth, like 1 ball a year at a special rate. And I got a 3D offset hammer from them, and I won my only Gateway. I bowled 300, had 290, shot 817 in that tournament, and went on to win with a 3D offset hammer at the time. As far as the Visionary balls go, I think I might have had one, but I was already hooked up in the industry, and Visionary wasn't cool at the time, and I wanted to wear Nikes, so I looked elsewhere for bowling equipment at the time. Great people, though, the Wonders.
Justin asked if I still have the blue nitro I threw on my first telecast. Man, I'm glad you've been watching professional bowling for that long. And honestly, I actually do. That is one of the balls that sits in my trophy case, is the blue nitro that I threw on my first TV show.
Blue Nitro trivia question. I'm sure this gets asked all the time. What is Mike Flanagan's first ever bowling ball ever? It was a Blue Nitro, 12 pounds, drilled conventional.
Very nice. Like that.
My second ball all time? What do you think it was, Dave?
Well, let's see. Blue Nitro.
It was pretty quickly after that I got this ball because I was a spoiled little brat and I needed another ball.
How about a black turbo?
You're really close.
Red turbo.
You're not that close.
Firebolt?
You said black.
Black hammer.
Nope. This is like when I say this ball name, it's kind of obscure. But think of the other brands, and it was an Ebonite International product. Now it would be
Black U-Dot.
Close. Now that's red hot.
A U2.
That's still red hot.
A Vector 1.
Now you're getting further away.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
So it's a black Columbia ball from that.
Yes. Yes. Came right out after the Nitro. The black U-Dot came out before the Nitro. What came out after the black U-Dot?
The U2.
Nope. The U2 came out after this ball. I'm stumping you good. See if somebody in the chat
you're
can
killing
get it.
me. You are killing me.
I want to give you guys a hint. Pro Hook was after those balls. That was the first Columbia 300 attempt.
Yeah, that was. I knew it wasn't Pro Hook.
Reactive.
We're still in the urethane days. We haven't got to reactive yet.
Yeah. Yep. This ball was black and had green engraving. It was made by Columbia 300.
It's not a messenger because that was later on.
Man, I cannot believe
How can I not
I'm
get this?
stumping you like this. This is awesome.
Oh, you're killing me.
I love this.
I did not ever think I would get stumped on a bowling ball question.
I know, and I got
From
you
the
today.
past.
Yes, Dan Lee
Bud 2.
wins.
There we go. The
Dan
Bud
Lee
2.
wins. The Bud 2. Black U-Dot 2.
Give Dan Lee a thumbs up for that one, guys. That was awesome. Booba Duke, you'll be at our demo on the 25th in Indianapolis. Yes, Bill O'Neill will be there. The Bud 2.
Yeah,
Man.
that's what I had. I went to 14 pounds. I went from 12 to 14, and now this should be a giveaway here. Once I had 2 bowling balls of my own.
You got a Don Johnson tote bag to carry him in.
No.
I thought I was going to get ahead of you on that one.
I had the coolest bag, in my opinion, ever made in the history of bowling.
You had a Nike double bag.
I had a bag that had a big foam insert in the bottom of it. It was a black or like a grayish charcoal foam insert that held 2 balls. Had a big old strap on it. And it was a bag named after one of the 2 balls that I owned. It was that really cool.
The Nitro 2-ball bag.
The Nitro 2-ball bag.
The blue and green Nitro 2-ball bag.
With that big old ebonite across the top.
Absolutely.
I'm sure many people in the chat, if you've been bowling for a while, had that bag.
To be honest with you, I believe I still have one of those.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
More people had that bag. That was like, in my opinion, that was
we followed it up with the bright red and yellow Crush R bag.
I remember that.
It was the same bag.
Exact same bag. We should do a retro version of that. Like
we need some retro graphics for your live stream.
Yeah, we do. That was fun.
Dylan, I'll email you guys later about Indy. We're getting together with the guys from H2M Management. Great supporters of the EBI brand. So see you guys all on Tuesday. Dylan Murphy, Steve Harmon, and Nick Hoagland. Looking forward to getting together with you guys.
Cruising right along. We're driving down memory lane here in game number 4. Well, while you guys were all bowling, I was over defending our country. I was watching on TV. Saw your first title, Dave. Congratulations.
Appreciate that, Mitch. Thanks. And big time congrats on your first national title just a month ago at the World Series.
Well, I wasn't sure if the Cyborg Pearl was going to be the right ball, but it was, and a special day for sure. It was a dream.
Well, we were all real happy for you. It's awesome to see somebody that's done it for so long and worked so hard at it get that first title. And hopefully it's not the last.
Well, I certainly hope not. I'm gonna bowl just about everything this year, and I appreciate it.
Well, good deal. Well, we'll see you out there on the road, and thanks for stopping into the booth again.
No problem.
Mike, I always love when Mitch shows up in our booth unannounced.
Yeah,
It's very cool.
Yeah, it's funny. He just grabs that headset off me and gone.
Mike, can we get go to a full screen and get a scoreboard on these and see how everybody's doing this game?
Yeah, I did that on the left pair, and then we had a request for split screen. We got so many bowlers here, everybody loves. So yeah, let's hop over here.
Doug Moss, I'm hoping to get one more before riding off into the sunset too. Hopefully it's in the PBA league because I would really, really love to win that. That's like the #1 goal for this year. So follow the Philly Hitmen up in Portland, Maine, and root us on to victory. We got Chris Hester with a triple there. Now pacing into the 220s. Let's see where Chris is at right now. Chris is -10, so just 70 out. Still close. 2 games to go. Jeff Fair struggling a little bit this game. Jimmy Cook is not bowling. We mentioned earlier Jimmy Cook lost in a roll-off last night to make the top 40. So he finished 41st.
Guys, sorry. Fred McGee definitely would agree with your sentiments there, sir. Definitely can't go wrong with anything right now in the track line.
Thanks again for that insight. Osmosis, do you still have all your old PBA shirts? No, I have. To be honest with you, I think the only one I have from more than a few years ago is probably the one I wore when I won my title. I do still have that
one. Mitch Beasley, my girlfriend Kim says good morning. Oh, good morning. Good morning to you, Kim.
We're getting a couple pairs finishing up in Game 4 here. I'm gonna sneak away for about 5 minutes.
Okay.
And I'm gonna let Mitch take my place. So it'll be Mitch and Mike in the booth for the next 5 minutes until I come back, and I will see you in just a few minutes.
Okay. All right. This won't be hard to do. We are happy you're with us this morning at the 2017 Bradley Open. Good opportunity here for a reset. You see Hammer down on the screen. You see New Center Consulting. Without those 2 sponsors, this would not be possible to bring you to the live stream. Make sure you consider a Hammer ball in your next bowling ball purchase. Makers of the Scandal, the Phobia, the Rebel line, the Dark Legends series, as well as that Black Hammer pure urethane bowling ball. You saw Tom Doherty win a title, run a step ladder. A little controversial telecast there, but nonetheless, that bowling ball looked extremely good, and it's a good piece to have in your bag. There is Chris Hester out there getting some strikes. And I want to thank Hammer for their support. You know, Hammer's supporting a lot of things right now. Signed some new staffers in the last year, and the last 2 events that I've streamed, both have had Hammer on the screen. So giving back to Scratch Bowling. Make sure you support who supports you. And make sure you consider a Hammer bowling ball in your next purchase. I throw Hammer, you should too. And also want to thank New Center Consulting. If you're looking to upgrade your bowling center, or you're looking for just maybe some ideas on what you might be able to do, give the folks at New Center Consulting a call, and they'll help you modernize your bowling center at affordable prices. Also want to thank Ace Mitchell Bowlers Mart for supporting the event. They're also a sponsor. Logo Infusion, this weekend you can save 20% over at logoinfusion.com by using the coupon code BRADLEY17. Also local sponsors here, Brooks Electric, United American Supply, Fireball Whiskey, and Buffalo Trace Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. Right here in Kentucky. I want to thank Dave Wodka for spending time in the booth. It's always enjoyable to have somebody that speaks so clearly, so well with all the knowledge that he has while he's away for a moment. I just want to send a shout out to everybody in the chat. It's a real treat to be able to have Dave in the booth, and keep those questions coming in to Dave. He'll be more than happy to answer them for you. Yep, right now you're watching the bowlers come through. It's the top 40 bowlers. We're down to 40. The top 8 is the next cut. Once we get down to 8 bowlers, then it will be individual matches. The 1 seed will bowl the 8 seed, the 2 seed will bowl the 7 seed, the 3 will bowl the 6, and the 4 will bowl the 5, and a 2 out of 3 best of match. And then it'll be a bracket format. And we will crown a champion sometime just after 4 o'clock today. Thanks for watching on Inside Bowling. Give us a like down below. 171 people have done so far. I'd like to get that number up to about 200 or so. Chris Hester striking away. Heading into the 10th frame on both of our pairs. Pace is pretty consistent across the house today. Not too out of whack at all. We do have some questions in here. I am trying to keep up with that. Chase, the IB Open's going to move out of St. Louis because there's just no lane beds available on that weekend, and too many leagues will not take off. Mike, will some of the IB tournaments be coming to the East Coast? We'd like to do some stuff further east. I know it's a hotbed of bowling. We're going to move the IB Open east and north, I believe. And, yeah, it's good to see Hester out there throwing it good. That's for sure. I agree with you, Greg. No, Matt Sanders did not make the top 40. I have a question here in the chat on that. So Matt Ogle can bowl 222. The rest of the scores on this pair kind of struggling, and now Matt with that open there. 210. 210 for Ogle. There's Mitch Beasley. Mitch, you got to pull off a seat over here. Mitch is here. I felt somebody over my shoulder. Oh, this is great. This is going to be great. The real Mitch Beasley, please stand up. Oh, boy. Here we go. Time for Mike to turn red in the face.
Well, Mike, I had to get back in the booth just for this because I ran into Mitch over there and I said, hey, you were just in the booth and now you're over here. You're everywhere.
This is true. And joining us now in the booth, again, you've heard him all morning, but he's back now, Mitch Beasley. Hi, Mitch.
Hello.
So, Mitch, I came up to you yesterday, and I let you know about this little impersonation I do of you, and you were very receptive to it.
Yeah, I heard you were pretty good at it, so.
I go a little lower than your voice now that I'm hearing you.
Well, if I, do a little Elvis imitation or something like that.
Mike has turned into a little bit of Elvis a couple times.
That's Elvis and Mitch if they gave birth to somebody and they matured quite quickly, I guess.
Oh, man.
Mitch, we have a question in the chat for you. Is it true that you're the man on the brawny paper towels?
On the brawny paper. Oh,
The
man.
quicker picker upper.
The quicker picker. Oh, man.
Mitch,
That's
you got a
pretty
little
good.
sense of humor here this morning. I'm glad glad you made it in. I was a little disappointed not to see you in this round of 40. I'm sure you were disappointed as well. What was it about this oil pattern that snake bit you?
Man, I didn't carry real well when I threw it good, and then when I threw it bad, I split way too often. So just a little bit of picking the wrong balls to throw and picking the wrong shapes. I either picked the ball that went through the pins too hard and I left the stone 9 or ring 10, or I picked the balls a little too soft and I flat 10 or 4 pins. And then the approaches were a little tricky for me on a couple of pair, and I slipped a couple times. Every time I slipped, I left 2, 4, 8, 10. So it just I bowled great like several games and got nothing out of it, and then I bowled horrible a couple of games.
We got people in the chat commenting. Oh my God! It's the same voice. Mitch, you were becoming the most marketable person in bowling.
The Mitch and Mitch show.
Well, I appreciate you coming into the booth, Mitch. Yeah, they were a little tricky. I went to my cyborg pearl. Still had a little blue oil in it from the TV show. And Jellamar wanted me to put it in a case. It just rolls too good. So I had to bring it. I ran out of room in game 8. Anyway,
Wow, it's like stereo for me.
That's great.
I got Mitch on
my
each side of me.
Mitch is turning red. I'm turning red. I'm embarrassed. I don't even know what to do right now.
I'm so glad
Oh,
you're
my
all in
goodness
here on the
gracious.
chat. I tell you
Yeah.
what, this little 5 minutes right here might be the most rewatched in your archives ever.
Full screen
Oh,
Hester
man.
here.
Still not sure if real Mitch is in the booth. Has Mitch even talked yet?
I'm just glad that Mitch, you have a sense of humor about this. I explained this very, very well yesterday. Frank Caliendo is a huge John Madden fan, and he does the impersonation of John Madden. And they met each other, and it was all good in the hood. And I am a huge Mitch Beasley fan. You have supported our events. I remember the Baker doubles that we ran one year. You were there. You've bowled so much of our stuff, and you've always been just so awesome to us, and one of the good guys in bowling. I teared up a little bit covering you at the World Series when you got her done. You made every cut there. It was incredible. It was incredible to watch.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. A lot of fun, the World Series. A lot of prep work went into that, so it was
We got to get him in here. Got to get him in the booth. We'll bring him up on the screen.
there
There we go.
All right, so, Mitch Beasley joined with someone who
Oh,
thinks
you made
it's
me
Mitch
cry again.
Beasley and Dave Wadka. Dave, I want to thank you for all the support at the World Series. While I was bowling, all the support, I appreciate it.
Well, no problem, Mitch and Mitch.
Oh man.
So Mitch, what's going on now with your bowling career? You had the World Series. Are you bowling all the tour stops this upcoming year, all the national stops and stuff? And you bowling all the weekend warrior tournaments like this one?
I'm planning on bowling as much as I can. So I'll start prep work here in the next week or so for the 3 majors in February. I'll be teaching the Powerhouse Pro Shop class next week, and then the next week I'll be on the West Coast doing some of the bowling seminars, and then I'll have a off week before the majors, and then I'll be bowling as many tournaments as I can throughout the year. So, but I'm definitely going to do some focusing on the 3 majors. I got a little unfinished business at the TOC.
Yeah,
so.
that's an important month for all of us with the 3 majors back to back to back. Got to be ready for that.
Oh yeah.
One of the big things was you weren't wearing jerseys. You were wearing just embroidered regular shirts. So when you qualified and you were the #1 seed and you ran into Jesper with those lanes that were a little different on the right to the left transition wise. I'll leave it at that. But then you wore a jersey on TV and won. Are you gonna use jerseys from now on?
Yeah, I'll use jerseys on the TV show.
Okay.
And then some of the times, most of the guys know when I hurt my hip and back, I had just bought a bunch of brand new Gemini jerseys back then. So I had about $800 worth of jerseys, and I got to wear 2 of them once. So when they switched over to High Five when I came back, I had a bunch of jerseys I didn't have, and then the contract was they didn't know if it was going to be High Five jerseys or not, and I didn't want to, spend another $800 on jerseys and then not be able to wear those too. So I waited till Gemini redid their contract before I got any jerseys. So, and then I couldn't find any. I picked 4 or 5 designs, and they didn't work out on the shirts, so they couldn't make them look good. So.
Well, whatever you had at the World Series worked, and congrats again on winning that first title. That was really cool to see after so many years.
Oh yeah, that was pretty awesome. So much work over the years trying to get to that point. It's very sweet to have it finally pay off.
Yep. Looking forward to this year, getting back at it.
Very much so. It was nice to have some good things happen. I've been on tour since 2008. I missed a year with a broken wrist and torn tendons, and then I missed 2.5 years with a hip and back injury. And now to be healthy and bowling good, it's a whole new perspective. To
good
have
feeling. Yeah.
Have things go in the right direction instead of the wrong direction.
Right. We're getting started in Game 5 here, and we will get you a Game 4 update as we get down. Last game before the cut to the top 8. Chris Hester with a nice 277 in Game 4 is going to jump him up to 67 over. The cut was 61 over, so he's going to be very close, if not in.
Yeah, with a game to go here.
Mike, can you give us a lineup on the 2 pairs for the last game?
I will. On 21 and 22, we have...
That's Zach Filing and Doug Aston on camera right now.
Charles Easton is 21A. 21B is Doug Aston, as you said. Vern Peterson, I call him Boogie Nights. 22C. And Zach, Filing is on 22D. We saw him in the roll-off last night. Down on 27 and 28, we have Corey Gilbert and Jordan Bryant with Aaron McCarthy and Brian Wallachek.
Now, Corey Gilbert made a run in the top 8 last year. He was in. And then again, I'll point out Team USA Trials champion Aaron McCarthy.
Yeah, it was a huge win for her to start the year.
Vernon Peterson. He is on 21 and 22, so we will get a look at him. You can see him on your split screen right now.
Some folks in the chat, Mitch, say they have some recommendations for your voice. They're kind of thinking you're a little James Earl Jones or Morgan Freeman type voice, an iconic voice. They want to know if you've done Tony the Tiger.
I'm going to have to work on Tony the Tiger. I'll try to bring
They're
it.
great.
I'll try to bring that in next time I come to the booth.
Okay, all right, good one. I like that. Kids will probably love that too. And also, someone thinks that you should be a pilot.
Yeah, I've told several times I had a voice for radio. So since I don't have the face for TV, so
I have the face for radio. That's what people tell me.
Oh man.
Mitch, are you bowling the Coldwater Regional this year?
Well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it out to that one. It's one of my favorites. I'm going to try everything I can to make it out there.
And the real Mitch?
can stop crying.
I'm gonna get it down. I'm
I
gonna
will.
get it
I will
totally down.
definitely be bowling cold water. So
Good deal.
No, I'm
That's,
sorry.
one
I misspoke. I didn't think I'd be able to make it. Evidently, I am.
Doug, yes, Brian Wallachek is a free agent. He does throw a fair amount of EBI products as well as a few of the other companies.
Yeah.
There's Muffin out there with the double.
Just got a little early double there, and she's been struggling a little bit this morning. I do not know what she had with Game 4. We'll get that update as quickly as possible. They've been pretty quick about bringing us a sheet. We got a couple pairs on the low end that are already in the fifth and sixth frame, but all these other pairs here just started Game 5. Justin, I will find out what ball that was for you. And yes, that actually is a Cyborg Pearl that Aaron threw.
I think what I'm going to do, Dave, since we're getting down to a cut number,
Okay.
I'm going to go mobile.
Okay.
I'm going to let you produce.
You're going to leave me to produce? Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
which are going to be these three here. We now have another person in the booth, Mitch, if you don't mind sticking around with us while we get through this cut. It'd be very helpful.
No problem.
I'll take the wireless mic with me, and we'll see if we can't get a cut score for you before it's actually announced unofficially as best as we can.
Yeah. Well,
And if you need anything, Dave, while I'm out and about, you just call it out and I'll go get it.
Will do. We were successful at this last year, so we'll see how good we do this year at it.
This wouldn't be possible without Mitch. Well, anything you need, I'm here.
So is Mitch going to go out and interview Mitch now too?
The Mitch and Mitch show. That's funny.
The good thing about that is Mike doesn't even need you here to do that.
I know. Good Lord. I'm going to get so much more TV time this year.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. We're going to leave it on split screen for you for a few minutes. We'll get you going on all these scores. As soon as I get a 4-game update, which should be momentarily, then I will read that off to you, and then we'll move the cameras around and get you some shots that we need to keep everybody updated on getting this cut score for you. And we'll see if we can't get it early for you. Mitch, we had a couple questions early on about the lane pattern this week and what you thought of it and how it played. And I gave my perspective. What was your perspective on? You've bowled this tournament a few times, and for me, they were definitely more hook, but I think the hook was in the wrong part of the lane. It was all early to me.
Yeah, it seemed like they lengthened the pattern just a little bit and then dropped the volume a good bit. And then so that makes the ball hook more in the front part of the lane because the volume is less. And some of the guys were using way too much surface to try to get the ball to hook.
Right. That's exactly the point I brought up is everybody, they used too much surface, and all that did was beat the front of the lane up even more. Somebody asked what the most common surface was for the week, and I said, normally 500, 360 is common here, and I think as the week went on, more guys went to using 1,000 or even 2,000. I know for me personally, I use 2,000 on everything because the more surface you put on it, all you did was make it hook earlier, and the ball hooked 3 times.
Oh, yeah. Normally, this is one of the only tournaments when you hear somebody say, it's only 500 grit.
Right, right.
Normally everybody freaks out if you say you got 500 grit on the ball, but here it's normally commonplace. But I actually brought 2 balls with 320 on it, and then a couple of balls with 500, and 1,000, 2,000, and some shiny balls. And the one I threw with 320 grit, it hit the lane and went left at like 10 feet, and I went, whoa. So they definitely dropped the volume. You needed I actually used shiny a good bit late in the day.
I did last night. Night I used shinier stuff. Question in the chat, Dave, have you or Mitch ever bowled the Peterson? Have you bowled the Peterson?
I have not.
I bowled it twice, but it's been many, many years. I bowled it in 1988 and 1989, so it was still at the 35th and Archer, the original Peterson. I have not bowled it since it moved.
Yeah, no, I've never bowled it.
Mike Barth is in the chat. Hi, Mike. Thanks for joining us. And we got looking for that score update. We're still waiting on it. I will get that to you as quickly as I can.
It should be online now.
And it is online. So I'm going to run through the names real quick, the top 8. Kyle Mayberry, Graham Foss, Steve Novak, Ben Pallardy, Brian Dennis, Chris Hester, Kyle Troop. Brian Robinson is 8th at plus 52. Brian Wallachek plus 46, J.R. Raymond plus 41, Steve Taylor 31, Jeff Fair plus 20, Ken Abner plus 19. So a lot of people close. That got much closer than it was before the last game. So we're going to keep an eye on everything. We'll get you updated. Mike's out kind of roaming around. We'll get you updated as quickly as... Okay, so one of the scores is wrong, I'm being told. Brandon Novak's score is off by 30 pins, which puts him at plus 7, not minus 23. So he's still out of the cup, but closer. Mike Barth, Kyle Mayberry is leading the tournament at the moment.
J.R. Raymond just 7'10", Dave.
Okay.
The most he's going to be able to shoot is 190. He was in 10th position.
And is he late in the game?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a final score on him once you get it.
I will. He's in the 8th.
Okay. And so, let's see.
And you got Wallachek on your featured pair there on 28, and they are 5 frames behind Raymond's pair.
Right. So we're gonna get scores in. We should be able to get this cut score pretty quick because everybody's finishing at different times. And let's jump on over and take a look at Wallachek's pair with Aaron McCarthy and Corey Gilbert.
Yeah, I think the 2 featured pair are probably the last 2 pair to finish.
Yeah, it actually does it. They're going to be really close to the last 2 pairs done, so this is going to work out okay for us. Trying to get you a cut score as quickly as we can.
See if McCarthy can make her second split in a row.
According to the text I got from her earlier, she has shot plenty of them this week.
Hey,
Yes.
Dave, Steve Taylor is
Yes.
up in the 9th frame. He just converted the 6-pin. He can max out for 192.
And he was in 11th place, so the best he's going to do is go backwards 8 pins.
I will get you a final from there.
Mike, I don't know if you heard that there was an error on the score sheet. Brandon Novak should be at 1807, not 1777, just so you know.
Okay.
Update on Chris Vi. Chris Vi is even. It's 52 pins out of the cup. Mike, do you have an update on what Chris Vi is doing this game?
He's standing right in front of me. And I don't know if he's letter B or D yet. I'll tell you in a moment.
There we go. We'll put you back on split screen so we can watch both of these pairs here.
Chris Vi can strike out for 222.
So if he strikes out, the best he can get to is plus 22. Let's see.
Chris Vi is asking for an entry fee into a endless 10th frame.
Maybe that's something you can think about for your IB Open or holiday doubles.
There you go. You can pay to
Endless
strike
10th
out.
frame.
So I have a final for Steve Taylor.
Okay.
167.
167. So that is going to put him at -2. That will eliminate him from being able to make the top 8. And we got, I don't see a whole lot of strikes being thrown this game. I'm looking around and I don't even see a double. Well, we got a triple right here by possibly Walter Ray.
Yeah, there's not many going on
But
right
other
now.
than that, there is not much going on this game.
A little bit question here. Is 9 opens bad?
Doug Moss, I will get you an update on Chris Hester. He's bowling right here in front of me. He is clean through 4 frames with no doubles, and he's shooting a 10-pin in the 5th frame. Duke, Zach Carey signed on with track about a year ago. And open frame for Jeff Fair as he misses a 10-pin on a triple. That actually was on the front 4 and missed a 10-pin in the 5th. Jeff Fair is only 30 pins out of the cut, so we'll see if that comes back to cost him.
Yeah.
And Hester converted his 10-pin, so he's clean through 5 frames with no doubles.
Yeah, every time I miss a spare, I see dollar signs flying out the window.
Yeah, absolutely, especially those 1-pin spares. So important, and even more so, I mean, they're always important, but even more so in a tournament like this where the scores are so low, you just can't give away those 11 pins.
Yeah, I mean, how many times do you miss cut by 10 or 20 and you miss 4 or 5 spares?
Right. Pete Ramsey, let me get you an update on Himmler. Himmler was minus 41 going into this game, so he's 100 pins out.
Yeah, he bowled 162. He's done.
And he bowled 162 the last game, so Brian will not be making the cut.
I have a final score for Graham,
Okay.
210.
Okay, so Graham is plus 138. Do we have a Dean Reynolds update anywhere? He is plus 11, so 42 pins out of the cut. Let me find out what pair he's on, Mike. 32D. I might be able to see that one myself. I got it. Dean Reynolds is clean through 7 frames with no doubles, so he is on 196 pace through 7 frames.
And you're right on the scoring pace. It is low, buddy, low.
Yes, it is very low this game. This is there's a chance the cut number could go down this game. Chris Hester with a strike in the 6th, so clean through 6 now, working on a strike. Chris Kalea did not make the cut. Daniel Farish, let's get an update for Daniel Farish. He is minus 1 going into this game, and let me see where he's at. I will try to get an update for you. Daniel Farish, 25A. He's bowling right here in front of me. Daniel Farish has 109 in the 5th and a strike in the 6th. So he has a possible 259, and he's at minus 1. With the way the scores are this game, I believe he could probably still make the cut.
What's the number right now?
The number is plus 52.
Plus 52. Yeah,
Looking
250 right now is an enormous game.
Looking for a Chris Priode update. Let me get that for you. Where did he go? I just saw him. Bear with me. I'm getting these for you as quick as I can. 17B. Mike, do you have an update on 17B for me?
I will in a moment. I'm down 29 and 30 right now.
Okay. We'll get you that Chris Priode update.
I'll tell you an observation I have from here, though, is that Jeff Fair started with the first 4 strikes and then missed a single pin and then struck in the 6th. He's the guy on the outside looking in that could get there. He's lined up over on 25 and 26.
Right.
So that's kind of a developing thing to keep an eye on. Is Jeff Fair, can he make it into this cut number?
We'll keep an eye on Jeff. He's bowling right here in front of us.
He's about the only guy out there I see lined up stringing strikes.
Yeah, and Daniel Farish, like I mentioned before, did strike in the 7th. So he still has a possible 259, and he's at minus 1 right now.
I got a Ken Abner final score of 155.
So Ken Abner went from plus 19 to minus 26, so he will be out. And J.R. Raymond at plus 41 can max in the 10th for 170, so he is going to drop backwards as well.
Yeah, and you've got eyes on that scoreboard, right?
Yeah, I can see that one. I'm good there. Well, I'll get a final for JR in just a second.
And you had a request for a score down here. I'm down by 17 and 18.
Yeah, 17B, Chris Pryode.
136 in the 7th. It was an open, so he can max out for 226.
Okay, and he's at minus 15, so Chris Pryode can only get to plus 11, which I don't believe will be enough to make it, pending some of these other scores. Jeff Fair with a spare in the 7th, so he's pacing. He can still shoot 247 if he strikes out.
Which would get him to plus 67 if he does that.
Right.
Currently, right now, the number is 52.
Chris Hester with a kind of a little soft 7-pin on the right lane, so got to make that to still stay clean. Looking for a Vernon Peterson update. Vernon is minus 4.
He's on one of your featured pairs right there.
And yeah, let me get you.
He can still max out for 237.
So he can get to plus 40, which actually that's got a chance to make it the way the scores are going.
Hey, Dave, can you help me out? Can you
Yeah.
tell me who 15B is?
15B is Justin Knowles. And he is currently at plus 1.
Well, he's going to be in the 250s.
Well, that is a huge game.
He is doubled in the 10th frame. He has a max score of 256. He's down on 15 and 16 bowling on Chris Vai's pair.
Well, that's going to be a huge game for Justin Knowles. So give me that final score, and he's going to jump himself up and have a chance to make it.
Yeah, that's enormous. That's a big move. Actually, right now, 220 or 230 is a huge game.
Okay, 5 count to fill it up for 251.
So Justin Knowles gets to plus 52.
All right, I've got a developing situation here on Brian Robinson.
Okay.
64 in the 5th with a spare up in the 6th.
And he is currently the cut at plus 52.
You've got eyes on Kyle Troop and Chris Hester in your zone.
Right. Yep.
Hester.
Chris Hester just 710 in the 8th frame. So if he gets one of these, he will now be at a max score of 204. He is currently plus 67.
This number might go backward.
It is looking very much like it's going to go backwards, actually. As of right now, Justin Knowles is the only one that's gone up. And update on Daniel Farish. Daniel Farish, who, again, was at minus 1, has still continued to strike. So he, going into the 9th frame, can still shoot 259 and get to plus 58. Chris Hester has 144 in the 8th on an open. Jeff Fair struck in the 8th, still has a possible 247.
Where is Brian Dennis at, Dave?
Brian Dennis is $19A. So he's getting up on lane 20 right now. He's got 107 in the 6th and a strike in the 7th, getting up in the 8th. Still a possible 227. He's at plus 69 at the moment. He's pacing 187. So development there as well. We've got some struggling going on, the people between 5th and 8th.
Yeah, there could be a few people coming up and getting in and a few people backing out.
Kyle Troop is at plus 60. He's in 7th, and he's got 104 in the 5th and strikes in the 6th and 7th.
Yeah, he can still get a nice 250 there.
Daniel Farish getting up in the 9th frame on lane 25. And another strike. That was a great shot. So he's going to go into the 10th frame with a chance to shoot 250 and get into the plus 50s.
Good shot from Kyle.
And Kyle Troop with another strike. So it looks like Kyle's going to be in. He's at plus 60, and he's in the 220s right now with just a couple of marks in the 9th and 10th.
All right, Ben Pallardy was in 4th position. He's up in the 10th frame down here on lane 17 and 18, and with a spare, he's going to be in the 160s.
And what is he shooting the 3.610?
Yep.
I wouldn't want to be shooting the 3.610 right now.
Oh, definitely not. Yeah, he could.
Greg Bumpus pointed out there could be a lot of movement this game. It is shaping up to be a ton of movement this last game. There's a lot of people that are in the top 8 that are struggling right now.
Yeah, you don't want to have to shoot a 3.610 to shoot 160.
No. Ben Pallardy currently at 74 over. The best he can do is 168 with a spare and a strike, which would put him at 42. So that would already put him behind Justin Knowles.
And he chopped the 3
chopped
straight
the spare.
off.
So Ben Pallardy's 154. That puts him at plus 28. Man, this number could go down considerably.
Steve Novak on that pair, if he strikes out, can bowl 187.
And he's at plus 78 also. Ooh.
He just carried a 4-pin. So Graham posted 210. Kyle Mayberry. Do we know what Kyle bowled?
No.
I'll ask him.
Okay.
Um,
184 for Mayberry the last game.
184. So 131. So it looks like Graham Faw is actually going to be your leader at plus 138. He overtook Kyle that game. Daniel Farish is getting up in the 10th frame right now. I will update you shot by shot in the 10th.
Steve Novak just missed right and hit the 3-6 pocket dead in the face. Pins came out of the back for a strike, for a double.
wow.
That could end up being huge.
It's an enormous break there.
Daniel Farish has left the 310 in the 10th, so he would have to spare that and strike for 237, which would get him to plus 36 and may still be enough the way this is going.
Yeah, I feel like it might be.
Does anybody know what Steve Taylor shot?
Dave, Steve Novak did manage a way to strike out in the 10th frame. I don't know how,
for
but he bowled
187?
187.
So he is plus 65. Daniel Farish is shooting his 310 right now. And he did not convert it. So that's going to give him 225, which puts him at plus 24.
Which does not necessarily count him out.
No, does not eliminate him yet.
Yeah, it's going to be very close.
Because he is ahead of J.R. Raymond. He's ahead of Steve Taylor.
Right. The ones that really going to matter are
Wallachek and Fair.
Yeah, Wallachek, Fair, Chris Hester, and Brian Robinson. And Brian Dennis.
What about Dean Reynolds? Do we know what he did?
He was plus 11. I do not know what he had the last
Can you
game.
tell me where he is?
Yeah, give me a second. He was 32D. He's got 193 the last game, so he's out.
I know that Zeke Bate and Chris Vi didn't get there.
Yeah, Hester's getting up in 10th, although possible 194, working on a spare if he strikes out.
And Jeff Fair with his first shot in the 10th, and through the face, Jeff Fair can bowl 226 with a spare and strike, which would put him at plus 46.
And Brandon Novak bowls 183 the last game, so we will not have a back-to-back-to-back champion.
Brian Dennis bowled 195, so that leaves him at plus 64, which should be enough.
That's comfortable.
Yep. We're looking at Chris Hester, Kyle Troop, Brian Robinson, Brian Wallachek,
And Jeff Fair.
and Jeff Fair. Chris Hester struck the first ball in the 10th.
Got
so
a nice trip on the 3-pin there.
he will need the second one. Brian Wallachek can only shoot 181 max. And we got nobody on 21 and 22 that has a chance. I'm going to put it on full screen for us on Brian Wallachek's pair with the score. And so we're looking for Chris Hester's getting up for his second ball in the 10th and can shoot 194. The best he can be is plus 61, which I believe will be enough.
All right, so Brian Robinson's going to be in the low 160s. He struck in the 10th frame and made a good shot, left the 10 pin.
So
He can get to 163.
Chris Hester, the best he can do now is 184. He came in a little light, left a 3-pin. Jeff Fair did pick up his spare in the 10th.
Final score for Robinson, 163.
163, which puts him at
Plus 5?
plus 15.
Yes, you're right.
Plus 15. So he's going to be out. Chris Hester has 184, which puts him at plus 51. Kyle Troop. Kyle Troop's going to be in the high 2 teens or 220 with a strike. So Kyle Troop is going to be in
And this just in, Jeff Fair bowls
225. So Jeff Fair gets to plus 45. And if my numbers are correct, Jeff Fair is going to be the number at plus 45. Kyle Troop finishes with 220, so he's plus 80. And I'm going to run through real quick, make sure. Did we get a final on Matt Ogle the last game, Mike?
It wasn't enough.
Oh, okay. Zeke Bate, not enough.
Wasn't enough.
Thanks.
So, yeah, I believe that's it, Mike. I believe we've got
So who fell out?
Brian Robinson fell out, Ben Pallardy fell out, and Jeff Fair and Justin Knowles went in. So we had 2 out and 2 in. And it looks like Jeff Fair is going to be the number at plus 45.
Do we know who will be just out?
The
That
next
fairish?
the next out's going to be plus 28, which is Ben Pallardy. So there's a
Okay.
little jump there. And then Farish is next after that. So it's going to be Graham Faw, leader, Kyle Mayberry second, Kyle Troop third, Steve Novak fourth, Brian Dennis fifth, Justin Knowles sixth, Chris Hester seventh, and Jeff Fair eighth is what I've got.
Okay. I think that's pretty accurate. I don't think we missed anybody.
Yep, I think that's good.
So, good work, sideline reporter.
Yeah, we pulled it together there, you guys. This is the A team right here, that's for sure.
And this is not the pattern that you want to have to, shoot 210 or 220 to stay in the number.
No, God, no. This isn't the pattern you want to shoot 180 to stay in the number.
No, it's not.
You need to be able to shoot 150 to stay in the number.
Yeah, I struck out in the 10th yesterday for a nice 150. So,
I had one of those. I had a 3 in the 10th for 163 yesterday. Mike, do we know what time the finals are going to start? Are they going to go right into them?
I don't know. I would assume about 20 minutes or so.
Okay. Larry asked what Fair ended up with. Jeff Fair ended up at plus 45. He is actually going to be the number. He's going to be 8th place. He will be the cut.
All right, we'll bring it into the booth. Mike and Mitch and Dave.
And Mitch, too.
This has been fun this morning. Looking forward to calling the action here with the top 8 here in just a little bit. Mitch, thanks for coming in and joining us.
you're welcome.
Thanks for
Anytime.
having a sense of humor.
Oh, it's pretty funny. I haven't cried that much in a while.
And Dave, are you gonna stay for a little while longer?
I'm gonna stay. I'll probably stay at least for the first round. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, great.
We'll take a little quick break here and get set up for the first round. We'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Yeah, it is moving quick today, so appreciate everybody for being in the chat. We're going to keep the stream on. We will not break the stream today, so we will just take you out to the lanes. We'll be back in just a little bit with the top 8. It's going to be exciting. Thanks again, guys.
There you are.
We are getting the final official standings. I'd like to thank you all for coming out. I'd like to congratulate you on making it to today. As soon as we get the official standings done, we'll work on getting everybody their second cut, if they're there with us. we're working on getting the final standings out, but the top 8 pay is plus 45. So the top 8 are as follows. First overall qualifying seed is Graham Fox. Number 2 seed Kyle Mayberry. Number 3 seed Kyle Fruit. Number 4 seed Pete Novak. Number 5 seed Brian Ennis. Number 6 seed Justin Knowles. Number 7 seed Chris Hester. Number 8 seed Jeff Fair. We're going to take a quick break to get the main results, so everyone is aware. We would like everyone back by around 1. Then we get started a little earlier this year, around 1:30. When people got to get home. For those that are going top 8, you will be able to resurface your equipment prior to match play in between rounds, not between rounds. Again, we want to thank everybody for coming out. We want to thank Hammer, Bourbon, Fusion, and Eastland Consulting.
It does look like everybody that we are going to have a little bit of a lull here.
As quickly as possible, and standing keeps are being handed out as I speak. Thank you all.
Thanks for all the positive comments, everybody. It's going to be just a little bit, it looks like. All right, everybody, we're firing the webcast back up. We programmed the radio dials, and we have put on the seat warmers as we sit down. I'm pleased to be joined for this round of 8 with I've got J.R. Raymond here in the booth and Dave Watka with me here. It's a treat to be with you guys.
Glad to be back for round of 8 action. Looking forward to it.
I wasn't wanting to be here, but I'm here.
You'd rather be bowling.
I do want to be here now, but I didn't want to be here before. It's not an easy thing to do, to actually get done bowling and then be like, man, now I got to watch. It stinks. But
yeah, at some point you get used to it.
I don't have that experience yet, Dave.
Yeah.
In about 20 years when I catch up to you, I'll get there.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 featured pairs for everybody. We'll have lanes 29 and 30, which is Chris Hester and our tournament leader, or actually, I'm sorry, he fell to second now, Kyle Mayberry. We also have lanes 19 and 20, where we have Steve Novak taking on Brian Dennis. Those will be the 2 pairs we have for you during this round. I also will have the wireless camera here that I can do 25 and 26. And if anything interesting happens down on lanes 15 and 16 with Jeff Fair and Graham Faw, I can also get down there to cover that as that develops. But we'll definitely keep you updated on these 4 matches. We're down to 8 bowlers. And go ahead and get out on social media and let everybody know that we're fired up and we're ready to go. And they get 2 balls on each lane, so it's going to go pretty quick, guys.
And this format is a best 2 out of 3 match. Is that correct?
It is.
So it does go pretty quick. And then they go right into the next round. So the finals shouldn't take very long.
Well, that's tough. Like 2 balls on each lane after sitting for about an hour. I mean, that's going to take some work. Like, imagine if you were Dave's age and you had to come back after an hour.
You really want to start going there?
I can't help it.
I've left you alone about your spare shooting on Friday night, so let's not start.
Spares are overrated.
Yeah. Well, apparently they were Friday night. Those single pins just kept jumping out of the way.
If they wouldn't move and they would just stand there like they're supposed to, I would make many more of them.
Okay, it'll work for about 2 more shots.
So, JR, since you bowled this morning, give us a little bit of insight on how the lanes were this morning for the cut round based on what you bowled on yesterday and what we've had the rest of the week. Were they similar? Did you see a little difference with another strip and re-oil?
Well, I think they got quite a bit tighter, which is kind of to be expected. That's what they do everywhere you go when they oil after.
They got 5 minutes of practice, guys.
Oh, they get 5 minutes?
Yeah,
I was going to say, two balls on each lane is tough after an hour of sitting. But the lanes definitely got a little tighter. I used a little different strategy today, and I moved about 30 right of where I started yesterday and tried playing a little straighter up the lane. And it looked pretty good for the most part of the day. Shot making went south for me near the end. I ran into a few issues that I wasn't able to really help, and I kind of fell off the wagon a little bit. But, yeah, I mean,
Still a good weekend.
Yeah, I mean,
Still a good weekend.
Considering a lot of the stuff I've gone through over the last month with making changes and
right,
and
that's
drilling
tough.
balls.
That's tough to do. Making a grip change, and anytime you make a major change like that, it's tough to come into a major event and just be ready to go. There's always going to be some hiccups along the way, but you did it long enough ahead of all the majors coming up, and I'm sure you'll be ready for those.
That was kind of part of the plan, is to do it, with plenty of time. Get out. I basically forced myself to bowl this. I mean, any other time I'd probably say, well, I'm bowling pretty bad right now. I'm not gonna go and donate. But luckily for me, I was able to kind of find a little bit of rhythm to get myself in contention at least.
Right, and you made a little bit of money and got a lot of good practice in on a really difficult pattern.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, they hook quite a bit more this year than they did the previous years, but I think that actually made them a little tougher.
Yeah, I was going to say, it didn't make the lanes any easier because all the hook was in the front of the lane.
Yeah, I don't think they were any easier this year than they have been in years past.
And the scores indicated that. The scores were
fairly similar.
Very similar to what they were.
The 30 pins higher for this cut than it was last year, but
right. But the cut to the round of 40 last night was exactly the same. It was within a couple of pins.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it looks like we're getting ready to get started. We got a little split screen action going on right now. We'll give you some action from both matches to get started. Our producer, Mr. Flanagan, setting up the wireless camera so we can get some shots of the Kyle Troop and Justin Knowles match as well. So our producer will be back in the booth soon.
Okay, let's get the graphic up. Match play round of 8. All right. All right, I'm going to bring it in.
All right, so we're...
Here, I'll bring it in. 2017 Bradley Open. Mike Flanagan here with you, joined by J.R. Raymond and Dave Wadka. And gentlemen, we're down to the final 8 bowlers. And getting started here, we have lanes 19 and 20. And we've also got lanes 29 and 30 as featured pairs. Take you through the matchups. We've got right here up on your screen on lanes 19 and 20, we've got Steve Novak taking on Justin Knowles. I'm sorry, Novak's taking on Brian Dennis. JR, you get to see Steve Novak bowl quite a bit. What do you think about Steve's game?
He's short. No, I mean Steve's solid. I mean he's getting better and better. I used to rag on him all the time because he used to like and just go beat up on all these kids in league patterns and stuff like that. And now I think he's out to prove me wrong for the most part. And he's been doing really well over the last couple of years now and getting better and better, winning a couple Eagles and he's actually putting the time in now. I don't think he's working full time, and he just got engaged and moved out of Michigan, which probably was the best thing for him. Now he can focus a little bit more on bowling and do the things he's good at.
Yeah, he moved down to Louisville a couple months ago now.
Yeah.
He's taking on Brian Dennis.
Hey, my wifey's watching. Hi, wifey.
Dennis leaves the 9 pin.
Spare start there.
Here on lanes 29 and 30, we do have Chris Hester, and he's
With the wall shot on. Kyle Mayberry led for much of this tournament.
His look was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
I crossed with him last night, and I mean, he throws it really, really good. He threw pins everywhere.
Had a little bit of a struggle game 5 today, and Graham Fogg got around him. But once again, all pins are dropped now, and you just got to win your match.
our other matchups, Dave, in the top 8 here. Who do we have?
We've got Jeff Fair against Graham Faw down on 15 and 16. And then Kyle Troop against Justin Knowles here on 25 and 26. Justin Knowles with a big 255 the last game to jump in. He was way out. Got himself back in there. And I would imagine that gives you a little bit of confidence when you bowl a big game like that to jump into the cut. Definitely boosts your confidence. You know, you're 40, 50 pins out of the cut going in the last game. You bowl a big game, and here you are, still bowling the tournament. The goal is always to be bowling in the last game of the tournament.
Yeah, and how many times do you see it where, you know, a guy sneaks in, going into that last game, he sneaks himself in and ends up winning the tournament?
Yeah, especially in this format where you know, it's elimination matches, no pins carrying over. Once you get into the top 8, this is anybody's game.
Novak looks pretty good there. Pretty solid.
And we're going to get our first look at Kyle Mayberry here. Both he and Chris Hester on strike spare to start the game. And pretty good shot there. Like you liked that one all the way. We'll get our first look at Kyle Troop.
Yeah, a little bonus coverage here.
Ball just did not turn over at all. Same thing with Steve Novak. We saw Steve Novak make all kinds of crazy stuff this week, so he's going to need to make the 2-4-6-10 now. Chris Hester looking to keep pace with Kyle Mayberry, and a good shot there to do it.
Good count.
No luck on that one.
Talked about Steve Novak. This was from earlier today in qualifying. Look at this split right here.
The 1-4-6-10.
Wait, what? 1-4.
Yeah, he made the 1-4-6-10 earlier.
Oh, he tripped out the 2-pin
Yeah.
late to make it weird. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Brian Dennis with a great shot there for a blower 7.
Seen a lot of those this week.
Yeah, that's an aggravating thing too. When the lanes are so hard and you throw it that good, and that's just an aggravating thing, especially. This format, in the round of 8, it's a best 2 out of 3. You win, you move on. You lose, you're eliminated. Stephen Allen, Brandon Novak made the cut to the round of 40, bowled this morning, struggled a little bit this morning, so he has been eliminated. We will have no three-peat.
He is human.
Brandon winning the last 2 years, of course. Also, the bowlers are competing for a nice prize fund: $10,000 for first, $5,000 for second. The third and fourth semi-finishers will receive $2,500 each, and then the bowlers that do not advance from this particular round will each receive $1,250. A little side note: I'm giving away an InsideBowling.com Open tournament entry. And the way I'm giving that away is the highest averaging person that does not advance from this round is going to get that entry.
Well, that's baloney.
Thanks for that, Mike.
How come I can't be in on that? I want a free entry.
And if you've never bowled the IB Open, you should come on out and check it out. It's a great event. Once again, Inside Bowling puts on a fantastic live stream all week, puts on a fantastic event. Mike, you and your crew do great there. Yeah, almost.
Give her a good run at that 2-8-10.
Yeah, we just missed over on a off-camera pair at the moment. We just missed a run at making a 2-8-10. These pins flying around a little bit. I actually saw the Greek church made 5 times this weekend.
I made the 7-10 once.
Yeah, these pins flew around quite a bit.
The
they are twisters, yeah.
They do fly. They just usually fly in the wrong direction.
Right. Mike, you were just told you should give a free entry to your YouTube commentators.
Yeah, I'll do that from my cardboard box.
And a little messenger on the 10 for Steve Novak.
Might have that again for you. There it is.
Did you do any poll questions today?
No poll questions today. We were calling the action pretty fast and furious, and then got on a Mitch Beasley kick.
Here we had Mitch Beasley, 2 of them in the booth earlier.
2 Mitch Beasleys?
We did. We had 2 Mitch Beasleys.
Nice. How'd you pull that off?
Well, it wasn't very easy, JR, but we did manage a way to get me bookended out here. You guys enjoy the rest of your broadcast, okay?
Thanks, Mitch.
Appreciate you stopping by again.
Yeah, it was my pleasure.
Let's see. We're about halfway through game 1. We'll get you a quick update. Chris Hester with a 13-pin lead right now. And Justin Knowles up by about 25. Steve Novak with a 14-pin lead. And looks like Graham Faw with a 15-pin lead. About halfway through game 1.
It's good to see Chris Hester out here making a finals. I know he's been battling a lot of health issues. I know he's got a lot of fans in the chat. Good to see Chris out here competing.
Yes, absolutely.
Doing well.
Glad to see him being able to do what he loves. He's been bowling very good lately. He's been competitive in a lot of events, a lot of the local events that he's been to. Great shot by Brian Dennis there. See if he can put a double up on the board in the next frame. Russell, I will find out for you what Hester is throwing.
Let me see if I can see
It appears to be a game breaker 2.
It's
but I
a
don't-
dark bowling ball.
But I don't know that for sure. I will get that for you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a game breaker 2. It looks like it.
That's a good answer right there. Says Wadko, what's Hester throwing?
Strikes.
Strikes.
Yeah.
I like it.
So Chris got up there, got a double. Now has a 23-pin lead in that match. And Justin Knowles with an open to now make it just a 9-pin match with Kyle Troop. Brian Dennis put his double up to get within 4. Give you a little split screen action there. Steve Novak almost tripped out the 2-8.
That's what we go to when the bowlers are on the approach at the exact same time.
Apparently, Hester's throwing a mission unknown.
Really?
That's what somebody in the chat said. That's very possible.
Spare?
We're going to go find out for
Spare.
sure on that one. Now look at Justin Knowles. Through the face. And that's a little bit of what, like I talked about earlier in the broadcast, Mike, you think 46 feet, you think longer pattern, there's going to be some hold, and there just isn't. There's just not a lot of hold, even with the long pattern. We're going to find out right here. So it is a mission unknown. We have confirmed that. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate the update and the help there. Richie Wayne, this is a best 2 out of 3. No, not total pinfall. And Brian Dennis looking to go up in the match here now. Can take a 7-pin lead with this strike. And a 4-pin. I believe Brian Dennis and Jeff Fair, the only 2 remaining previous Bradley Open champions.
That's what I see. If this was Monday Night Football, Chris Hester's little face would pop up and he'd say, Chris Hester, Moorhead State.
That's what you got to start doing that. You got to get those little clips. That'd be cool.
That would be actually really cool.
Get Carrie Underwood to come out here.
And a little crumbler there.
Mike Flanagan, the School of Hard Knocks.
You kill me. Unbelievable.
The School of Hard Knocks. Oh, Chris.
Chris did not like that one,
Oh.
and he got away with it.
Clean living.
Little break for a 4-bagger. Takes a pretty big lead there with just a couple frames to go in that game. And Steve Novak with a clutch double. Now goes up by 14 in his game. Kyle Mayberry pretty much needs to strike out here. And that's a good start.
Yeah, he's not out of it yet.
Nope. Can still bowl 216. Chris Hester in the 220s pace right now. And Novak with a pitch out there.
Every once in a while, you need to lean on it a little bit. No confusion here. Brandon Novak has won the last 2 years of this tournament. This is Steve Novak, and they are not related, although they are friends.
I don't think Steve liked that shot, so he's going to have to make that spare to remain up in the match. Will be an 11-pin game and almost a good break by Kyle Mayberry there, but he leaves the 7-pin. And Novak misses the spare. So that's actually going to give Brian Dennis the lead by 1 pin and a chance to get up now and shut out Steve Novak in game 1.
Rather interesting. Wasn't even close either, as I see the replay here, or the screen that's well behind for us.
Yeah, that's what the viewers at home get to see. We're on about a 5-second delay, just in case one of us lets a word out. Actually, we can't bleep it or fix that. It's just we're a little delayed.
What word is that?
You put me on the spot with that.
Give me an example.
I don't have one offhand. Farfignugan.
Farfignugan?
Yeah.
Romspringer.
Chris Hester really just needs to stay behind the foul line to win this game 1, take a 1-0 lead.
Well,
Brian Dennis with a 3-6.
that's going to give Steve a chance.
It is. Steve's
8 spare strike gives him 187.
Yep.
Steve can strike out for 188.
So no matter what now, Steve Novak will have a chance to get up and throw all 3 in the 10th to win.
This ain't a gimme spare either. Not on something like this. Unless you're Brian Dennis.
Yeah. Made it no problem.
I mean, I would have missed it.
Well, we watched
Obviously,
Friday night. We know.
I would have hit the 7-pin in the face.
Justin Knowles, that was for a double.
Hey, I had 1 open last night for 4 over. 1 open.
Pretty good.
That's the definition of grind. That's a big Brooklyn, though.
It is a big Brooklyn. So Steve Novak's going to need all 3 in the 10th to win by 1 pin.
He did strike last time on this lane. So Chris Hester takes a 1-game lead.
Yeah, let's see if I can get an update on the... Graham Fa is up by 13 pins in the 8th frame. Both he and Jeff Fair have a strike in the 8th. And Jeff Fair's getting up in the 9th right now. So we'll keep an eye on that match as well. And great shot by Steve Novak and the Shaker 7. So Brian Dennis is going to take a 1-0 lead in that match.
Dennis posted 187.
Steve Novak has a max of 178.
That will be the first match completed.
How about Brian Robinson, though, going from one-handed, has wrist issues, switches to two-handed, and almost found his way in the top 8.
Yeah, we were talking about him during the round of 40 there.
I didn't know it was wrist related.
Yeah, he had some pretty bad injury going on that forced him to do some different things. He couldn't bowl one-handed anymore because he's never actually seen his ball roll. Gets his wrist and hand totally into it, not on the inside. And he does some crazy motion at the very bottom that I can only imagine can't feel good after so many games of doing it.
Do want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat. We've got over 500 people watching right now, and I did see the comment in here, "We are not blood related," from Forrest Gump.
Mike, I got to tell you, I am expecting you to have that whole song written by the time you come on for the Fusion Realtors.
Okay. The Garth Brooks bowling version. It was Blame It All on My Balls. I crossed with Tom Smalls. Do you remember that part of it?
Yeah, that was the first part. So Chris Hester finishes with 239 this game, and
Terrible game.
that is by far and away, well, maybe not the highest game, but Justin Knowles possibly 240 still.
Did we catch Novak's score?
He got 7 on the fill, so 175. And Graham Fa is going to win game 1 against Jeff Fair. He just spared in the 10th to shut him out.
Justin Knowles looks good. This is a young kid, too. Young two-hander, left-hander. Putting some work in. Shoots 250 to get in. Now he's got a chance to win the first game here.
Right. Graham Fa finished with 214 in game 1.
So barring some crazy mishap here, Justin will win the first game.
And Kyle Mayberry is going to finish with 186. Steve Novak looks a little lost right now. He's missed a head pin a couple times. Looks like he's getting a little frustrated. He's amping it up a little bit, and that's the last thing you can do.
That has always been his, I guess, Achilles heel, as he does get a little quick. I mean, he already starts at the very back of the approach, and he's 5'3", sprinting to the line.
Great spare there on the washout to remain clean.
Did we see what he had down there against Hester?
186.
Hester defeats Mayberry 239, 186.
Now, when Steve doesn't keep those first couple steps a little bit slower, he's in trouble. He gets way too far ahead of it.
Did we see what Jeff Fair's still up, right?
He's still up. He can shoot 191 with a strike on his fill ball.
Okay.
I'll get you that score in just a second. Chris Hester's looking awfully good right now.
Yeah, he is.
Just throwing it good. Got a good look. Got good ball reaction.
Roll 3-pin for Justin. So he's going to shoot 240 and win his match fairly easily. Troop can throw all 3 in the 10th for 200 on the nose, but his opponent's going to shoot 240 here with strike on the fill here. Justin Knowles will shoot 242.
Jeff Fair had 190. So Graham Fa wins game 1, 214 to 190 in that match. And 239 for Justin Knowles. Again, we'll take a 1-0 lead over Kyle Troop.
Stephen Allen, you forgot the O in front of your K.
Easy grammar, please.
No, I always yell at my wife for that. If she responds with just K, I get so mad about it. Because I never know if it's with attitude or not.
We saw Steve Novak there with a big 4, and you know, a little overcompensation for the last couple being out the window, and that's what can happen on this pattern. You get a little off, and you know, you don't have to throw it real bad for it to be 6. So an open frame for Steve Novak after Brian Dennis had opened in the second frame. Steve now gives the lead right back to Brian. We'll get a look at Kyle Troop in the 10th frame, maybe trying a different ball, trying to figure something out. His opponent's pretty lined up. Good spare there by Kyle Mayberry. Chris Hester going to get up and look to take an early lead with an early triple. Final score for Kyle Troop of 190 in game 1.
So just to recap game number 1, it was Fa over Fair, 214 to 190. Dennis over Novak, 187 to 175. Knowles, 239 over Troops 190. And Hester, 239 over Mayberry's 186.
Brian Dennis doubled to increase a lead there.
So, going to take a 17-pin lead early in game 2.
This is game number 2 of a possible 3. You got to win 2 matches, 2 out of 3. I like that format too because it's not a one-game match where you're just out.
Right.
You have to lose. You have to lose twice.
Shout out to John Conroy in the chat. Thanks, John. Hope the recovery's going well. Ooh, great shot by Brian Dennis there for a ring 10.
And if I'm Steve right now and I see that ring 10 after a double, I'm counting that as a break.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
looking at that as a break, and I'm saying, okay, time to.
Kept me in the match.
Yep, time to do something here. I either need to make a change, or I just need to refocus and start making good shots. One or the other.
I'm gonna make a change.
And here we go.
For once in my life, gonna feel real good. Gonna make a ball change. Gonna use my time.
I think this is kind of an important shot for Steve Novak there also.
Yeah, and I think he's
After
more or
the
less
break.
He's opted to get his head out of his butt and hopefully make a good shot rather than change balls.
Yeah.
So.
See Chris Hester, and great shot by Hester.
And that's
there,
exactly what he did.
There we go.
He
Catch
just made
Novak at the end there with a great shot for the double to get
great
himself
shot.
Here's
back
both
within
of
6
them.
pins.
1, 2.
That's great replay right there.
We do have this camera here in front of the booth, trying to keep an eye on the Troop Knowles match as well. Currently right now when we need someone up to bowl, we don't have anybody up to bowl. They're all going to get up at the same time.
I'm mad at Kyle. Cut his hair. He did say, he's like, the last year,
Ooh.
it's been all about my hair, and I kind of want it to be about my bowling. So I don't blame him there.
Yeah, he's got a good point.
Great shot.
And that was 2 great shots by Steve Novak there to actually go and take the lead. So
it's like I read his mind.
like you said there, you treat that as a good break with Brian Dennis leaving the ring 10, and then you get up there and take advantage of it.
As he steps off, well, who wants to go? Maybe here.
It's kind of funny after you start kind of studying yourself and studying the mental game a little bit more, you start to see those things. You start to see little things that are benefits, advantages,
right?
Ways you have to think about things in order to be able to step up and do the job,
And then if you see, Brian, right there, Brian Dennis gets up after Steve gets up and throws the double. Brian Dennis had the bad break with a ring 10, then gets up and throws a bad shot for a Greek church, and Steve went from down 15 to up 20 in 2 frames.
Yeah.
Stephen Allen, Afro, less fish.
Good shot by Troop. Starts 9 spare strike, game 2.
Kyle Mayberry and Chris Hester still both clean, no doubles in that game 2 yet. And Graham Fa off to a quick start in game 2 with the front 3. Jeff Fair with strike spare, and now shooting what looks to be a 4-pin. And he makes that, so Jeff clean through 3, Graham Fa with the front 3.
This is a big shot for Brian. If he wants any chance to win this game, he needs to really step up and make a good shot here.
And he did.
Does there.
High flush.
So he's got to do something to kind of creep his way back into Steve's mind a little bit and let him know he's not going away.
Hester looking for a double.
Uh-oh,
He didn't like that one.
No, he did not.
That looks like a pretty good break getting 9 out of that because he did not like that one.
Novak better grow some height or his turning is over. I love the short jokes, just like the old jokes. Old and short, those are the best. Fortunately for Steve, unfortunately for Steve, he's going to be both here pretty soon.
Right. And Steve leaves the 2-4.
Pretty good break not leaving the 10-pin with it.
Right. Hester covers his spare, no problem. Still clean through 4 frames with a 3-pin lead.
Oh boy.
And Justin Knowles just missed a 7-pin in frame 2. Kyle Troop with an early lead, very early on in that match. But again, you know, when we had the real Mitch Beasley in the booth earlier, we were talking and we talked about 1-pin spares, and when the lanes are like this, how important those are.
And I'm Mitch Beasley, and I'm the real Beasley.
Hester did not like that one. Out the window for a 136.
Will the real Mitch Beasley please stand up?
Great shot.
Novak with another great shot. Got a 19-pin lead. However, Brian Dennis now has a chance to get up and throw strikes in the 8th and 9th to take a 1-pin lead.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
But that strike by Novak there is a pretty good statement. I mean, that puts a little bit of thought into Dennis's mind.
Of course.
You know, if Steve doesn't strike there, now all of a sudden, you know, Dennis's confidence goes up a little bit more, knowing that he can pretty much take a decent lead if he does.
Right.
If he does throw next couple strikes. So either way, I mean, you're focusing on throwing those strikes, but so that's a solid shot right there. But that strike by Novak actually keeps him ahead by 9.
So Brian Dennis now getting up in the 9th frame with a chance to take the lead by 1 pin.
No, he doesn't. It only gets him to 160 in the 8th. Novak still would have been up by 9, even if he would have struck there. Yeah. If they both sheeted, Novak has 229, and Dennis would have shot 220.
Right, but he would have been up by 1 because Novak hadn't rolled the 9th frame yet. But either way, he washed out and an open frame in the 9th, and so looks like we're going to get to a 3rd game in that match. Steve Novak just going to need to get a couple marks here.
Big shot here for Kyle Mayberry. Chance to double.
And he does. Takes a 10-pin lead.
Kyle Troop, 3-6-10.
No problem.
That was dramatic by you. I like that. Steve just needs to not give it away here.
Give it away now.
Get the 10 out?
Yeah, he got pretty lucky there to only leave a 2-pin.
Yeah, you don't want to shoot at a 2-8 right now.
No.
It's not a fun
Or
spread.
ever.
Or, yeah, really. No kidding. Shooting a 2-8 was always fun on the old Bradley pattern.
Great comeback shot there by Chris Hester after missing the head pin in the last frame. Now with a chance to get up and tie the match up again. So Steve Novak's going to need a mark in the 10th. Actually, good count in the 10th will be enough to shut out Brian Dennis this game.
I'm going to make a prediction that Kyle Troop is going to pick this 210.
Your prediction was wrong. I'll give you a quick update on the Graham Fa Jeff Fair match. Graham got off to a quick start with 4-bagger and 9 spare. Jeff Fair with strike spare now has changed balls and thrown a 3-bagger. So just a 10-pin match going on down there this game.
So Steve strikes first ball in the 10th. That's going to take that match to 1-1, and they're going to bowl a 3rd game for all the beans.
And they are bowling circles around everybody else.
Yeah, well, Steve's a little quick little guy.
It must be a Novak thing.
It
'Cause
is a Novak thing.
last year, in the round of 4, Brandon's match, both matches went 3 games, and Brandon's match finished 8 frames ahead of the other one.
It's a great shot by Justin Knowles there. And get that lead back after Troop's 210 missed. Steve changed balls to try something in the 10th, just to see what it gives him.
And that's a benefit of having a big lead going into the 10th frame and shutting out your opponent before you get the second shot.
Yep.
It gives you a chance to try something a little different because your total pins don't matter. So it doesn't matter if you strike there.
It's a good question. Why is this tournament called the Bradley? Do we know?
Yes. We did not tell the story this year, but there is a gentleman in this area who dedicated himself to bowling the USBC, running tournaments and things like that over the years, kind of like a pioneer for bowling, someone that everyone loved with the last name of Bradley. So they named the tournament after him.
Oh, okay.
I think there's a plaque hanging somewhere in here.
There is, I believe it's up behind the desk.
I want to say it was William Bradley, but we should have that.
So a 199 final score for Steve Novak in game 2. Jeff Fair just had a chance to take the lead in that second game against Grand Fa and left a solid 9. Terrible break. And 172 final for Brian Dennis.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the Novak Dennis game, the last game, is going to be ugly.
Neither one of them is extremely lined up.
They're not comfortable at
Nope.
all.
And Kyle Mayberry, with the open in the 8th frame, has given a little extra life here to Chris Hester, who now can get up and strike in the 8th and 9th to take the lead in game 2. Just down by 5 pins at the moment.
Here we go. First shot of game number 3, the rubber match between Novak and Dennis.
And Troop is not a happy camper. He looks like he's having little foot issues.
Good start by Steve Novak there.
right.
We're going to get over here to Chris Hester.
He's trying to
Make me look
go
like a fool.
2-0.
Great shot in the 8th frame. So once again now, Chris Hester is going to get up in the 9th frame of game 2 with a chance to take a 5-pin lead on Kyle Mayberry. And if Chris Hester can win this game 2, that match will be over.
Even Steven, lanes 19 and 20. Take you over to the painter.
Kyle Troop down by 2 pins. We don't have a scoreboard on that one. Justin Knowles lead by 2 pins through 5 frames. Kyle looked like he actually liked that shot, and it just never hooked. Take a look at Chris Hester to take the lead. He looks like he likes it. Great shot by Chris Hester.
Bingo.
Could see that one right off his hand. He knew he liked it.
Kablammy.
So a 5-pin lead now. So set up the situation there. Kyle Mayberry can strike out for 222 if he strikes out in the 9th and 10th. Cannot shut out Chris Hester. By Chris striking in the 9th, he has the hammer going into the 10th and controls his own destiny to move on.
I see what you did there. He
See
hits
that?
the hammer.
Special shout out to Hammer for the sponsorship and New Center Consulting.
A little turn of events down there in the Grand Fa match, too. After the bad break by Jeff Fair, he made a bad shot in the 8th, but did get a spare out of it. Now Grand Fa with a 3-6-7-9 in the 8th frame, if without a conversion, would actually give the lead to Jeff Fair.
So Kyle Mayberry strikes in the 9th.
Still a 5-pin game into the 10th frame. So whatever Kyle Mayberry does in the 10th, Chris Hester will have to do to win.
Oh, boy. Novak almost threw that one in the gutter.
The 1-2-5-9.
It's an elusive little creature.
Yeah, we don't see that one very often. It's an important shot of the match for Kyle Mayberry, trying to extend this game or this match, and a Greek church.
That is not what the doctor ordered.
Again, without a conversion here, Chris Hester really is just going to need to stay behind the foul line in the 10th to move on. A great spare by Steve Novak there. I'm pretty sure he doesn't practice that one very much.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say no. Then again, Steve's another one of those guys who doesn't practice very much. He goes and he bowls league just about every night of the week that he can, and he calls that practice, which
right.
For him, I guess that works.
It works, yeah. Everybody's a little different. We had a conversation about practice in the chat earlier because it's pretty widely known that I tend to practice on house patterns because it's all about rhythm and timing for me, and that's not for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it's hard for me to get in a rhythm going and practicing where my ball never hits the pocket.
Right. Yeah, sometimes it's just about seeing your ball do the right thing.
Right.
Just get your ball to go through the pins properly.
Right, and that's what we talked about. Chris Hester has now officially shut out that match, and we'll move on to the round of 4.
Bang.
.186, 184 for Mayberry, the 2 scores. So that's an average of 185.
Quick math
and
there.
A loss.
Didn't even need a calculator for that one.
Nope.
I'm shocked. My wife would have pulled one out.
I'm sure she appreciates that.
I'm sure she does.
She's
sure if she's listening, she appreciates that.
Yeah, she's probably kicking me in her mind right now. She's MFing me right now. She doesn't like math. It's not her strong suit. I always make fun of her for it. It's awesome. She gets so mad and worked up. And then I sleep on the couch.
So first little chink in that Brian Dennis match with a 6-7 by Brian.
Justin Knowles made that 3-9 look easy. And it's not an easy spare on this.
Chris Hester with a 205 final score for that game.
So Hester wins 2-0, sweeps Mr. Mayberry.
There we go. Troop threw one that he actually really liked.
Got a great game 2 down there going into the 10th frame. Graham Faw 176 in the 8th and a spare in the 9th. Jeff Fair 174 in the 8th and a spare in the 9th. So a really close game there. Jeff Fair has to win this game or that match will be over as well. A little quick for Steve
on
again.
that one.
And Kyle did not like that shot again.
I didn't think Kyle had any chance of throwing a strike there, and the reason why I say that is I was watching my preview screen here. He and Novak, he kept waiting. He was on the approach set, ready to go, and he was waiting for Novak to deliver the ball before he would go. I would have totally stepped off and reset on that. Kyle knows his game and what he's comfortable with doing. I certainly don't know what Kyle's comfortable doing, but that just didn't look good. Something just felt odd there.
You should get that looked at.
Knowles is up. He bowled 239 the first game over Troops 190. So Troop on the ropes here.
Yeah, it does have a 7-pin lead in this game. And Jeff Fair struck the first ball in the 10th. So he will have to strike the second ball in the 10th in order to force Graham Fa to get a double to close out that match. And Novak with another good break, not leaving the 10 with it. So just a 2-pin. I think right now going through Novak's head is probably just need to stay clean. Mary asked what my take on lefties to the righties is.
Yeah, one throws left-handed, one throws right-handed.
Yeah. We actually have 4 lefties and 4 righties in the round of 8. I really don't think this pattern favored any one style. They're so hard. You got to bowl good. Whether you're right-handed, left-handed, two-handed, it just didn't really matter. I don't think it favored anybody one way or the other. The people that bowled the best are the people that are still bowling.
Neither side was locked out.
Brian Dennis with a big double there to take the lead.
He didn't take the lead yet.
He will with this one. I foresee the future.
So quick look at Justin Knowles, who absolutely has to start striking here, or they're going to go to a game 3.
Justin needs to change balls.
So Jeff Fair did not get the second hit in the 10th. He has 214. Graham Fa has 176 and a spare in the 9th. So Graham Fa will need 9 spare strike to shut out that match and move on to the round of 4.
Well, I put the black cloud on Dennis.
And Graham Fa with a beautiful strike. He will need 9 pins on 2 balls now to shut out Jeff Fair.
And Jeff Fair bowling 190 and 214. That is a 202 average.
Oh.
Brian Dennis almost picked off the 7-10 out of that. I think dang near came out and got the 7-pin.
Kyle Troop getting up with a 20-pin lead, getting up in the 9th frame. And a solid 9 on a great shot. Graham Fa got 9 on his next shot, so he will be moving on to the round of 4. Greg Short asked where Brandon Novak finished this morning.
Finished 20.
Too much time in the booth.
Comes with age.
That's an interesting miss by Novak.
Yeah, that kept that match really close after Brian Dennis split. Novak chops the 2-4-5, and just a 6-pin match there in Game 3. 216 final score for Graham Fa.
You know, and that's not an easy thing to do either, the way he chopped that. That's so hard to do.
No. Agreed.
I mean, it's done more often than you think, but
So Fa advances 214 to 190 and 216 to 214 over Jeff Fair. Jeff Fair is going to take home the IB Open free entry.
Steve's looking to give this thing away right now. Washout right there. He just does not look comfortable. He doesn't know where he wants to go.
A little ball change for Kyle Troop there after shutting out that match. So that match is going to go to a Game 3, and it will be our only match here in a second because the Novak-Brian Dennis match will be over in about 5 minutes. Oh, and he wrapped the washout around. So another open frame. Brian Dennis with a 5-pin lead now.
It's kind of brutal.
Well, and you said before that game started that you thought that game was going to be messy, based on how they both finished.
I'm still holding my opinion. Just a 2-pin for Brian. Pretty good break there, not leaving the 210. Let's see if Justin will actually change balls and throw something different. Nope, he's going to throw that same ball and just move right a little bit. That ball looked pretty good.
And he did. So Brian Dennis cleans up his 2-pin. Still with a 5-pin advantage.
So Hester is in, and Graham Faw is in. What do those two players have in common?
They are both left-handed. Well, there was a lefty guaranteed to win the Hester-Mayberry match.
Yeah, that was interesting. So we had a lefty-righty match, a righty-righty, a lefty-lefty, and a two-hander.
Yeah, those were our matches. Great shot by Steve Novak there.
Big ball change right there.
This is a really important shot in the 9th frame now. Steve's got a strike here to set this up and put the pressure right back on Brian Dennis. So 191 for Troop in game 2 and 161 for Knowles. So on to game 3 there. And we'll have most of that game here for you very shortly.
If I'm Steve's coach right now, I'm telling him to step back, take a little bit more time on this one because of his tendency to get really, really fast.
And
he is.
He's actually doing that. He's waiting for Kyle to go this time. And Kyle got that one out the window a little bit. So here we go. Very important shot in the 9th frame for Steve Novak.
Yeah.
And
he was
church.
Screaming, push, 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 and it wasn't going to push.
And that, I think that just comes from all those shots he threw that were out the window, the washouts. And
I'm almost willing to bet he was telling himself, don't throw it right, don't throw it right. And anytime you tell yourself what not to do, you end up either doing the complete opposite and over-exaggerating, or you end up throwing it right because you're training your mind. And it's just it's a bad habit. So now he's going to need a little bit of help here from Brian.
Yep. Steve Novak with 140 in the 9th. Brian Dennis on 179 pace. And a 2-5. Certainly not an easy spare.
So Troop's first frame, he washes out, 6-count washout, and makes it in the 3rd game. Justin Knowles with a late messenger on the 7.
So Brian Dennis is going to need a mark in the 10th. If he opens in the 10th, then he would give Steve Novak a chance to get up and double.
Oh, man, there's a message deleted that I didn't get to see. Dang it. I always like seeing those ones before they get deleted. Darn it.
It was just a guy that was ripping on bowling, and it was going to continue to spin out of control. I see those things coming.
Ripping on bowling. Yeah, that never happens.
Yeah.
And that'll make things interesting.
3, 6, 9, 10. Widely known as the most difficult spare.
I don't know. I mean,
that's not a split. I mean,
no, I know. I mean, it's. I mean, the 3, 6, 10 alone is pretty much unmakeable for me. But then again, Friday night everything was unmakeable for me.
The 2-pin was unmakeable for you Friday.
So do you shoot this left or right with a straight ball?
I think on this pattern, you have to, because you cannot count on your ball hooking in that part of the lane down the lane. You have to just throw it straight at it and try to jam them all back into the corner.
That's what he's going to do, too. And he missed it. So that's giving him a chance. So that's
So 164.
You know,
Here's that shot again. You can just see how difficult this spare is.
and just a fraction more to the right, and he makes that.
Right. So we're going to watch Steve Novak in the 10th here. He needs a double and 5 to advance to the round of 4.
And it is on the lane that he struck on last, but I said that last time, and that didn't go too well.
Anything less than that, and Brian Dennis will be moving on to face Graham Faw.
Good shot, flat 10.
Flat 10, and I was wrong about that, actually. Brian Dennis is going to move on and face Chris Hester. So I apologize about that. Kyle Troop with another washout. Steve Novak, 149. And Brian Dennis again will move on to face Chris Hester in the round of 4.
So how was my prediction on that match? That
Yeah.
last game there being messy.
Yeah, they had a grand total of 313 between the two of them. And Kyle Troop with an open on that washout. Justin Knowles on a double is going to get up in the 3rd frame and try to take a pretty big lead early in this game 3.
That is interesting when we were talking about YouTube and whatnot there. It's hard to
fathom that.
It's hard to think about people getting that many viewers and whatnot. But it makes me like it's almost like a challenge. Like it makes me want to start a YouTube channel and see what I can do with it. Come up with some cool material. Doesn't have to all be bowling related, you know, just everything, life in general, and just keep moving forward. I think that'd be really cool. Give you something to do. It's just the editing of it that takes so much time. I don't have any dang time, so.
No, neither do I. We got 524 people watching right now. I want to shout out to all of them. Thank you for
you just said that and it went to 522. Way to go.
Yeah, way to go.
You scared them off.
Thanks for spending your day with us today. Justin Knowles getting up here on a double.
Dave, you want to start a YouTube channel with me? It'd be fun.
Yeah, be awesome.
Yeah.
And a great shot by Justin Knowles.
He's going to take a pretty good lead here with three frames in.
Our producer there gave us a second camera angle for this match to finish it out. So nice work by Mr. Flanagan.
Bazinga.
Justin Knowles with the front 3. Kyle Troop with spare strike open. And this is a winner advances, loser goes home this game. We'll take a look at Justin Knowles getting up for looking for the front 4. Oh, and he gets a very lucky break, rolling the 3-pin for the front 4. So things going Justin Knowles' way to start this game. Now the winner of this game is going to move on to face Graham Faw in the round of 4. And that's a lot of 9 by Kyle. Kyle's a little bit lost right now. Kind of needs to regroup himself. This match is far from over. We can see what happens. Even if you got the front 4 or front 5 on this pattern, we've seen it all week where somebody still only bowls 2-0 or 190 even. And Kyle's certainly not out of the wood yet.
Yeah, maybe speeding up the pace of play will throw his opponent off a little bit because they've been bowling pretty deliberate. They're the last pair to get done.
Right. And even with the Novak-Dennis match going 3 games, they finished 7 frames ahead of of this match. And another 9 count. And Kyle's just a little off right now. But still, again, time to regroup. Kyle still has 235 in the wood. He's got to make this spare, sit down, regroup, and try to get up and make a couple good shots on his next 2 attempts, and hope for a little reprieve from Justin Knowles here.
So did you say it's going to be Hester and Dennis?
Yes. Be Hester and Dennis, and then Graham Fa against the winner of the Justin Knowles Kyle Troop match. Justin Knowles looking for the front 5. And another great shot. Trying to put this match away early. So we're going to watch Justin Knowles get up here on the front 5, looking for the front 6, and really almost to put this match away very early.
He barely made it into this top 8.
Yeah, we talked about that at the beginning.
Yeah, the 250 game.
258 or 255 to get in. And that looks like a pretty good shot. And the messenger for the front 6. And honestly, we haven't seen very many 6-baggers today, or all weekend for that matter. Kyle up very quick.
That's a pretty good shot.
It was a good shot. Kyle max in the at 224 right now. Justin Knowles at 240 pace. So it's not looking very good for Kyle.
Dave, how do you so quickly come up with 240 pace out of that?
He's got a 6-bagger, so if he went spare strike the rest of the way, he would be in the 240s.
And if you have a 5-bagger and you go spare strike the rest of the way, are you in the 230s?
Yes.
If you start with a 4-bagger and you go
220s.
7-bagger, 250s. 8-bagger, 260s.
Yeah.
Okay.
Easy math to figure out the pace part of it.
That's a pro tip at home. I don't think I've ever explained that on the air. I thought you'd be the right guy to do that.
Now, obviously, there's difference between pace and max score. So even though this match is kind of out, it's still exciting with the front 6. We don't get very many 6-baggers.
No, I wonder if he's got a chance. I wonder if he's eligible for that extra 1,000 once match play starts. I don't know. I have to ask.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's a qualifying hole.
We're right behind this pair. That's why we're whispering.
And way to go, Mike.
There's the cloud.
Way to go.
Well, maybe he'll pick it up. Well, that's nice.
Very good verbiage.
Yeah.
Steve, thumbs down. Really need to work on your shot making. There's a coach in every corner. I love it.
Mary, I actually don't know the answer to how many lefties have won the Bradley. We can try to figure that out, but there's going to be some of those people on that list that I don't know if they're left-handed or right-handed.
Well, Lambert's won it 3 times.
Brad Snell, Gary Hancock, Bob Belmont,
I'm just going to work backwards. Right-hander, 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 left-hander, right-hander, right-hander, unsure on Anthony Jordan.
Anthony Jordan, I don't know that. I don't know if he's right-handed or left-handed.
Right-hander, right-hander, left-hander, right-hander, right-hander, left-hander, right-hander.
No, Bob Belmont's left-handed.
Oh, you're right. I read that as Bob Benoit. It's late in the day. Vogelsang,
Right. Gary Hancock's left-handed.
Lambert, left-handed. Ted Hanna's right-handed. George Pappas.
Right.
Bob Belmont, left.
Left.
Brian Graham.
Right.
Tracy Lamberth.
Right.
He's back-to-back years. Gregory Short.
Not sure on Gregory Short.
Kretzer's right-handed. Mark Fairchild.
I don't know on that one.
Alan Bishop.
Alan Bishop's left-handed.
Dan Swiger.
Don't know on that one
Rudy
either.
Roy.
Yeah, those all those back there I don't know.
Yeah. There you go. It's more righties than lefties, but there's some left-handed winners in there for sure. Oh my.
That was a pretty outstanding messenger.
Let's look at that again. Look at this. Kyle Troop. And the pin just stands. Well, today's just not Kyle's day. I have no other way to put it. Frustrating. Keep in mind prize money. First place $10,000, second place $5,000. Each one of our bowlers that advance are guaranteed at least $2,500, and those that were eliminated in this round receive $1,250.
And we're going to be going directly into the round of 4. I'm actually going to be leaving you for the round of 4. I'm going to be getting out of here and heading home. So JR will be in the booth with you for the rest of the day.
Boo again.
I very much appreciate everybody in the chat, all the questions, everybody watching. Thanks for tuning in all weekend, and thanks for supporting Hammer Bowling and EBI products.
Mama said there'll be days like this.
Thanks to Jason Utchwall and the crew here at Collins Bowling Center, and also to New Center Consulting.
Yep, our other sponsors also Logo Infusion this weekend. Save 20% off with coupon code Bradley17. Brooks Electric Company here in Lexington.
20%.
Yeah, 20%.
That's pretty good. I like that. That's a good deal.
Buffalo Trace Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey also involved. United American Supply and Fireball Whiskey. Thanks to everyone. Ace Mitchell Bowlers Mart as well. Thank you. Collins family's actually here right now.
Bring Mitch Beasley back to the booth.
Well, I'm already on my way home, but they got me piped into the broadcast here. I got to stop off at the Pilot here in just a little bit, fill up the car, but I'll try to join you a little bit later if you don't mind. Come on. So there we have it. Kyle Troop just finishing up going through the motions here. And Justin Knowles is going to advance into our round of 4. I want to thank Dave Wadka for all of his help in the booth today. And also, if it wasn't for Dave Wadka, I'm not so sure that we would be here broadcasting this event. So special thanks to him. Hope he has a safe trip home. And now Kyle Troop goes ahead and fills it up there with a strike. When it really doesn't matter. So Kyle Troop bowls 193 if he fills it out here. 232 if Knowles strikes here. So there you go. They hug it out. And that's going to conclude the match play round of 8. We'll be back momentarily here with the round of 4. You're watching InsideBowling.com.
bowlers moving on lane 27 and 28, you will have 60 Justin Knowles versus 70 Chris Hester. And on lanes 23 and 24, you will have number 1 seed Graham Fox versus number 5 seed Brian Dennis. This is just a reminder to the bowlers and fans, you are allowed to adjust surface prior to the first official ball thrown in this match. You will get 2 balls in practice on each lane. So much good bowling.
All right, let's get some things built here. Let's go.
I like building things.
Let's go over here, and let's go over here. Moving the cameras always is the interesting part of all this. JR, we do the best we can, try to get everything level. So here's our shot that we'll have over there. And we're not too far off here. Let's see what we can do here. Alright, so we got this look here. And I know it's a little cattywampus, but that's the best we can do over there on that pair. And we got this pair here, so. Couple of balls on each lane and we'll get going. Mike Flanagan, J.R. Raymond here with you. We're glad you're with us. Everybody watching the Bradley Open this weekend. It's always a good one to come bowl, huh, J.R.?
I enjoy it. I like that they actually changed it a little bit. Bowling on that flood kind of.
Bye-bye. Travel safe.
I like bowling on the flood too, but you know, a change in pace is good as long as the scores don't go super high.
Yeah, just come on over, Chris.
Chris's head looks shiny. Yes, it does.
He is part of Team Glare. I'm also supposed to give a shout out to hashtag Team BCD.
Getting started here for match number 1 for Graham, and he washes out first shot.
Oh, they're getting started over there?
They're getting started over there. That is his first ball in
All right,
action.
well, here, I'm going to do a reset here as if we're starting over here. Oh, I got to bring up that other graphic. That's important. Let me grab this real quick. We're a little behind here, folks. Let's see. MP4, open, boom, boom. We'll get a look at this, but I'm going to reset it on this.
So Graham starts 5-2.
Yeah.
Start the first game.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the 2017 Bradley Open. We're down to the round of 4. I'm Mike Flanagan, joined by J.R. Raymond, and Chris Vai also is going to join us now here for the round of 4. Welcome, gentlemen, as we get started here. It looks like the Graham Faw match has already got underway against Brian Dennis, and we've got an open for Faw. And now Dennis just set the lights out over there and turn out the lights. The party's certainly not over, but Chris and J.R., welcome to the booth, guys.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Hi. Where's Beth?
I thought they got started a little early over here. They weren't ready for that over there.
So maybe that did count because he actually did shoot at it.
Yeah. So here's Chris Hester starting this match. We are down to 4. Hester taking on Justin Knowles. Thanks, Kyle. Have a good one, buddy. Kyle Troop just eliminated, coming by to say goodbye to everybody. 2017 Bradley Open is brought to you by Hammer, New Center Consulting, Logo Infusion. You can save 20% with coupon code Bradley17. Also want to thank Ace Mitchell Bowlers Mart, Brooks Electric, Buffalo Trace Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, United American Supply, and Fireball Whiskey for their sponsorship. Without the sponsors, we wouldn't be able to pay out the money that is paid out at this event. Thanks for all the support.
Ace Mitchell. That there Jeff Mraz guy, he's a pretty swell dude. Pretty swell.
I actually had the opportunity to work for them for a year while I was up at school.
Really?
I tell you what, they treat you like family up there.
Yeah. A lot like Turbo then.
Yes.
Must be a Mraz thing.
I think it is.
Lori married into it, so
Yeah,
then it
great,
might have changed her.
Great family.
Second frame for Graham. That head pin, and it's just an elusive little creature.
Yeah, the 2-4 right in the face almost gets a strike out of it.
Solid one pin. See if he can convert.
And a washout down on 27-28. Chris, tell us a little bit about the oil pattern and what you faced this week here.
Well, I am convinced that they oiled them backwards. I don't know if that actually is the case.
It's like
From
that
the pin
every
deck
year.
forward?
Yeah, because what I was seeing was a lot of early hook, and then they got super tight down lane. So if you tried to move away from the hook, then it just went through it. But if you tried to stay on top of it, it just kept hooking earlier and earlier.
Have you bowled this when they were a flood before?
Well, last year was my only year I bowled it, so they were still, I guess, considered hooking last year, but they were definitely a lot tighter than this.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would agree. I mean, I think it's just the characteristics of what this house is. This place is just traditionally a early hooking place, and it shows. Your ball wants to start immediately and then almost bail the rest of the way back down the lane. So.
And I think it was, 4 feet shorter this year?
No, they didn't change the length.
No,
from
they
what I
didn't?
heard.
Oh,
No.
okay.
Didn't change the length. They just changed the type of oil and the volume a little bit.
Okay.
They went to a fire oil rather than whatever they were using before, and then they just lowered the volume a touch.
Yeah, and what I saw, my first block, I bowled the A squad, and I was able to play, up 6-7 for 2 or 3 games, and then just kind of parallel in off of it.
Right.
And I tried that last night, and it had no chance.
Yeah.
I mean, I never got left of 13 with my feet during qualifying, and I started on 23 last night. So they changed quite drastically.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I couldn't play right of 20, and today I couldn't play left of 7. I mean, it's just how it was. I mean, in this place, I keep telling everybody this place isn't hard because the pattern was hard. This place is hard because the surface is so old, and the topography here is ridiculous. Like you go to one pair that is 10 tighter than the pair you were just on before. So, I mean, you're literally bowling on a different pattern every single time you move to a pair. I mean, it's hard. It's tough. Same characteristics for the most part when you're trying to play the pattern, but if you don't figure out the topography quick, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and I think there's one pair I hit earlier. I think game 2 today, or game 3? No, game 2 today. I ended up throwing the last like 3 or 4 for 210, but on the left lane I was standing on 46, and the right lane I was on 13.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so I mean the left lane was so early that I had to get away from it and kind of play a little bit of a fallback, and then the right lane just never picked up. You had to get a little bit closer to it and just kind of roll it up the track.
Here's the Hester replay. Pretty good pin action over there on the 7-pin. Remember, twister pins, folks.
Yeah, you'll see a few of those.
Once again, if you're just joining us, J.R. Raymond here in the booth with Chris Vi. I'm Mike Flanagan, 2017 Bradley Open. We're happy you're with us. Just rolled 500 viewers. Appreciate the thumbs up, the likes down below. Help us with our ranking on YouTube. We're the #1 streaming sports show right now on YouTube at this particular moment. Thanks to all the people in the chat for interacting, commenting, and liking our broadcast. Hester's kind of a man on a mission. He's got an opportunity here to make a statement. And
I see what you did there.
if he could take this thing, all the way to the finals, this would be a lot of confidence for that young man. He's been struggling a lot of health issues, and he's happy to be back.
Is his mission known or unknown?
I think if this one's actually particularly known, but his bowling ball would probably give you the answer on that.
Oh, yeah.
He is throwing the mission unknown.
Double there for Graham. In 3rd and 4th frame, give him a little bit of a lead there.
Our championship pair will be lanes 21 and 22. Each pair that the players have moved to thus far throughout our match play are all freshly oiled pairs of lanes. Justin Knowles with a really good shot there. He bowled 251, I believe, was the number that he bowled to get in with during the last game, and he jumped into the cut number and trying to make the most of it. I consider that guy as a free roll.
Yes.
Yeah, I actually bowled with him this morning.
Yeah, you did. That's right.
And I tell you what, game 4, he goes up, and on the left lane, I think he 6-7'd 8, so the righty version of the 4-7-9, the 8th frame, and then he strikes in the 9th, and he goes up and splits the 8-9, and the 9 moved into the 10 spot.
Nice.
Yeah, so that was a little 20-pin move there.
Gotta love when that happens, but,
Yeah,
you really do see it an awful lot with these pins. These pins do some crazy things.
And end up not really mattering, only mattered for seed-wise, but, if you weren't to shoot the 250, that could have been a tough break there.
Who's the favorite to win right now? Huh. Doug Moss. That's,
Graham?
I don't, the favorite, if you go by, I don't even know. How do you name a favorite?
Well, Graham was the #1 seed coming into this, and he had 404 bowled at him and swept with 214 and 216.
If I'm looking at what I'm seeing ball reaction wise, I think Graham's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, I think it's a toss-up between him and Hester. I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Hester's bowling really, really well. He's throwing it really good right now. It's gonna. Lefties are gonna be tough to beat either way.
And I think Hester's ball reaction is not quite as good as Graham's, but I think Hester is throwing it so good right now.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
He's throwing it so good that it doesn't matter.
We have a question in the chat. What are some of Hester's health issues? He was battling Crohn's disease and still is battling Crohn's disease and will be battling it for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
But he has got some things under control and has got to a point to where things are a little more manageable. But a lot of fatigue through the different things he was trying to fight through it, and some medications and things like that has made it to where he hasn't been able to bowl a whole lot.
Yeah, actually, I know what he's going through. But not quite as severe, but
Almost.
almost a conversion there.
Steve, I'm just here for JR's commentary. Nothing to be seen here.
Inside a target there for Hester, but fortunate not to leave a split on that, so staying out of trouble.
So Graham opting to take a re-rack after that Greek church. Maybe just to regroup a little bit.
Feeding Frenzy's always in the chat whenever we're on, and Feeding Frenzy says, I pray the Lord would heal Hester.
I second that motion.
Matt Sanders wants to know, how'd you bowl today, Chris?
Well, I bowled. I finished all 5 games.
Bonus.
Yeah. I think I went 4 under today, and that was with the 240 game. I had a bad start. Then I bowled pretty well after it, but just a kind of a bad start, and I was already in a hole, so kind of put myself into a bigger hole where just didn't have enough gas to make it.
So, okay, Chris, I'm going to ask you a question. In your mind, so going into today, say you're 50 pins behind, do you come in, and knowing that the prize fund gets better as you go up, do you come in with the mindset of grinding, just trying to move your way up, as much as possible? Or are you coming in looking for a ball reaction to get into the top 8 as quick as possible? I mean, what are you after, just improving, or are you after looking for something and a way to win?
Typically, it's mostly a way to win, but on something like this, it's hard to try to go for a 240 look, because that's when the 140s come into play. So I don't know. I mean, personally coming in, I was 56 out actually. Coming into today, I mean, you can make up 70 pins in one game. So I knew that there was still a very good chance that I could make it. I just knew I just couldn't shoot myself in the foot the first game, which I ended up doing. But I definitely came in with the mindset that I was going to make the top 8. I don't think that translated into my ball reaction choices. But I did try to make a quicker move left than I probably should have, and it kind of didn't really backfire, but it didn't help me any.
Yeah, it's always a decision you got to make when you're coming in. If you're a little bit behind, you either have to make that decision whether you're going to go for it, if you're going to try and manufacture some good scores right away, or are you going to grind and be patient and hope that they come later to kind of squeak your way. I mean, it's a decision you got to make every time you bowl, and that's what's so hard about this, because you can't see the future. You can't see what the scores are going to be like. Yeah. You don't know what people are going to do. I mean, the cut could go down, so the grind mindset would have been better. But and then if you go out there looking for 240 and shoot 150, you shoot yourself in the foot. So I think at all times, I think you kind of look at somewhere in between.
Yeah, I agree.
I think you always keep the grind mindset no matter what the scoring pace is, and you just try to be quick and smart with your decisions.
Yeah, because I know like 190s, 180s, they didn't really hurt you here this weekend. So I was just coming in trying to make some pretty good shots. If I shoot 190, 180, it's okay, and just kind of be patient, because I know that I'm able to shoot a 240 or 250 on this. It's just the fact of doing it is much harder than saying you're going to do it.
Right.
So, yeah, I think you're right with somewhere in between.
Greg Burks, were bowlers using more or less surface today? I'd say, I think a lot of people, the more experienced bowlers were using a lot more surface, trying to control the ball reaction and keep it as predictable as possible. I think it's something you kind of have to look at when the scores are tougher. You don't want your ball making a whole lot of big motions, so you try to get it to use up a little bit of energy, and most of the time you're going to try and stay straighter. on tougher stuff like this. So.
Yeah, but I don't think it was.
Hester trips out the 6-pin there as a replay.
Yeah, I don't think it was traditional Bradley surface.
No,
Though.
no, it was not. It wasn't
I mean,
180 or charcoal.
no, I
and that's a
mean,
brutal stone 8 right there.
That was vicious, and they gave him a strike for it. That's how brutal it was.
Huh. Like, you deserve it.
Yeah, yeah, you deserve that one. Yeah, I think 500 was a lot this year.
Yeah.
500 on your ball.
Yeah, I never went lower than 1,000.
Yeah, I mean,
But it seemed like you needed to keep it fresh as much as possible because it did
Yeah.
lane shine real quick. And because it did, after like frame 5 of game 1, it almost did get to the extreme carry down lane,
Yeah.
and the front's hooking a bunch. So too much surface, or not enough surface, just didn't get it to go through the pins, or you couldn't get it to pick up the lane enough. So it was brutal.
and I think it's so, independent as well. Based on the type of bowler, of what you need to match up to the lanes. But I think this year was definitely, still a good amount of surface, but I think less surface than a traditional Bradley tournament was better off.
Right. I've never seen people so into boiling. I mean, I like to boil eggs. I will. I'm a pretty big fan of boiling. Depends on what it is. A lot of times when I'm bowling, I do boil over a little bit, get real mad. So,
Yeah. I've seen a few people boil this weekend.
yeah, it was real easy to boil this weekend. I can only imagine what some people other than me were thinking. I boil my potatoes once in a while too.
Yeah.
If I boil them first and then mash them, they're really good. Put a little garlic and garlic salt and butter. Maybe a couple bacon bits.
Say what's up to Fried Chicken Aaron in the chat down there in Tennessee. And Brett, no, I did not leave or make any more 910s today. But I am 1 for 1 lifetime, and I hope it stays that way.
These matches are best 2 out of 3. You're watching the first game of this 3-game best of match. Down to 4 bowlers.
Sandy says her boyfriend was boiling after the late shift. Yeah, I can imagine. That late block was not much fun. It was tough. So we got Graham with 149 in the 8th, Spare up in the 9th. Brian Dennis with 144 in the 9th on an open going into the 10th. So needs a little help from Graham to have a chance on this match. We got Hester with 167 in the 7th, Spare up in the 8th, bowling in the 9th right now. Strike in the 9th, that gives him 187 in the 8th with a strike in the 9th. Justin Knowles with 93 in the 6th with a double working.
It looks like Graham has won the first game there with Brian split in the 10th.
Brian's reaction doesn't look any different than it did on the last pair.
No.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, 140s, 150s. Not going to win against Graham.
We got a possible 247 to 243 over on 27 and 28. These guys making it look easy out there.
You're really good at doing that. Yeah, Brian not even shooting at the spare, obviously. Just changing balls, trying to find a little bit better reaction for the next game.
It's 150 for Brian. Brian Dennis 150. Graham will go up 1 game to nothing. Graham's going to go first.
Yeah, and actually with that 5 count, Hester won the first game as well.
Gives it a run. Graham with the spare strike will be 188. Thanks, Dougs. My comebackers, the Third Wise Monkey, all of you in the chat. Breeding Frenzy. Good shot for Graham. Be 188 for Graham. So he defeats Brian Dennis 188 to 150. He's up 1-0. We'll get going with game number 2 here in just a moment.
Yeah, it looked like Graham went with a ball that has a little bit more surface on it. Maybe trying to get it to slow down a little bit more on the back end. And that lane he went, Greek Church on that lane and also 6-pin. We'll see if he sticks with that one or tries to make a little adjustment with the other.
I'm still trying to understand how Justin hasn't tried a different ball. Even at
Actually-
the end of last match and this one, he
You know what?
just has not tried a different ball
Yeah,
to fill at all.
in practice during the first match with Troop, he threw the red quantum, and it actually looked really good, and he hasn't touched it since. And even there, when the pin doesn't matter,
Yeah.
I feel like he would try something.
I think it's just an experience thing. He doesn't. He's a young kid. Doesn't bowl a ton of stuff. He's bowling more now. He's bowling a lot more bigger events like this, and he's gaining experience, and he'll learn those things eventually.
Well, nothing like being top 4 at the Bradley, gaining experience.
That is, yeah. That's a feat right there.
Absolutely.
Chris, how long have you been doing this two-handed thing, and have you ever bowled one-handed?
Well, I started bowling when I was just over the age of 1. So I was not strong enough to pick up the ball and throw it one-handed. So I started bowling two-handed.
See, that's always the excuse for you two-handers.
Yeah, I'm just weak. That's all it is. Yeah, so I've pretty much always been two-handed. Growing up, I had a lot of people telling me that, two-handed would never work. You got to go one-handed and all that. And I actually did bowl for 2 league years when I was, I don't know, maybe 10 or 11. I bowled one-handed. I hated it. Mostly hated it because I wasn't good.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, why would anybody ever say that two-handed would never work?
Well, I think it was before the whole, Belmonte came onto the scene and before anyone really understood what it was.
Yeah, but even then, when you watch what it creates and what it can give you, how can you ever have the opinion that it would never work?
Yeah, so, I don't know, it was kind of getting to the convincing mode of, my parents wanting, to, I guess, do the right thing, and it was always the whole, the bodies aren't going to last, it's going to be injuries and back problems, knee problems. So they got me bowling one-handed for 2 years, and I ended up stopped bowling for 4 or 5 years. I picked it back up my freshman year of high school. Kids asked me to bowl on a Saturday morning league, and my mom worked on Saturdays at the time, so they weren't there, so I decided to bowl two-handed. Started back up and ended up enjoying it enough to try out for the high school team. And sophomore, junior year, something like that, I started bowling some, the JTBA local tournaments. Just gaining experience that way, and junior gold and all that stuff. But yeah, I've been pretty much two-handed for a majority of my bowling career.
I can tell you I've tried throwing the ball two-handed. And, man, I get some revolutions on the ball, but it goes about 3 miles an hour. So it hits the left gutter hard.
See, that's the problem a lot of people have, which for me, it's hard to understand because I throw it so hard. I have a problem going the other way. I have always had a problem getting it slower. I've gotten a little bit better, but people always tell me they can't get enough speed. And I was like, you can have some of mine.
Hello, Pat, our bat bowler from Fairborn, Ohio. Dave Watka on his way home. Drive carefully, Dave. Thanks for the great commentary, guys. People are afraid of change. Coming from,
That's
is
my
that your dad or your
Yeah,
mom?
That's my dad. I'm assuming that's my dad.
I'd
It's-
say
it's his name, but we're not sure who's typing.
I'd say that's pretty accurate. People are afraid of change. I mean, you can see that going on now. I mean, look at the whole election thing, and you can, whether you're for Trump or you're for whoever. I'm not getting into it. I'm just saying you can see it now. I mean, it's just people are afraid of change, and I think it's something to be said that you get stuck in your ways, and people are traditionalists.
Very
and-
schedule based, and
Right.
you do something one way, and that's the way you do it.
I saw a question in there about asking if I prefer PBA patterns or this. I'm not going to say I prefer either or. I'm going to say that both have their challenges. You can look at a PBA pattern and call it a little bit softer because the scores are higher, but and the scores are actually only higher because of the talent in the field, the way they break the lanes down, and they create a softer environment as the games go on. So I don't know. I mean, I guess it's a mix, because if you take this pattern right here and you put nothing but the best PBA bowlers out on this, it probably becomes pretty soft after some time too. So it's just like the U.S. Open. U.S. Open scores get pretty high on the burn and later in the blocks. So it's all relative. It's all different. It all depends on who's bowling. In events like this, you get a lot of guys that do come out and like to compete in their local area, who maybe don't have the experience and aren't sure how to play the lanes. So you get a little crisscross going on with people playing the lanes all over the place, and they get a little bit difficult. But no, I don't really have a preference. I enjoy bowling on both.
Yeah, it is truly remarkable how good the guys on tour are. That they can, flat 1-to-1, make it as hard as you want. Game 3, there's going to be some 240s, 250s. It's just,
That's how it goes.
It's unreal how good those guys are.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot
And they
of
don't get enough credit either.
No, a lot of people see, the scoring pace, and people are averaging 230 and 240, and they're like, oh, they're soft this year, whatever. No, those guys are just that good to where they can make them easy enough to create some room down lane to be able to shoot 240, 250.
I'm having a hard time not replying to some of these comments in here, but it would get us on a rant about the president and whatnot.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that. We're going to go ahead.
You said his name.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We're going to stick to bowling.
I said I was getting crump. That's all I said. Getting crump up in here. Oh, wait, that's crunk, isn't it?
I think we're all bowling nationals in Vegas this year, aren't we?
Yes,
Yes.
we are.
I just don't know when.
Same.
I don't know what date my guys
Sometime
picked.
in the month of May, I assume.
I believe that's when we are, too.
There's a saying for that, guys. If you're bowling in May in the Open Championships, you guys know what it is?
I do not know.
April practice brings May brackets.
Ah, nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Well, I will be bowling. Well, you will see me in the month of April down in Arkansas.
Boom doubles.
Yes, sir.
What about IB Open? You making that one?
It's the next weekend, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't see why not.
I wouldn't see why not. Okay, so that means yes?
Yeah, I'd like to throw double negatives in there.
This is the first time we've had you in the booth. By the way, Chris, you're welcome anytime.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Just pick up a headset. Here we usually don't have to invite, but your first time you get invited, and then after that, it's just you can put them on whenever you want.
All right.
There's a pretty good question in here, actually. Do you think it's harder on youth bowlers who try to bowl on these modified patterns while still learning on house shots? And I think you mean practicing on house shots and then going bowling events on these patterns. And no, I mean, the only true way to gain experience and to learn these patterns is to go out and bowl on them. That's it. You can't really recreate what you see in these events because you can't recreate the traffic as much. Because you can sit there and you can practice on sport patterns all you want, and eventually you're going to break them down, and they're going to get easier, and they're just not going to break down, or you're not going to see the transition.
And it's just like, so say you have a practice session for PBA Regional. You go and bowl practice. 9 times out of 10, when you bowl that practice session, they seem a whole lot easier than they are because you don't have plastic balls or anything going down the lane. You don't have, those extra shots changing the pattern as much. So you don't see the transitions, and they seem easier. And that's what happens when you're practicing on these patterns. So, no, I don't think it's a challenge for youth bowlers to get good on this. I think it's just a commitment. I think it's dedication to go out and actually compete. And I know a lot of people say it takes money and whatnot, which it does. But I mean, it's just a choice you got to make. Either you bowl or you don't. I hear people complain and say that they just don't have the time and they just don't have that. So I just, what I would say to those people is I don't want you to take away from the people that do have the time or that put in the time.
And I think it's almost the same as any other sport, to where if you practice something harder, the easier stuff will be even easier. So if you're practicing on stuff that, at first you're struggling to average 170, 180 on, and you're able to get your average up to 202 210, the stuff that you're already averaging 202 210 on, you could be 230, 240.
Right.
So I think it's, the fact of just challenging yourself, and, if you're going to be able to get good on these patterns, then you're going to be able to bowl on anything.
Oh, man. Just watching poor Brian over here. Brian Dennis, he's just trying to put something together against Graham. Graham up 1-0, so if Brian does not win this game, Graham will advance to the finals. Chris Hester up 1-0 in his match, and that's a tough spare right now. 2-4-7-8 covers it nicely.
That's fun. I'm just here for JR's football opinions. You want my football opinion? I think Tom Brady is not as good as what people make him out to be. That's my opinion.
Watch
I'm
the
gonna
chat
stick with
blow
that.
up now.
Yeah, I can't. That's one thing I could rant about is Tom Brady. That bugs me. Like, you watch, he completes 50% of his passes yesterday and throws 2 interceptions, and all I see all over my Facebook page is how Tom Brady should be the MVP. Like, are you kidding me right now? That's just absurd. It makes me so mad.
Well, in another time, not in the finals of this, I will debate that with you on the air.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Oh, I saw a couple things in the
Ooh,
comment.
wow, roll a 310 down there for Justin Knowles.
Saw a couple things in the comments. First, Bradley asked if I was bowling with Shannon in the Boom Doubles. So yes, I am. We are going to try to defend our title. Also, I want to say hello to Kevin Williams out there. He's watching up, and I'm sure he's down in the St. Louis area still, or Springfield, Missouri, I should say.
Yeah, and all the best to Kevin Williams with this his alternative career that he's trying to do and is living out.
My favorite rapper.
Being a rapper, yeah.
I saw one of the videos that he put for some competition or something.
Yeah.
That thing was pretty sick.
Yeah, and he didn't win. I don't know how.
How do you not win with that?
I don't know. I shared it, told everyone.
I shared it too.
Told everyone that I knew to share it. Somehow didn't win.
That's amazing.
He's a good kid too.
That was pretty crazy. That was sick.
He's a super nice guy.
And I think the other people paid him off. I think they paid the.
Come on,
guy
you're gonna
picking
act
off.
like things are corrupt. There's no corruption in the
I'm
world.
sorry. You're right. I'm sorry.
Things are fair. Everything's the way it should be. Move on. Yes, Brady is a Hall of Famer, of course. Nobody's saying he's not good. I think my only thing is I think they give way too much credit to Brady when it's more the organization. The organization put together, I mean, they just all work so well together. Brady's a huge factor, no doubt. But I think not any quarterback, but any above average quarterback can go in there and win. But back to bowling.
Yeah,
No
so
more
just-
football talk.
Yeah, looking to these matches. Looks like Justin Knowles is up 36 through 4 frames. 37 now through 4 frames. And Graham, well, he could be up 42 through 7 frames this game. So I think if he pretty much stays out of trouble here, Graham is looking for the sweep. Anything can happen on this pattern, but
Yeah, he's
Just-
on 220 pace already,
yeah.
and the best
Yeah, he
Brian can shoot is 225. 227 pace for Graham, 225 max for Brian Dennis.
And Brian just got up there. He just walked up to grab his ball and just got on the approach.
Yeah, he pretty much just given up already. That's a good shot, though.
Oh,
Wow.
late trip on the 7. I mean, anything can happen on this pattern.
It
you
can.
know, and I've seen Graham's ball on this right lane on 24. It keeps picking up earlier and earlier, and he Greek churched on it last game. He's 6-pinned a couple times. He's tripped the 6, I think, the last 2 times, or at least in the 5th frame, I know he tripped it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to teach any of your kids, any of the youth, anything when it comes to bowling, it's to never give up. I mean, there's always plenty of wood out there. You can't give up. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, Brian throws that double, man.
Yeah, I mean, that puts a little bit
Still
of pressure.
got 215 left.
A little bit of pressure here on Graham to at least make a really good shot here.
And the other match looks like right now it's going to be going to a 3rd game through 5 frames. Still early, but right now opportunity here to really put some pressure on Chris Hester here.
Another 3-9.
So here we go.
Ooh,
Wow, he got the 7 to come forward.
gets the
Wowie,
twister.
zowie.
Gets the twister 7
Take
forward,
a look at that again.
whatever you want to call it.
Love. We'll call it love.
Yeah. Graham and I actually rode down together, and we're roommates this weekend, and we were actually out to lunch, and we were just talking about the twister corner pin forward hit. So he wrapped that one and gave me a little look.
I was wondering why you were still here hanging out.
Yeah.
Wait, you weren't wondering why I was still here?
I know why you're here. You're here in town on business. You're here taking care of business.
That's right. We do work around here.
I'm waiting for Graham to buy me dinner.
That was pretty good.
And
That's
that's the
really good.
game.
Graham will be bowling for the 2017 Bradley Open title.
WWCD there. Brian Dennis, hats off to you. Brian Dennis is going to receive $2,500 for his efforts. Respectable weekend of bowling for Brian Dennis.
Not a bad couple days' work.
No, they got a little more, little extra money pumped into the prize fund this year. That's awesome.
A little extra money, a few extra bowlers.
Yeah.
Oof. That could have been,
Yeah, disaster
that could have
avoided
been a
there.
disaster there.
Oh, Nelda.
That was identical with the opposite pin standing.
Yeah.
$3:31 p.m. Eastern.
Time check.
Oh boy. What is it? Every time there's a lefty or two in the finals, it's all about that. That's
It's like Justin ditched the spare ball. Decided to hook at that 10 pin.
All right, Graham bowls 236.
solid effort.
So Graham so far in the match play here has bowled 214, 216, 188, 236. Now Chris Hester is up 1 game to nothing. He bowled 223. Justin Knowles bowled 165. Hester looking for 2 in a row.
Big shot here. Ooh. Lucky to get the 6 out there. Just leave only the 4-7.
Brian Dennis finishing out over there. Really doesn't matter at this point. Congratulations to Brian again on a great weekend of bowling.
Richard Allen says they looked walled on the left. I can assure you they are not walled on the left. It's just a different scenario when you don't have as many over on the left side. You don't see the transition.
Yeah, they're able to stay out there a little bit longer. Because I know when I was the first qualifying block, when I was able to stay farther to the right, my look was really, really good. There's just so much traffic out there now.
Yep.
They just start hooking earlier and earlier, and you have to go away from it.
Yeah. I had what Graham is doing right now is pretty much what I had on the right side game
Mhm.
1.
Yep.
You know, so but it just changes so fast because there's so many more bowling balls going down the right side than the left. So
Yeah.
I would definitely wouldn't say that the left is walled. It just doesn't change as fast.
Yeah, and the look out there was really, really good to start, and it just goes away so quick, and they're able to stay out there a little bit longer than, you know, the righties.
It's looking like that match is going to go to 3 games over
Yep.
there.
Watch Hester on this one. He hopped at the end of this one.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a little stick or...
It's not usually a good shot when you hop like that.
There needs to be a sarcasm button because no, I didn't see the sarcasm on that one, but I apologize. I didn't mean to make you feel different about your comment. I was just making sure people knew that it's not a lefty-righty thing. But they would. You know, that would be, there should be, you need to invent that. Invent a sarcasm button. So that way whenever they make a comment on here and it's sarcastic, they can just push that button and it comes up like their comment is a different color or
I
something.
mean, like italicized or something
Yeah.
like that. Oh, folds in the 710 there.
Well, with 560 people watching and the comments coming in, you're going to get a wide array of comments. But I will tell you, I appreciate every single person tuning in today. If you have not subscribed to the Inside Bowling YouTube channel, please do so. It'll give you a notification when we go live. And because we don't go live all the time or have a set schedule, it's always nice to have you guys be aware of when we are streaming, and you can come in and participate in the chat with us. It's been a great time all weekend long with all the different guests we've had in and out of the booth, including, I'm still on my way home, guys. Thanks so much for including me in the broadcast. That's Mitch Beasley, folks. And we do appreciate everybody. Give us a like down below as well so we can stay #1 on YouTube streaming right now on the sports channels. All right, so it looks like we're going to go to a third match over here. Third game in this match between Hester and Knowles. Best Hester can bowl is 189 now. Be interesting to see if he searches around with some different bowling balls. Feeding Frenzy, goodbye from the chat, and may God bless you as well. Yeah, Hester didn't like that one.
Mike, can you do a Pete Weber voice? It's a good question.
Not really. Not really. You kind of got to get in that zone. Well, yeah, I just can't do it. I don't have it in me.
Once your voice gets a little older, you'll be able to catch up.
Maybe a little rasped. Maybe if I smoke a couple packs a day for a year or so, might be able to get there.
I wasn't going to go there.
Need that rasp.
Mm-hmm. Or you just get sick.
I'm still waiting to hit puberty. Get it a little bit lower. And I don't know. I think Chris's last few shots, he doesn't look quite as smooth. You mentioned earlier, Chris, that he was just completely making good shots, really good shots, and we've seen him hop a couple times. His timing looks a little off now.
Yeah, I think maybe just losing a little bit of ball reaction kind of is making him second guess it. But he looks like he's trying a different ball here, see if he finds something.
Yeah, and to the question, Josh, at what point do you give up on a game and start fishing for a look? Right now is that point. Once you're mathematically eliminated is when you start. But if you still have the wood out there and the possibility to get there based on what your opponent does, then you still continue to make good shots. But at this point, yeah, it does no good for Chris not to be trying to throw a couple different balls to see if he can find something different.
My guess is he's not going to use that one.
The one he just threw? Why
Yeah.
not? What was wrong with it?
Pretty much everything.
Heavy weapon wanting to know what voices I can do. Well, I do a really good Mike Flanagan.
It is pretty solid.
Yeah, not bad. It's worth all that jazz.
You can get the old
Yeah.
Kermit the Frog here.
Yeah, you can do that.
Welcome to the show.
Not bad. 172 for Hester.
Oh. And you would think, even here, knowing you've already won the match, even if you've won the match, still maybe try something different. With two lefties being on the same pair, they might transition. I mean, this would be the time, you know, if you throw a ball and you get 6, well, okay, it's not the right one. It doesn't hurt you any.
See, and again, you know, Justin's just going up there trying to strike
Yeah,
with the ball he's been using the whole time.
yeah.
Granted, he's got a good look right now, so it's not like you're really going to make a change, but you do want those options out there. You want to be able to see what you have in case something does go awry.
And like you said, you know, you can't see the future. So, you know, if you got 70 in the 5th next game, well, now you may or may not know that another ball is playable.
Or maybe he's a mental player and he wants to just keep seeing his bowling ball hit the 1-2 pocket consistently over and over, and that mentally keeps him stable.
Yeah,
Possibly.
Just like the poll question we asked yesterday about bowling being mental versus physical and all those other great options we had, and mental came into play number 1. So who knows? I think I'd be fishing around with some different bowling balls, but
Yes.
I would absolutely.
looks like you
Every
threw a
time.
strike shot there. All right, so it's 235, 172.
And Hester came up and applauded themselves for breaking down that pair.
So here we go. This is it right here. The winner of this game will advance to the finals to take on Graham Fall.
Yes, I know the Muffin Man. The one he lives on Drury Lane. Pretty much the same as his shot in the 10th.
Little bit better. Here's the replay. Notice he sticks the shot, stays down.
And it does look like he's actually pulling it down from the top a little bit quicker than normal. He's not letting it fall, which may be the reason why it's seeing the lane just that pinch sooner. And then again, it probably is because now he is not as comfortable. Just bowled 170. He knows he needs to win to be able to move on to the title match. So.
And is a messenger more common for left or right-handed? Neither. It's an entry level. Your ball going into the pins a certain way. That's really all it is. So depends on if you're left or right-handed. Doesn't matter. As long as your ball's going in a little behind the head pin, typically.
Messengers are more common for people who aren't named JR.
Yeah, you're a little up the back of it to send a lot of messengers.
I send a ton of them in front of the 10.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yes.
And a question here in the chat. What's first place? 10,000. Second is 5,000. 2,500 for third and fourth.
And a date with Mike Flanagan.
There's one of your messengers.
Yeah.
Right in front
That
of it.
is.
Yep, that's how it goes. Can't get mad about it. I mean, it doesn't bother me at all. I just know those are not my typical hit.
Yeah. Are you the trip forward kind of guy?
I used to be. Back in my college days, that was my signature.
Because I've come to the realization, I've also been told, and well, once I was told this, I kind of started paying attention to it, that people who trip fours really don't send messengers, and the people that send messengers typically don't trip fours.
Well, and, you know,
It's ball roll.
chicks dig the trip 4, too, so I kind of gear more towards that than anything
Yeah,
else.
see, I
So-
shy away from that.
Yeah, see. No, I'm more of a snowplow or Brooklyn kind of guy.
I will say this. These matches, there's a lot of deliberate deliveries happening.
Yes. I noticed that in the Justin's first match with Kyle Troop. I think Novak and I, our final match last year, I think their third game was the length of our entire match, and we went 3 games.
I think you're right.
But to each their own. Some bowlers are much slower than others, and it's kind of a comfort level thing.
Some people are slower than others too.
That's very true. Great shot there.
Yeah, this is becoming what we call a barn burner.
And boom goes the dynamite.
I don't think Chris Hester can ever get a shirt that fits him properly. It's like everything's just a smidge big on him, and I think he's just become accustomed to that. I think that's very comfortable to him.
He needs a schmedium.
Maybe an extra medium.
I'd like to see him in a cycling, the helmet on,
Yeah.
like racing his bike.
I thought you were going to say a psych jacket.
No. Pulled that one out of the clouds.
Again, that was the exact same thing
Oof. Gets the
as his
6 down.
first frame, except this time he leaves the 4-pin and not the
Yeah,
6.
see, that's what we're seeing on the right side. It's just the ball starts hooking earlier and earlier, and if he goes away from it,
It
then
will
you s-
never
Then you
hook.
saw he changed balls and kind of tried to go away from it and just never wrinkled
I
in
think
the 10th. So
I think the move for these guys is to soften up more or less, or look for a little further down the lane, get your ball to get through a little bit better.
Yeah, I think Justin just kind of sort of did that. You see that ball reading the pattern coming off the end of the pattern, and I saw Graham doing that in his match as well over on 23 and 4. But you do have to be absolutely perfect with your touch and your release.
and I mean Justin is a little bit further right than Chris, but he with a higher rev rate he's able to get his ball around the corner. I'm not sure if Chris were to get on top of him. I'm not sure if his ball would make it around the corner. So that's why he's a little trying to play him straighter. He just needs to find a way to get his ball through the front part of the lane a little bit cleaner.
This tournament's been going on for 38 years, guys. 38 years. It's a long time. Uh-oh.
It's a good break there.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this one again. Let's just see if we can notice anything at all.
It was actually pretty good off his hand, just not direction-wise.
Yeah,
As far as cleanliness and speed, I think it would have been good if it was on target. That one actually would have got through it.
it just doesn't look comfortable.
I think he more feels the in-between where he's trying to like inches, like move like half board moves, trying to get it to just belly a little bit more. And he just over.
It's a big miss right there.
That is pretty big.
I have a
Especially
replay from earlier in the match. I don't know if it was a good shot or a bad shot. That was a good one. It was a double replay I had earlier today. That was Steve Novak picking something up off the approach. I don't have these labeled, so I'm learning my replay screens.
Yeah, but if you notice that spare shot that Hester threw actually motioned pretty well and, pretty much ran over the 9-pin.
Cecil Wilson was actually the first winner of the Bradley.
1979.
Woo. That was just sick nasty right there.
You know who else won in 1979?
Do not.
America.
America.
It's the year I was born.
America. Oh, jeez.
You're old.
You are
Thank you,
old.
Chris.
You're old.
Thank you very much. Ding, ding, ding. This just in. Do me a favor, JR. Turn that number 3 slot all the way down and take care of business for me, will you? It's a good thing JR's between us, Chris.
Hey, when I'm going to bowl tournaments now,
Yeah.
I feel like the old guy.
You do?
I was just out at trials, and luckily I was the youngest on my pair the last game or the last day. I think maybe even the second youngest, but
And how old are you?
24. I'll be 25 in 2 months.
Shoot, how do you think Rob Gottschall felt
Yeah.
last year?
Right? So we another great shot
Wow.
there. After the team was selected, I'm looking around at at my teammates for
Yeah.
2017, and I am older than more than half of Team USA. I thought that was a very interesting fact, and it's unbelievable to watch some of these kids throw the ball now.
Well, I think Chris Barnes pulled a muscle in his back walking up to take his medal around the neck, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's only because he left his cane over by the chair.
Yeah, we have a team doctor, and only for him.
It's closer.
Just can't get his ball to go through the pins the correct way. He needs to figure out something quick.
I don't usually play any sort of favoritism in a match because it's just not a good thing to do. But there is something about Chris Hester and just knowing his story that something inside had me pulling for Hester here today. But I will tell you that
He's got his work cut out for him.
Mr. Knowles here, Justin Knowles, has shown up in a big way today. Every time he's needed a game to advance and make it in, he's done so. And Chris, you like you said earlier, you crossed with him.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's got some major game.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, anytime you shoot 250 on this pattern is impressive, but knowing you need 250 to make the cut and doing it, very impressive.
What is this 250 you speak of?
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know. I saw other people doing it.
Yeah, 251.
Fred says, easy on the old guys. Now, if I did that, they'd think I didn't love them.
So there's a WhatsApp group for our social media with Ebonite International as Hester misses that 7-pin, and some folks were asking about what was going on with the Bradley, some of the sales guys,
Mm-hmm.
with Ebonite International, and Tyson Brannigan was asking, hey, what's going on? How's Hester doing? How's Novak doing? Different guys like that, and he said, thanks, Mike, for the update. I said, you bet, we have 3 lefties left. And now Jason Couch has just chimed in, and I thought this was worth sharing on the air. He says, I said, there's three lefties left. He says, as it should be when they are tough.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That guy.
He was sitting there waiting. He was just waiting to reply. Splits the
That's
8,
just
9,
dirty.
4 in a row. Yeah, he's looking awfully good, and Hester's going to need quite a bit of help if he wants to come back in this
It's
match.
like you said earlier, Chris, you needed an endless 10th frame, and Chris Hester might need one in this case as well.
Yeah, I was still looking for the entry fee, but it didn't really matter. I 9-pinned second ball in the 9th or in the 10th, so my entry fee would have went to waste.
Dick Allen says mercy rule.
Is that the Dick Allen, do you think?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm serious. He was in yesterday.
What did he commented something that I replied to.
Yeah, you did. You said
And
Richard Allen.
and I actually said Richard Allen.
Yeah, that
Not
was
even thinking about
that
it.
was the sarcasm remark.
Yeah.
Oh,
That
yeah,
was
that's
really him.
right.
Yeah, it was him.
That's right. Now I understand the sarcasm. part
Yeah,
of it.
we get everybody in here, man.
Attaboy. The couch dropping some truth.
We get the celebs.
These guys are so bad. I don't get it.
And
This game's not over, though.
Yeah, Deshaun thinking Hester needed to be a little bit inside of Justin. At least from what I saw, trying to move, parallels, at least on the right side. I'm not sure. I haven't seen too many lefties that far, but get to the right side, the middle's hook. It's like you can't really just jam it in there. You have to get it going away from the pocket.
There you go. That's a ball change.
Yeah, there's a little ball change.
You still got 223 out there.
And once you start getting the ball going away from the pocket, it's bad news.
Yes, on this pattern for sure.
Yeah, so
And with 223 out there, Knowles, if he goes strike spare all the way out, he's got 229. but there's plenty of chance to lose some count and whatnot, depending on what he does. So this is far from over. And that goes right back to, if the wood's still out there, never give up.
Yeah, and if he makes this ball change and throws a double here, that's huge.
A little pressure on Knowles can go a long way being so young. It's got a hook. Get it. Ooh. All right, now his chances are slim. But, again, still not out.
Max score 203.
Anything can happen.
And I actually thought that was a fairly good shot. I expected that to hook a little bit more than it did.
I thought it was a little left of
A
target.
little left.
Okay. 7th frame coming up. John Knowles. Strike here will take him just one step closer to the final against Graham. Out the window.
It's a lot of 8.
If he does that again, this gets real interesting.
Yeah.
It shows 7 on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Is the 9 behind it?
I don't see it.
I don't see
I
the
can't
9.
tell. No, I don't see it. I think that just needs a score correction.
No, there is.
Oh, it is.
There is from my angle.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Wow, it looks offset.
Oh, yeah, that is the pair. That's the pair that the 9 actually does sit a little bit to the right. Because I remember I was bowling with Ken Abner earlier, and he mentioned it, and he 9-pinned twice on that lane. I think that was a pair. But there might be a couple of them that do that.
All right, covers it up.
Maybe it wasn't that pair. Don't get my memory going. It never works.
Yeah, there's some tricky racks in this building as well. Some little bit of some gaps in between the 2 and the 4 I've seen.
There's also 4 disco balls in here.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys knew that or not.
Should we turn them on for the finals?
That would be
That
great.
would be awesome. Get a little Ernie McCracken, some Kingpin entrance.
Or we could come out here and we could reenact YMCA, guys.
There we go. Who's going to be the sailor?
Oh.
Chris. Chris will be the sailor.
Asking if Graham sitting and watching will affect him.
He's
Well,
young.
1, he's young. 2, he just won the Players last year as the 1 seed.
Yeah.
So he sat and watched and then bowled live on ESPN. So
Let's say he's going to be all right.
I think he'll be okay. Now, anyone else? Maybe.
It all depends. Quite a bit of bowling this week, so if he does tighten up a little bit, you never know.
We did have a baby screaming in the background, but
It was not me.
staying clean here for Justin's going to be just about all he needs. Chris Hester now has to double here in the 8th and the 9th to have any chance at all. But even with that,
It's not looking good.
yeah, it's about all she wrote. But hey, we're going to have a great final here, guys. Couple of lefties. I could actually probably put my camera, instead of having to put it on lane 23 for 21 and 22, I could probably actually put it on lane 22 itself over on the right side, since all we're going to have is left traffic. Be the
Yeah.
first time ever
Mm-hmm.
in the history of bowling where you'd actually put a camera on the lane. I would just hope they wouldn't leave anything on the right side.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be okay with Graham. He hooks at him.
Yeah, you're right about
Well,
that.
and now Justin seems to have abandoned his spare ball as well. So you might.
Yeah,
you
could
might,
be okay.
Yeah, you might be all right.
Yeah. So Hester with a really good shot in the 8th.
I mean, yeah, you never know. Open. The 9th and 10th. You're talking low 2-0 to high 190s there, and then anything can happen.
And see, that was just a little bit right of his
And
last shot, and
that'll
just
be
picks up so early.
all she wrote.
It's going to do it, but I'll tell you what, this is a heck of an improvement, and it's got to feel good for Chris Hester to be in the Final Four of a bowling event again with such a talented field like this.
So not just any bowling event. This is one of the toughest to get, to even the top 8. But to win a match, that's very, very respectful.
Mickey Coffey says, I personally know Chris Hester, and I can tell you he's fought hard to get where he is right now. He's an ultimate competitor. Much respect for Chris to what he's had to battle to get here.
Amen.
Couldn't agree more.
Justin Knowles is going to advance and bowl for the title at the 2017 Bradley Open. Justin Knowles versus Graham Faw coming up here on Inside Bowling. JR and Chris Vi, myself, will bring you the finals. Best 2 out of 3 is what they do in the finals as well here.
And they're throwing in the flag. They're not finishing. Seeing as they're changing pairs, it's kind of irrelevant to finish the game.
Okay, so they're not even going to finish the game. That's never really happened on our live stream before, but I completely get it and understand. When we come back, we will have the final here in just a few moments here on Inside Bowling.
Mike Flanagan is a liar. They're finishing it out. So while Mike gets the other camera set up, question of the day. What would you do for a Klondike bar? Answer that one. Richard. It's not a very good question. Although there's no bad questions. But that's a rough one right there. I don't know that I can answer that. I'm not going to either.
Okay, so they get 2 balls on each lane. Everybody, I've got my down lane camera down there too. Let's see what we got here as far as a look.
Ooh, look at that shot, man.
Let's see what we got. So what do you guys think? You guys think Graham or Justin?
I think I would swim across the ocean for a Klondike bar. Honestly, I asked the question earlier, so I had to chime in with my answer. But I got to give the edge to Graham just because he's got so much more experience. Justin's bowled great to get here, but he's definitely the underdog in this match.
Yeah, and honestly, from what I'm seeing ball reaction wise, I mean, the last couple matches, Justin's had an awfully good look. But yeah, I would have to lean on Graham's experience and being in many different title matches. That I think he's just going to make the shots when needed.
Only time will tell, because anything can happen. Chris, that's a pretty good bet. Lefty wins.
So Dick's got Justin winning game 1 and Graham winning the last 2. Yeah, I'm going with experience, and he throws Brunswick. I think
Those are backwards.
Yeah, those are the 2 other people.
Graham is the experienced one on motive staff. Justin is on Brunswick staff. They both definitely have a very good look, so it's going to come down to who makes the better shots. Keeps it in play. Doesn't give any other guy any opening.
And my sister's in the chat now watching. Say hello to her.
Hi, sister.
Say hi to my niece, Kinsey, as well. I'm sure she's watching. Probably trying to eat the phone.
Kenzie?
Yes.
Is it Kenzie or Mackenzie?
Just Kinsey.
Just Kenzie?
Yeah, she's just shy of 8 months.
My daughter's name is Mackenzie.
Oh,
we
okay.
call her Kenzie.
Nice. Hasn't Graham won a PBA title?
Yes, he
A
has.
few.
Yes, he has.
He has won a major, not just any PBA title. He has won the 2016 PBA Players.
Which he will get a chance to defend that title here in 2 weeks.
Yes. And he's won.
All right, guys, let's bring it in here real quick.
I know of one other regional title.
2017 Bradley Open. Mike Flanagan here with J.R. Raymond and Chris Vi. I'm happy to have you guys with us. We're here for the championship match. Best 2 out of 3 here. We're getting a look at our first bowler here in the championship match. We have Justin Knowles taking on Graham Faw. Both lefties, guys.
Great shot to start. That looks pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty much used that ball the entire tournament, so he obviously is going to stick with what's been working and isn't going to change anything. I don't blame him. So Graham's going to go a little bit more direct, and that's not a very good start for him.
7-9. Looked a little firm.
It did look pretty firm.
Is this a PBA regional? No, it is not.
Although with the talent that was here, you could say
Yeah.
it was close to one. We were missing quite a bit of the big names. A few of them being out in Japan. Graham opts to go for the count, get his 2.
Now, would you try to go for that frame 1?
No, yeah, I think frame 1 of the first game, yeah. I think I just go for count. I don't think I go to try to make it. Or, depend. If I lost the first game and I leave that the first shot of game 2, I'm probably throwing a different ball, looking for ball reaction.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, little helicopter
Disgusting.
messenger over the 7.
Yes. Richie, I believe I agree with that. I wish it was PBA affiliated. Then again, if this sport was like a whole lot of other sports, these guys wouldn't be bowling for money right now. So it's just one of the benefits, the bonuses that bowling has in the game. Although you could look at it both ways. You could look at it as a hinder, or you could look at it as a benefit. Some say that if there was not money in the amateur ranks, that the money in the PBA ranks or the professional ranks would be a little bit better. You could make an argument for that.
So he left him hanging. He thinks he's playing mind games.
Yeah, I think
I just think he missed his. Like, I don't think he saw it.
You never know. I mean,
Eh.
I know some people that just they stick to themselves. They don't like giving high five, or they call it playing patty cake. You know, it's like
Yeah.
we're gonna throw a lot of shots today. I don't feel like playing patty cake. I mean, I've been told that before. I was like, oh, yeah,
So personally, knowing Graham, I would say that he just didn't see it.
right.
But I guess you never know. I've never bowled against him for a title, so.
Nothing wrong with a little bit of gamesmanship.
No.
Here's a look at Graham hanging out.
The Canadian red and white on today.
$3-9. First place today is $10,000. Second place, $5,000. $5,000 on the line here at the 2017 Bradley Open, largely in part to the great sponsors here: Hammer Bowling, New Center Consulting, Ace Mitchell Bowlers Mart, Logo Infusion, Brooks Electric, United American Supply, Buffalo Trace Kentucky Straight Bourbon and Whiskey, and Fireball Whiskey. Thank you for your sponsorship. Both JR and Chris competed this weekend at the Bradley Open.
You could call it that.
Bradley Open, it was a big weekend. 198 different entries, different bowlers into this tournament. We're down to 2.
Do we have a number of actual how many different bowlers?
Yeah, that would be the number.
It is 198 different bowlers.
Different bowlers, yeah. Because you could not re-enter until
Yeah,
the re-entry
Desperado,
squad.
Which Desperado's huge. Over 30 bowlers, right?
Yep, almost 40.
That's impressive.
It's a good shot.
Yeah, great shot. Great double after the split in the first.
Double to take a 1-pin lead.
I really like Graham's follow through. You could see it there on our last shot. We do have the news team here as well.
Is Ron Burgundy here?
I don't see Ron.
He's in San Diego.
Wow. Keeping it classy.
Oh,
Buries it.
triple there.
Take a look at the replay here, guys. What do you see?
Strike. I'm going to bet he strikes. Yeah. See, told you.
He's throwing it awfully good this weekend.
I don't think I've ever seen him throw bad.
Yeah, I'll agree.
I'm sure he's had some finishes that he hasn't necessarily liked.
Sure.
But yeah, continues to throw it good.
Yeah, I mean, he throws it great. It might just be lane play, ball choice, something like that, but he executes it very, very well.
Look at the two-handed style. Josh Knowles.
Definitely right off his hand.
He definitely looks pressed a little bit already.
Yeah, I think the three-bagger from Graham, you know, if it's, you know, I don't know him personally, but I'm sure this is one of the first big title he's bowled for. And, you know, you got a PBA major title holder coming out, throwing a triple on you early. You might start thinking a little bit. Is he holding a flip phone? Yes, Graham does have a flip phone as his American phone.
America. Yeah. He's experience coming into play here. I mean, granted, that's not a very easy spare.
No, especially on this.
But you got to hit the one in front.
So you said there's a flip phone?
Yes, Graham does have a flip phone.
Graham has a prepaid flip phone for when he's in America.
He's very good at
America.
very good at T9 texting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
T9 texting. I got it.
Very quick.
No Canada.
Yeah, it's pretty funny to see him pull out his flip phone to text somebody.
Jamie says, I'm a flip phone user. I'm sorry for your inconvenience. I remember when Mike was a kid and he had those big phones with the antenna.
Oh, yeah. Take another look at this. Stuffed 8-pin.
And see, even I thought that was right off his hand still, but it still held line and at least got to the pocket. I think that's going to be another thing coming off a missed spare, and you know, whether he threw it well or not, you know, leaving a stuff 8 just kind of gets in your head a little bit even more. All right, so Justin has 63 in the 4th, spare in the 5th. Graham with 9 in the 1st and 3-bagger after that.
Eric, I think I don't know, but I'm pretty sure phone plans and whatnot are a little different in Canada than they are here, as far as whether they only pay $10 for international. I'm not, don't quote me, I have no idea how it actually works. Yeah, here, if you're with Verizon, I believe there is a data plan you can purchase.
Yeah, I believe if you're in the Americas, you know, North Central America, go to Canada, Mexico, stuff like that, it's like $2 a day and you can use your regular plan. Something like that. I think it's $10 a day overseas, European countries.
Right.
Graham covers the spare that Justin could not. .85 in the 4th, spare in the 5th, gives him a 22-pin lead. What match are you watching? This is the final match. Game 1. Best 2 of 3. Great
Yeah.
shot there. Gets the 8 out.
What is it that Randy always says on the PBA? Justin looks like he's a one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest right now. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think that is it.
Or at least that's what he said when I was bowling Simonelli for the title over in Chicago.
22-pin match. If Justin can strike here, if you do the TV math, he's down by 32.
Final match of the 2017 left-handed Bradley Open. Oh, boy. It's a little closer. Oh, trips out 6-8. Pretty good break there. Maybe just a break to get him going.
Yeah, that could be as much physical break, that could be a mental break.
Ooh.
Need some nose hair trimmers. These things are starting to bug me.
Oh, my.
You're getting me, man. I feel like just hanging out, tickling my underlip, you know? My upper lip, underlip. That'd be tough.
Can somebody send JR a private message to help him with that, please?
I think your wife would say something if it got to your bottom lip. I think she would take care of that before it got that far.
No, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, a couple good breaks in a row there.
Yeah, big double.
That's
That'll
big.
get you into it.
That's real big.
It's looking like actually his ball reaction's gotten to be too much on this pair.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like this pair hooks a little bit more for him, so it's kind of hindered him a little bit.
Definitely earlier. And see, that comes into play where, you know, maybe last match when you already had it locked up, throw, you know, a different ball and see if you can get it through the front a little bit cleaner to, you know, to know now if your ball's hooking early that you can go to something that's a little cleaner.
Mm.
See, Graham definitely had something all week that nobody else had
Mm-hmm.
because he can get it to 2-3 down lane and it still hooks. If my ball ever touched right of 5, I might have hit the 10 pin in the face.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a little different, but he also uses quite a bit of surface on his bowling ball too. You just missed that.
Oh, wow.
So that's a big turn of events right there.
Yes, it is.
Definitely don't typically see that from Graham.
And
He's
that's
normally a very good spare shooter.
It's not a mistake you want to make, especially when you got an unexperienced kid.
Match is even now.
I'm sorry, I don't want to call him a kid. A less experienced young man, gaining experience as we speak, helps his confidence a little bit there, seeing a miss and getting a couple of breaks before that. Which you could look the opposite way. Could have hindered Graham's mental focus, seeing those breaks go against him.
Comes back with a great shot, though.
Shot was perfect. We'll take a look at it again. This is how you want to do it at home, everybody. Stays down till the ball hits the pins, turns around, bada boom.
Robot action.
Tell you what, Justin could take a 10-pin lead here with a strike.
Justin Knowles looking for triple.
Wow.
Trips the 3.
3 amazing breaks.
Here we go. We'll look at that break again. Follows through, waits for it. Boom.
What do they say? Ride the wave?
Well, Justin, how old is Justin? Early 20s?
Not sure.
I think he's early 20s.
This is my first look at him at an event.
I've seen him few events. He's a northern Michigan guy. Goes down to the Grand Rapids area quite a bit. He is a younger cat. So I'm not going to call him an old man. Sure.
I would guess him around my age.
How old are you?
I am 24.
I think he's a pinch younger than you. I could be wrong, though. Oh.
That one there just
breaks and lets it go.
did not get back.
Yeah. Got to take advantage. I mean, I know you get 3 in a row. That's enough taking advantage of breaks, but you got to capitalize on them. Make good shots after it.
Well, those parlays are pretty big.
You got to
Yes,
hit
very,
that pin.
Very.
You know, I've never even thought of that, JR. Strikes or parlays?
Yeah.
For whatever reason, in all my time bowling, I never thought of strikes as parlays, but they absolutely are.
Yep, 100%.
It just, once you get above a 3-teamer, they don't pay out anymore. That's the part that's frustrating.
A little irritating.
All right, so he gets 3 there. Gives him 167 in the 9th.
So if Graham strikes out in the 9th and 10th, 223 for Graham, which would force Justin to double in the 10th.
Justin can only get to 197.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I added an extra frame.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call. Good call. I thought there were 2 frames left
yeah.
on both sides.
He didn't pay the entry fee for the endless
Yeah,
10th.
that's right.
This is not Amish bowling. We don't get 15 frames.
That looks pretty good.
Looks
You're
really
solid.
good.
Gets the 7 out that time.
So any mark will win.
Yeah, it sure will. For Graham.
Well, yeah, good count. Good count, Mark.
So this is a best 2 out of 3. Remember, everybody, we're glad you're with us watching. Almost 600 viewers. Thanks for all the likes. Thanks for all the subscribes this weekend. Thanks for all the chat comments.
Ham bone. Where did that even start? I remember hearing the first time
That
somebody
was the-
called a 4-bagger a ham bone.
That was Rob Stone, right?
I
Yeah.
almost threw something at the TV.
He started that.
Oh,
That is not good.
That's bad count and
Terrible
not
count.
very makeable.
look at this ball go through the pins again.
That-
Oh,
Right off his hand.
just
So
4.
that flips the table and will make
Where
it
he-
to where,
Doesn't even need the double now.
no, he just needs a mark in good count, depending on how many he gets here. Yikes. Giving
Graham
it a
gives
run.
it a run.
It's 3.
3 on that makes that final score 181. So yeah,
Needs a mark.
just any mark is a winner. Any mark, stay behind the foul line. But again, experience comes into a big play here. So even though it's just a mark, he's up there shaking.
That's what a difficult lane condition will do.
What was worse, ham bone or 60 feet to success? I think they're both terrible. Oh, I don't know. Ham bone's worse. 60 feet to success is, okay. There we go. That's way
Oh,
left.
that's left.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
gets
very,
the 7 out.
Very fortunate to only leave the 139.
Although I can't tell you how many times I've seen the back pin left on this while shooting a spare.
Yes.
Especially this week. Although his ball is hooking enough down lane. Right.
Yes, Amelia WC, I am shaking here watching bowling. You are correct. I think he meant poo.
Maybe.
It's a very good
Covers
spare.
it up.
Very good spare to take game 1, as long as he stays behind the foul line.
Yeah, Justin Knowles going to put himself in position here to just need one more win against Graham Fall to take home the 2017 Bradley Open and $10,000. When I looked at the sheet prior to the tournament. I looked up and down the sheet at no time. I just skipped right over Justin Knowles. Been very impressed with his game. Two-handed style up the left side of the lane, and that's going to do it right there for game number 1. 187 for Knowles, 181 for Graham Faw. And we'll see if Justin Knowles can take that gift-wrapped present from Graham Faw and run with it.
That last shot in the 10th there looked really, really good from Justin. And that might be key going into the second match.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a relief that he had a game underneath his belt there.
The game underneath his belt and throwing one really good shot to finish makes him think that, you know, his look's still there. So he's still got the ability to throw some strikes.
So Graham gets us started now, starting on the left lane. He will finish this match.
Does it
That looks familiar.
again.
Almost the same shot we saw in 10th frame.
I can't tell from this angle, and I didn't look on the screen. I'm not sure if he's missing right or if it's just hooking early. Because this is what we were seeing on the right side, to where it just wanted to go as soon as it hit the lane.
I think he's going to pick this one up. What do you guys think? It's his second try at it here in about a minute.
I think he'll at least get 4 this time.
I think he's getting 4.
Wow.
Or picks it up.
Great call on that one.
Yeah, Flanagan's done this before.
Here we go. Take a look at it
It's
again.
like he
Textbook.
just sees the future.
Well, just like a wrap 7.
Yep, 4 spare.
Yep. 4 spares is good as 9 spare.
I always said, Chris, that it's like a blower 8-pin
Oh,
for
yeah.
a right-hander.
Yep. It's just a bad break is all it was.
Oh, more breaks.
Very good break there. Only leaving the 2-pin.
That looks slow.
Where'd it go?
What are you looking for?
Just cleaning house.
Okay.
Spare there.
So all square through 1. A little bit different way of getting there, though. That is one thing that I do believe is unfair about the game of bowling, is you go up and you make a single pin spare, or you go up and do what Graham did, and he gets no bonus pins for that. And the degree of difficulty was much higher.
Yes.
But he did make that for himself.
But you could also look at it as he only got 4 on the first ball, whereas Justin got 9.
That's true.
Good shot.
Yeah, great shot there.
Justin Knowles, if you're just joining us, he's up 1-0, 187 to 181 over Graham Faw. Graham had that match in hand and went 4 through the face, and now he starts this game with 4 through the face. Oh, man.
Unbelievable.
Does he make this one?
A blower 7-10. Here it is, guys. Look
So
at this. You
quick.
see anything here? Keep
That
in
was
mind,
like a-
twister pins here.
That was like a flat 7 with a wrap 10.
Yeah,
Wow.
That wasn't your typical, half 7-10 there.
All right, so he gets count. Now, mentally, JR, what do you do here if you're Graham? You know, you're down 1-0. You just picked up this huge split. You've gone 4 through the face twice, and then you just make a perfect shot and you blow her 7-10.
I think the only key for him is to just stay focused on what he's doing, just stay on the right path. I don't think he can make any major changes. If he does, this left lane is the only change he can really make, going 4 through the face twice. But again, I don't know if he threw those good or bad. That one looks pretty good. So he makes the right adjustment, whatever he may have done there. And that looks pretty good. Now getting up on the right lane, I don't think he changes a thing. I think he just throws another good shot and hopes they go down.
And I think that shot right there was huge. I mean, you go 4 through the face, and then you go 4 through the face again, and then you get another bad break. Well, not necessarily bad break, but you throw a good shot and pocket 7-10. I could take a toll on you, and you just kind of start losing it and making some poor shots. So that was huge comeback there.
Another break there.
Another trip 6.
Man, it is his day right now.
It really is. Look at
Things
this
are just
again.
going
Follow
his way.
through.
Chicks dig the trip 6 and the trip 4. More so the trip 4 than the trip 6.
And Robert, I am neutral in the match. I'm trying to be a good commentator. Although I am riding home with Graham.
Buried it.
Pretty clutch right there.
I'm not sure if he liked it off his hand or if he didn't like it.
I think that was his way of running it out. I think he really liked
okay,
it.
so he liked that one.
So now Graham is staring at spare triple.
Yeah, strike here is pretty important for his confidence.
Oh
boy.
Left.
Well,
You definitely see him getting frustrated now.
yeah, I'd like to know what was going through his head before he threw that shot, knowing he just 7-10 on that lane. It's hard to let stuff like that go. It's a good spare.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a make sure you don't 7-10 on this shot type of shot, where you're trying to get it to go through the pins instead of just letting it roll.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Another
good
great
shot.
shot there.
That's very true. Everything always seems to even out in this game. One day you may be getting all the breaks. The next day you will be getting all the bad breaks.
And it's actually really, really funny that I was bowling with Justin, and he goes up and he 6-7-8 or 6-8-10, and then he goes up and stuffs that 9-pin that moves over into the 10, and he's asking, what else do I have to do?
What do I got to do to strike?
And then he goes up in the first frame of the next game and either trips something or something that shouldn't have struck, and he's like, all right, well, there's one payback, and now he's getting a few more than that.
Wow.
Oh, almost
That
a
was almost
7-10 there.
Another 7-10 there.
Alright, so that's an awfully good shot. Do you guys consider that good break or bad break?
On this, I would consider it a wash.
A wash? Okay.
+1, -1 equals 0.
Yeah, because you get out of the split, but you threw it well enough to strike.
Definitely did, but with knowing what he's done on the
Yeah.
other frames,
Yeah,
coming in high and whatnot,
I think you take 9 and run.
I think so.
I think that is a good break for Graham.
Yes.
I'll go with that. seeing that one not fall.
Now, at the same time, remember, we thought the last game was pretty much over. It was Graham's. And then we saw a 4 count. So, as we said throughout the day, kind of the theme, anything can happen. But just the way things have worked out in this tournament with ties and length of the event and things like that, it would not surprise me one bit if we're not 1-1 some way, somehow, with some crazy turn of events here. And it comes down to a 1 game to decide it all. But right here, 6th frame, Justin Knowles working on a spare.
Great
That's a
shot.
solid shot right there.
Good as you can throw it. It's probably the best shot he's thrown today.
You can see his confidence going up and up and up.
Sticks it. Comes off the end of the pattern. 4-pin goes right into the 7-pin. He likes it. Remember, this was a fresh condition. This is a fresh pair. It's been sitting for a while, but it's fresh.
Very big double there. Very, very
Great
big
shot.
double.
This guy's good. He's a major champion on the PBA Tour for a reason. Look at this.
And just like that, we are flip-flop from game 1. Graham is down 22 instead of up 22 in the match.
Tell you what, though, first time I saw Justin Knowles out on the lanes as a left-handed two-hander, he has come a long way from that day. He's gotten so much better. That's a big triple
That's a
there.
Big, very big.
Put a little pressure back on Justin here.
It sure does. And the players are giving each other 5 after good shots.
Yeah, which tells me that that early one Graham just missed. He just didn't see him. He wasn't trying to snub him at all.
How do you guys feel about that, 5s in bowling in matches? You like it, don't like it?
He shows good sportsmanship. Just depends on the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always for it. I know there's a lot of guys, especially on tour, that do it for a living that would rather just focus and do their own thing. But, you know, I'm always for a little sportsmanship. Great shot there. That's big, coming back after watching Graham throw 2 great shots. It's a big double there.
Notice how his hand's open, too, when he comes through the shot. One more time. It's like he's giving you, he's waving at you. See that? I like that. So Josh Knowles looking to take this thing down. 7 frames in, this one here.
Did they chop the pot? No, they did not. They are bowling 10,000 for first, 5,000 for second, along with the title,
As far as we know.
as far as we know.
There were some comments made earlier, but things change. Wow. That's solid.
That is huge. Like I said, you can just see his confidence going up to the line rather than the early on in the first game.
This reminds me of the roll-off last night. We had to stick around and do a roll-off, and it was 260 to 240. This is the reason why they're here. They are the best.
It's probably the biggest shot he throws right here. He needs this one for any chance. It's a great shot. Very
Great
good
shot. If he strikes here, it's going to be huge. Although Justin still
I think he
controls
wins this
his own
game if
fate.
he strikes in this frame. If he finds a way to strike here, I think he ends up winning this game.
I know this much. Right now, if I had to back any doubles team in the building, it'd be these two together.
It'd be tough to beat right now.
What are the max scores we have here? We have 269 for Knowles.
I don't remember what Graham had.
Ooh, gets the 8 out late. Huge.
This is getting to be big.
Huge.
5 in a row for Graham. Look at that one. Stays down, down, down through the pins, and boom.
I think Graham can go 247.
So pretty much got a tie ball game here if Justin doesn't strike here.
Yeah, 9 count still gives him slight advantage, assuming the spare. Great shot.
Holy cow.
These guys,
This is incredible.
these guys are showing up in a big way. We'll take a look at this one again.
So,
Nine spare
Oh.
strikes a winner.
That's the first little emotion fist bump I've seen out of Justin.
Yeah. 9 spare strike is a winner.
Anything less gives Graham a chance, but if I mean, you got to feel pretty good if you're Justin right now.
Mm-hmm.
The strike puts him in the 250s. That is a bad break
That's
right
terrible
there.
break.
That's a really bad break.
So no matter what,
One more time, we take a look.
if he spares us some strikes, I'm fairly certain it's a tie if
Yes.
Graham strikes out.
Correct.
But this is not an easy spare. You got to fit the ball right in between the two.
What do you put the percentages on making this? 30%?
Maybe.
I was leaning 25.
Yeah, it's going to take a really good shot to make this spare. Put that front one back up there, that 3-pin, and all of a sudden it goes up to probably 90.
Oh,
Wow.
huge,
Great
huge
spare.
conversion.
That's amazing. Great shot. Great shot right
Just
there.
eyes it up,
Now he needs
puts it
to,
in there. Got a chance.
needs to settle back down a pinch here. I mean, if he fills it up here, forces Graham to throw all of them.
What a roller coaster of emotions this has been.
This has been pretty cool, I gotta say. This has been one of my favorites. It's been a joy sitting here with you guys, and also a joy to just see what's happened. I mean, it was literally a gift wrap win in the first match,
Yep. He's taking advantage of it.
first game of this match, and now, man, strikes galore.
But no matter what he does, he cannot shut out Graham.
Correct. Strike.
But a strike is very, very big here. And that's
Oh.
terrible. Yeah,
6.
so, and that's
But
big.
it's
So now
still
double
Double 7.
7 is a winner.
It still needs to double.
And this is the lane that he 7-10'd on that one time. That was a really bad break. So
Yes, and he's thrown some great shots on it since.
you stay aggressive here. It's pretty close.
Oh,
pretty close.
There's the first one.
Vicious messenger.
It's a great shot.
Graham, good follow through. Wait for it. Boom.
That's disgusting.
And just to let you guys know in the chat, Justin did tell Graham good shot on that, so just a little extra sportsmanship.
So strike here will extend the match. It'll be 1-1.
Strike 7.
Yeah, he has gotten
7's
four.
not a gimme.
He has gotten
That's
4
true.
twice.
That's a good point. That's a good point, guys.
He needs this one.
Oh. And that's the game.
That is it.
So Justin Knowles, he is your winner. 2017 Bradley Open here in
Wow.
Lexington, Kentucky at Collins Bowling Center. Wow.
I would, I would have never guessed he would have thrown one that bad when he needed it.
Yeah, he was.
I would have thought he would have at least give it a really good chance.
Yeah, he was definitely left of Justin, so when he missed to the right, it was a little bit magnified. I'm not sure if it was Brooklyn bad, but you could see the ball stand up early.
Well, JR and Chris, thank you guys for joining me here at the end of the day here for the championship match. It was a great event, 198 entries total. $10,000 goes to Justin Knowles, $5,000 to Graham Faw. I can't thank you guys enough, and everybody's been watching all weekend. It's been part of this thing. Any final thoughts from you, Chris?
I just thank you for having me, and thank you to all of the sponsors and Collins Bowling Center for putting on another great event.
Absolutely. And JR?
I got nothing. Yay bowling. I love bowling.
Yay bowling.
Let's play bowling. I like bowling.
All right. Well, that's going to do it for the broadcast team here. I will go down and talk with Justin here in just a few minutes. If you want to stick around for the interview, please do. If not, we'll see you on our next broadcast at Fusion Realtors coming up in February. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. We'll have an interview with the champion here in just a few moments. Thanks again, guys, for sitting in the booth with me.
All right, can we give our bowlers a big round of applause? I want to say thank you for everybody coming out, all the spectators, especially the bowlers, staff at the center, side bowling. I want to thank everybody who are now presenting the runner-up, Graham Fox.
Mic check, mic check, Mike Flanagan, mic check, mic check.
All
right, great.
2017 Bradley Open champion, Justin Knowles.
And then I would like Jason and Justin right here. I'm going to do an interview up here on the air. I think we're good here. I'm sizing this up. I'm right here. I need you guys right here. Talk to our YouTube audience. All right, you guys ready? A little bit closer over here, Jason.
Okay, I'm here with Jason Knowles and Jason Uckwall. And Jason, great tournament for running the tournament. And I just wanted to just give you a moment to thank everybody at home and say what you want to say before we talk to the champion.
Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate everybody watching, everybody turning out. The bowlers, a great crowd, yourself, JR, Dave, the sponsors, New Center Consulting, most importantly, the Collins family that have kept this all going and running. And it's been awesome. It's always a pleasure to watch everyone come down, compete. Just a great weekend. It went really well.
Yeah, we saw growth in entries, Jason. We appreciate you having us here as well. And I got to be honest with you, Jason. I didn't know you very well coming into this event. When I looked at the list, I didn't even. How do you say your name?
Justin.
Justin. I apologize. That's right, Justin Knowles. I kept calling you Jason on the broadcast. Jason Justin. Yeah. So, tell me, I guess coming into this, a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and how long you've been bowling.
From Lansing, Michigan. Bowling my whole life. I don't know, 20-some years. Came down not expecting really anything. They said it didn't hook, so I was like, okay, see how that is. And then we had the house shot doubles tournament, so my angles were completely messed up and terrible. But got lucky, got some good breaks, put some strings together. Somehow shot 250 to make the round of 8, and I don't know. Got lucky a lot. I made the 5-6, so it was awesome.
You did make the 5-6, and bowling against Graham. Do you think you could take down the title bowling him?
I don't want to say fluke, but it was Graham's awesome. I crossed with him a couple times during the week. He's just a great shot maker. I tried. It wasn't really defense, but I tried to get inside of him so that way he wouldn't have any miss room inside. And got really lucky and bounced off of him a little bit and caught a few good breaks. So no words really. Thank you, Brunswick, Turbo, Green Quantum, all weekend. Amazing. No words for this, man. It's incredible.
So, in your bowling career, is this the highlight of your bowling career so far?
This is definitely the highlight. This is definitely it. I got to do a ball shoot for DV8 a couple months ago, and I thought that was number one, but this definitely took it over. So this is awesome.
Well, it was fun watching you. My final question for you is, I always ask the champions this. You got $10,000 in your pocket. Any big purchase coming up, or you even think about that yet?
My wife wants a house, so I have a feeling that's going to go toward looking for that. My son needs toys, so that'll be it. I might spend a little on bowling, but family first, so that'll help out a lot. Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations again, and we'll see everybody on our next broadcast, Fusion Realtors in Iowa, coming up next month. I want to congratulate this guy right here again, and a great event put on by the folks here at the Bradley. Make sure you sign up for the 2018 Bradley when they have entries available, and you'll be able to check that out on their Facebook page. For everybody that's been sitting in the booth this weekend, for everybody here at Collins Bowling Center, for the tournament staff, and for our champion here, I'm Mike Flanagan. Thanks for tuning in today. All right, we're good.